Did you want to go live? Now it's
And
live.
we're live. Hello and welcome to the last segment of the 48-hour crypto live stream. I'm Matty Allen here with HEX_Tangent, Freddie Quotes, and Fashion Coder. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, I was actually just about to hop off the other one, but wanted to say thank you again, Maddie, for everything that you do. This has been awesome. The comments, the chat has been awesome. The community is just on fire right now. Everyone's excited. Expo Miami. Okay, Tangent. I was like, did we just get cut off? Did we get Briz? Did someone do a Briz on us? But yeah, man, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity, dude. It's been super cool, and I can't wait to watch the rest of this here today.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for being here. We'll catch you next time.
Rock and roll. Have a good one, guys.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username because don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Maddie, this has been amazing. I'm also going to leave soon. But before I do, I have my standard question that I want to ask Fashion Coder, which is, what is making/keeping you most bullish about PulseChain?
Ooh, that's such a good question. And I feel like there's like 30 things I could say right now.
There's so many, but it's the like you've got to pick the one that's like the most.
I think the number one thing is where it's at volume-wise for PulseChain. That we have already seen it like just skyrocket, and it's number 3. So in volume right now, which is insane, and it's been out for 8 days now. So I think that's probably.
Do you know what's insane about this question is everyone has a different answer, and every time someone answers, I'm like, yes, that's a really good answer. Like, as in, it's not like, you know what I mean? You'd think there would be one that would stand out that most people would go for. So that's a new one. Well done. I like that answer. For those of you who weren't on the previous stream,
what have people been saying? What are the other answers to this question?
Oh, so many. We've been through so many, but you know, the ones you would expect, like Richard Hart, the founder, the community, the amount of free education that gets put out. My one was like the haters and the fudsters, was like all of that sort of stuff that's going on. That typically always keeps me bullish. I'm one of those like counter sentiment kind of people in crypto. But the point that I was going to make on the last one, I thought of some interesting ways to present this data or this thing that Fashion Coder just mentioned, which is the percentage of volume against all other DEX volume across all other chains. We're at 11.5%. So our volume dominance, if you want to call it that, to like as a throwback to the Bitcoin dominance, our volume dominance is 11.5%.
You know how it's like the flippening? Can we have like the volume?
We will be doing a flippening. Yeah, we will absolutely happen. So we're like 171 million against, if you look on this on DEX screener, it's like 1.7 bill or something. 1.58 billion.
So is there any mechanic, Tangent, that you would like build into everything, having witnessed so much DEX volume?
Maybe a buy and burn.
Oh, brilliant.
But I think this metric is actually more significant than what people might realize, because if we say that in crypto there's a limited amount of like actual activity and economic energy, I know it's not a closed system, but if we assume that it's close to a closed economic system, then it matters how much mind share and economic share you are taking from the overall system, and Pulse is just blowing up.
Absolutely. Yeah. Beautiful.
How exciting.
Crazy. Yeah, sick. So I'll leave you guys with those thoughts. Stay ready. And I will, it's been great, Maddie. Thank you so much for entrusting me with this. And I knew I wasn't going to let you or Richard Hart down. And Stay excited, stay ready. Follow me on Twitter if you like my content. Hex exactly. Let's do the here. This is my Twitter handle. Peace.
Peace out.
Keep talking. It's about assets and interests. Economical slang. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the game.
All right.
So how has it been being there?
Being here has been really incredible. I am a fan of Bitcoiners. Like, maybe I'm not out there telling people to buy Bitcoin necessarily, but I have this like great respect for the influencers who came before us, and more specifically to try to make sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes that I think that some of them have made. And so I find it to be an incredibly interesting, like, psychological investigation into how social networks build when I see what I call the Bitcoin royalty.
Ooh, okay.
It's like this like inner circle of people that are connected to the Bitcoin magazine like group, because they're the ones who run the conference. And then they have to try to keep all the maxis in line.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why they have to run such a tight ship is because people like Richard Hart have come along before and taught people a lot of things about Bitcoin, and then decided to move on to something better. So, they're at risk of like a vampire attack. But at the end of the day, I think that there are a lot of things that all the people in crypto have in common. And so instead of just having a tribalistic point of view or just getting lost in the technical weeds, I think that there's also a lot to celebrate in person with people who like self-sovereignty and math and all that good kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You can like relate on a level with them. So that's good. Cool. And how has it been being with Hexicans?
It's been incredible. I had to hold myself back a little bit because I just got these stem cell treatments and stuff. But other than that, yeah, like I can see the energy. I mean, I'm always beaming whenever I'm with Hexicans, and I made these really cool shirts.
Looks amazing. You're killing it.
Yeah. So I'll have to make sure to send you one because you kind of helped me come up with the design in some ways.
You'll have to. Have you shown everyone the full design that you made?
I'll have to wear it on Game Theory Gang or something.
Okay, you will.
Yeah.
I think everyone will love it. Like seriously.
For sure.
Cool.
So have you been following along with this PulseChain launch?
Yes, I actually have. And it's been crazy. Like, I saw the tweet, I think a minute or two after Richard tweeted, and I was with my parents at a Mexican place eating dinner, and I think I was slightly in shock. I posted a video of me being like, it's live, and I like don't know what to do.
Hold up. What were you wearing?
Oh my gosh, what was I wearing? That's a good question. Oh, I know exactly what I was wearing. I was wearing a denim jumpsuit. Yes.
Because you have like a photographic memory of what you wear. Right?
Yeah, I just had to think. I was like, okay, what was I wearing? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I can tell you what I was wearing literally any moment within what I was doing. Yeah, that's what I was wearing. I was wearing denim jumpsuit. So it looks good for the video. I was like, oh, thank goodness I picked to wear this today. Yeah, and so we my mom was super on it, and she was like, okay, I'll go get the check and get like boxes and stuff. And then we drove home. We were home in 10 minutes. And then my dad and I just got on and like went for it.
So what did you do when you realized that Mainnet was live and you got home from the Mexican restaurant?
So I made my dad tell me our steps that we had previously planned because like I said, like I was kind of in shock. He's so calm. And so we went through, I went and sent all my tokens to another wallet that didn't have anything with it yet. So did that. And then that was like my biggest thing that day, was to go and do that. And then my next biggest thing was to talk to my channel. And so went live and got to answer lots of people's questions. And it's been crazy what I have learned in the past week just because of the questions that I've gotten. And so that's what I did. What did you do? I want to know, where were you? What were you wearing? And what did you do?
So there was I guess there were two moments that stand out to me. There was a moment where PulseChain was live, and then there was when the bridge is live.
Yeah.
And both times I was traveling and had no access to any crypto, and not within like 1,000 miles was I able to get into my real bags. But what I did is I played around with some test wallets that I had and got a feel for how things were running, mostly for historical purposes. Instead of just trusting what other people observed, I wanted to observe it myself.
Yep, exactly. Do you know what you were wearing?
I have no idea what I was wearing.
Okay,
probably my HEX pants that I have here.
I love your HEX pants. They're so awesome. I think everyone needs a pair of HEX pants.
They were gifted to me by somebody that Nardo knows. Nardo for the win. He's one of the most generous Hexicans I've met.
Oh, that's awesome. That's super cool. You make a great point too, that there was once PulseChain did go live, that was really exciting. But I felt like, at least for me, when the bridge went live, that was like the bigger thing. It was like, okay, now people can bridge in assets, but then it got clogged so quick. And I think, everyone's kind of still dealing with that right now. But when I got in, I wasn't available to do anything right when it went live, which was like, oh my gosh, this is.
You tweeted, you were like, I'm on a date. What should I do? Help.
Yeah. And actually, since we're here, I'll tell everyone what happened, because I've gotten so many questions of, did you leave? What did you do? So I got there. And I'd been checking the live tweet or Richard's tweets, as I was driving, if I was at a stop light or whatever, I knew it was going to go live. I just knew. And I was like, plan this date. So I get there, I refresh it again, and he's like, live, bridge is live. And I was like, sweet. And I had already warned this guy beforehand. I was like, this might happen. And so he gets there, and I was like, okay, so this happened. He's like, okay, we can cancel. He was like, we can only do something for 30 minutes or whatever you're feeling. And so he was such a good sport about it. I was like, okay, I have an hour. And so we did our activity for an hour. And then I was like, okay, I need to head out. And so I called my mom and my dad, as I was waiting, because I was like, what do I do? I don't want, I don't want to stand up my date. And long story short, it was fine. And then I ended up bridging in assets. And then it took 72 hours to get the assets. So that's the story of what happened.
Nice. Yeah. I was in an airport, so I couldn't do any crypto there. Well, I was playing with my test wallets and getting some crazy cheap fees. I was paying so many zeros, at least one or two, that I didn't know what the price was, didn't care, screenshot it, for historical purposes. And I don't know. There was a pretty sweet ratio of, I think, Pulse to PulseX, but it would slip so much because there wasn't liquidity set up. So I was, I don't know, maybe I bought 1,000 PLSX or something like that. But yeah, other than that, it was something that took a while to get warmed up. And then the number one question that I had for my onboards is, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. Honestly, what do I do?
Yeah.
Which,
so
honestly,
how did you handle that question?
So this whole time I've been talking about have a plan. And even I had a plan, and I freaked out. And I told my dad, I made my dad know what my plan was. So then he walked me through the plan. Okay. So once I finally streamed and stuff, I was like, okay, this is what we're doing. But basically it is just sitting and holding. I do have, I didn't get into the PulseChain sacrifice, which you already knew that. But I didn't get into that. So I do have a amount of Pulse tokens that I want to acquire. And I'm about 3/4 of the way to that. And once this bridge goes through, I think I'll actually have the full bag that I have had as my goal. And so once I have that, then it's just going to be DCAing all throughout. And so I've added that into my budget of just, what I'm going to be doing in the next little while. But I think having a plan is like the best thing that you can do and you can have. And so that's what I've been telling my people that, have messaged me and everything like that of like, okay, well, first and foremost, like go and see what tokens you have and then create a plan of if you want more of one or whatever, and then go in and make your plan financially of what you can do to get to that thing. What have you been telling people?
I've been telling people that Hex did not have, and this is like, I don't know. Technically, this is kind of true. Hex TShares didn't have a price from day one that was really meaningful. And so just because something is launched doesn't mean that it has a price that means anything. And that right there is like way too complex of an idea to even tell most people who are casual users of crypto, or they just have a friend of a friend who, for me, I have all kinds of onboards. I have people who are really into it, and I have people who really don't pay attention unless there's history being made. And and then Time Pays Me isn't out yet, so I can't like direct people there. But I've pretty much told people that it's going to take a while for things to get warmed up, and you're early and you've already got your position. So congratulations. Welcome to the party. Enjoy, keeping tabs on the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, thank you for the little token that you gave me. I went in and I saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, there's Pulse on this. And so it was awesome to see that. So I transferred it, and it was really nice just because of the gas fees and just, where they were at. And I was like, perfect. So as I was just moving stuff over, when I first got in, I think my first gas fee was 0.004 Pulse, which was insane, right? And I mean, even with the gas fees right now being between 2,000 and 3,000 Pulse, I mean, that's truly not that bad either. But it was awesome, being able to use that. I was like, Maddie's the best. So I definitely thought of you almost immediately when the Pulse did go live, because I saw that and I was like, oh, this is from Maddie. This was the token he gave me. So that was
right. Cool. Yeah, I sometimes when I meet people, I give out a little puzzle for you to learn more about how private keys work and that sort of thing. So that was really fun. And speaking of which, if I ever run into Eric Wall here at the Bitcoin conference, because I was about 15 feet away from him when I sat in the front stage. Hey,
Maddie, how's it going?
Hey, good to see you there.
Yeah, good morning.
I was just saying, if I run across Eric Wall, I'm gonna try to make him I'm gonna try to make a bet with him, because I really want to troll him the way that he trolls us. And even more, I want to troll him like he trolls Bitcoiners, which is even more intense. One of the Satoshi candidates, the people that, there's 3 or 5 people that we think actually could be Satoshi, and Adam Back is one of them. But Eric has a trophy of when he was right against Adam Back, and so I don't know if I can. So to get to the point, if I can trick Eric into racing me to see who can onboard somebody into Bitcoin faster, what I would do is I would just hand the person who I'm onboarding a coin that's preloaded with 1,000th of a Bitcoin. And then I would win the bet, because Eric would be like, oh, go to Coinbase or something. Right?
Yeah.
We'll see if it works.
I think it's a great idea. You'll have to report back and tell us how it went.
Yeah. So, how was your bridge experience, Fashion Coder's dad?
Oh, it was the bridge. I'm still waiting on some USDT to come through. And I've been watching the HEX price go up. I've been watching everything go up, which is good. I mean, I think, it's going good. I'm doing some validators too. I'm still in pending. So I was
Oh,
nervous.
nice.
Yeah, so got that going, and we did some farms for a while, and I think we did. I mean, I came out okay. I
did
well,
too.
I came out better. You know what I mean? I think I was up a couple million PulseChain, and from all the incentive tokens, I was probably 5 or 6 million PulseX ahead. So, and then the income token 2.5 times after I
Sold. It's fine.
You can't do everything right. That's the only thing that I think you know what I mean. But hey, we're in the game, right? So
Yeah.
that's the important thing. So anyway, well, I just want to jump in and say hi.
Yeah.
I got other stuff to do today, but anyway, so it's good to see you.
Yeah, great seeing you.
Yeah, thanks.
Hopefully we'll get to stream sometime a little bit longer.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys have fun.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, Maddie, you're one of the only people that's like met my family, because you've met my mom.
Yeah.
I mean, you obviously know my dad. And you've met some of my sisters too, which is just crazy. And most people don't. So yeah, you're one of the people that knows a lot of my family.
Your family's great.
Oh, they love you. Every once in a while, like things will come up and they're like, "Oh, we love Maddie." So we really like you.
Yeah. So it sounds like your dad had an overall good experience so far, and as the price keeps going up, I think we're all going to be celebrating more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been, at least for me, like I've been trying to do everything regardless of like where it puts me. So like I wanted to do farms. I've been helping my dad with the validators, just because I want that experience. So then if I do get a question about it, that I actually have an answer of, oh, like this is what you do. And so it's like overall, it has been a really good experience. And just software wise, it has been an easy flow. And I don't know if that's because I practiced so much before launch, or if it is because it's actually like a good flow of software. But I know that a lot of people have been like upset of how the launch has gone. And I think it's funny just the things that people have said of like, oh, like, you know, Richard has rugged us, or like XYZ, right? Like all of these things. And I'm like, okay, it has been around for a week. Software like that with that kind of volume is going to have problems. Like it just is. And so I think people need to be a little more patient as like we see the launch and as we go through, because, you know, it's live now. Like our anticipation for this, like it's happening. We're in real time with it. And so just like being patient and seeing how the software is going to work in our favor, and it's just going to be awesome. So just be patient, because I know a lot of people have been, I don't know, just not super nice about it. And there's no reason to be like that.
The people who are saying that, the funny thing is they chose to use the world's slowest like database and most expensive database, right? Blockchain technology. And so yeah, to complain when you intentionally choose something that's slow and expensive, and then you know it takes time. Yeah, like you have to crawl before you can run and walk and all that good kind of stuff. And the chain's brand new. I think so far, I think it was the people I was seeing, the confusion of, wait, why is there not immediately a price? Why did it not immediately do 100x? You know, people had dissociated a little bit from the reality, because it did do an infinity x, because it started at 0. It was airdropped. Like, you know, you sacrificed, you were not entitled to anything. And so when we keep that ethos about us of like, we had no expectations, but we thought it would be really, really cool if we could get some technology that would allow us to transact with our full system state, and with a DEX that actually has something built into it, like fee burning, all that good kind of stuff. Yeah, I think it's really incredible.
Yeah. And I mean, where it's at right now is amazing. And just, you know, like me having my software background, having something go live like this and have that type of volume with it is insane how it's performing right now. And someone said in the comments that this is performing exactly like it was expected. And I totally agree. Like there's going to be hiccups with software, and it's just going to be something that happens, and that's okay. And there will be iterations on it. And the thing is it has to be pressure tested like this to be able to, be successful. And so in a way, it's kind of cool if you think of yourself as like one of the first users that just gets to go in and test things.
Yeah. And I mean, when Ethereum launched, it was a little bit different because there weren't all these dApps built on everything. It was a completely different system, actually. So we are definitely the frontier people in crypto, for sure. So I got a question for you, because you said earlier that paying like, I don't know what you said, 200 Pulse or 1,000 Pulse is not that expensive. Well,
so I don't know what the price is now, but keep asking your question. Sorry.
I don't know either. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, there are 40,000 people who hold the majority of Pulse. There are 500,000 daily active users in Ethereum, according to Sami. Shout out to Sami. And that's during the bear market, I believe. Maybe that was during the bull. Either way, it's like there are a lot of people who might end up using this network, and it's going to be a supply and demand issue for how high the fees are. I always dreamed of PulseChain having low fees, but what do you think is going to happen, like when the bridge opens fully, when more and more users keep showing up?
So looking at the prices, at least if you look at the sacrifice price, right? So for every dollar, it was 10,000 tokens. So if you're paying $2,000 or 2,000 Pulse in fees, that's 20 cents, right? And so, I mean, this whole time we've been talking about like fees, like fractions of a penny. And when it did open, that's what I saw. It was fractions of a penny. And then we saw a specific group go in and mint tokens. And then that like shot the gas fees up like crazy compared to where it was at. So moving forward, as the bridge does open up, I mean, I have not seen the fees go below probably 1,000 Pulse for a transaction. And so it's going to be interesting, just to see what does happen once more users do come in. I think it's going to go crazy for a second. I really do. And I think that's probably with most launches. But then I think there's just something special about this launch as well, because there's so many people that do expect it to do well and want it to do well. And so there's going to be people bridging in assets. And then at a certain point, like, people are probably going to be at their limit of bridging in assets. Everyone runs out of money. And so I think at some point that will happen. And then they'll drop a little bit, as in any launch, going like it spikes and then there's going to be a belly. But with the fees, I do hope eventually they will go down a little bit. But I also don't ever expect to see that 0.004 Pulse for a transaction again. So yeah, I think that it has a lot of potential that they could be super low, and who knows, like maybe the price of Pulse will help determine that as well. But I think that's where we're at right now. What are your thoughts?
I really think it's going to be up to the people who have Pulse what they want to set the price at, and because people, it would, if it costs you 200 Pulse to do a swap, then that means to even really get started playing around, you had to have 200 ETH, and not a lot of people had that. And so, yeah, I'm actually super bullish on the price of Pulse. I would love low fees because of the behavior change stuff and the time locking stuff that I'm trying to promote on PulseChain with Pulse and PulseX. But yeah, we'll just have to see. It'll be exciting times. It'll be some major crypto history here to see what exactly happens when you take the load off of Ethereum in a flawless network that is super popular from the beginning. Like, do the fees from Ethereum, do they balance out equally? Mm-hmm. Do you get medium fees on both PulseChain and Ethereum, Or are we going to see super cheap fees on Pulse? Or could the fees on PulseChain be even higher? That would be, I think that would shock a lot of people. I don't know that would shock me at this point.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we've never seen this happen, right? And so it's kind of interesting trying to predict what's going to happen, but it's exciting that we are a part of it and we get to be, you know, like you said, the front runners of it. So where's your project at? I want to hear all about it.
Yeah. Okay. So as you knew, basically everything looks good. It's called Time Pays Me. The two major functions are you can time lock any ERC or PRC20 token. Like technically Ethereum and Pulse are coins. They're not tokens, and because they're the base layer. And those have a little different standard of how you write the blockchain code to interact with them. And they are also lockable in Time Pays Me. The second feature is to be able to undo. Wait. So to time lock, it drips back to you over time.
Okay.
And so let's say you time lock for a year and you serve a week. You can withdraw 2% of your coins because a week is 2% of a year. Same thing, like it would be 0.2% if you served a week on 10 years because a week is 0.2% of 10 years. So, so a drip function is, you know, that's really useful to some people because it gives you this like superpower of having a staking ladder. And the superpower is important because in crypto, sometimes we can get scammed to the upside, as Ivan on Tech would say. Sometimes the price can go so high so fast over a number of years that people are literally getting sudden wealth syndrome. People are selling too early and really, I almost think of it as like hacking yourself. If you sell all of your coins as soon as you turn $1,000 into $100,000 or into $1 million, not only can people cash out everything, but then sometimes they start gambling it away in opportunities that don't pan out. And there are certainly a lot of opportunities that don't materialize in crypto. And so being able to time lock and drip to yourself is like dollar cost averaging out of something.
I love that.
Yeah. And so that's seems really useful. It's something that I'm going to be using, not with all of my Pulse and PulseX tokens, but maybe half of them. And you're able to do a time lock. Like I could take Pulse and I could make multiple time locks in the same vault that I have ownership of. It's all self-custody. There's also something called a hard lock, which is different than a drip. So with a hard lock, I could take Ethereum and I could time lock it to come out on the same day as a HEX stake in 15 years. And I could calculate almost exactly how much gas I would need for that transaction. And then I wouldn't have to write a blank check all the time to the Ethereum miners 15 years in the future.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's actually something I've thought about, but I didn't know that you could do that with the hard lock. Okay, cool.
And like unlocking something that doesn't have to calculate all the interest and bonuses that you received every day is much, much, much more gas efficient. So that's the time locking part. And then there's undo a hack, which is, we should really think of it as like, this is setting up your second seed phrase. Like setting up a second seed phrase, you know, the reason you might want to do that is because let's say, even if you're using a hardware wallet and you're clicking around and not understanding all of the code that pops up in MetaMask sometimes, or maybe there's so let's say maybe you didn't start out using a hardware wallet and you're just using regular MetaMask. And then there's a new virus called the Mars Stealer that Papa B talks about a lot. And like, you know, that could get you too. And so these are all really, you know, really important things. So with Time Pays Me, you're creating a smart contract that you hold And the rules of the smart contract say that if you want to do a withdraw from your vault, then you have to wait 7 days. And normally when you get hacked, the coins are gone immediately because they use a script to just like, you know, hack and take all your coins immediately. But with Time Pays Me, because there's a 7-day delay, it gives you a chance to be notified before anything is moved. Because if the hacker wants to do something on the blockchain, they have to broadcast it to everyone. And so there they are, you know, just broadcasting to everyone that they're trying to hack you, and you can, you know, be checking every week, or you could, there might be a way to set up on Etherscan. You can get an email every time a transaction gets run on a certain address. And you could, if you're like me, you could set up a separate email on your phone, like with Proton Mail app. And then you could set your phone settings so that if that email address does anything, if you get an email and that's the only thing you use this email address for, it'll pop up on your phone and it won't go away. If you're, and you know, that's useful even if you're not using Time Pays Me, but you're, but the point is it's already too late. If you've been hacked and you get a notification, it's like, who cares? It's gone. So, yeah, so that's kind of like a 2FA thing. If you do get hacked, then you can go in with the second seed phrase that you set up ahead of time. Definitely use a hardware wallet for that. And people can get a hardware wallet in the description below. I like Trezor. And Fashion Coder also is coming out with her custom line of jackets, maybe for them.
Something. We're working on it.
That's a cool idea. Because a lot of people are going to have multiple Trezors over their lifetime of crypto. Yeah, so you can take control of the vault back, because the rules of the smart contract when it's launched and when you set the second seed phrase say that under certain circumstances you're able to take control of the drip back, and then it makes it so it's not tradable, but it is transferable once, basically. The permissions. Now, here is the thing that I'm the most excited about with Time Pays Me.
Okay.
Is I got to add the thing that I've been dreaming about for like 5 or 6 years in crypto, is the ability to be able to pay yourself to change your behavior.
Okay.
And you know, that comes from my work in neuroscience and therapy, and doing research with people who are quitting smoking tobacco cigarettes. We were paying people $1,000 to quit smoking. And I always asked myself, like, there are so many people who want to quit. Like, there are 1 billion smokers in the world. A lot of people want to quit. And they pay $1,000 a year to smoke or more. But they can't pay themselves the $1,000 bonus that is shown to be a huge motivator, along with having the right social support and maybe nicotine patches, stuff like that. And so anyway, that field is called contingency management, and it turns out that it's as effective or has as strong of an effect size as even talk therapy. So like when you think about psychology treatment, you normally are thinking of talk therapy or pharmacology. And but there's this whole other world of like paying people to change their behavior. And sometimes people are trying to eat healthier or go to the gym or be more productive at work, or whatever it is, the goal that you're setting for yourself, getting better sleep, getting more steps in your day. I think that it would be, I think it's going to be really cool to give people this power of not only time locking, but time locking where it gets unlocked if you do a certain behavior. And so, yeah, so basically it's the way it's going to work is you have 31 character space on the blockchain to say what your goal is.
Okay.
And then you say how much money you want to time lock. So let's say I want to do like $1,000 of PLS, and I want to make sure that I, you know, take 10,000 steps in my day. And then So it's going to give me a password when I time lock it. And then the password goes to the person who I'm going to have validate my behavior.
Okay.
So that could be like a partner or a family member or a physician or anybody who can keep track of like a 6-digit code. If I prove to them that I've changed the behavior that I wanted to change, they can give me the password back and the funds become unlocked immediately. If they lose the password, or if I don't change my behavior, if something goes wrong, the funds become unlocked after a year.
Okay.
So that's like the backup.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
There is backup just in case.
Yeah. So that's time pays me. It's a lot to explain. And like in reality, the number of Ethereum influencers in particular who have started following me and publicly say that they hate HEX, and that's like part of their big thing is hating HEX, but they're following me all of a sudden, I think it's because they want to undo a hack. And I think if people can undo a hack, they'll be like, yeah, duh, security upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to slyly be put into time locking because it's like a 7-day lockup period to withdraw your funds. And then I think that'll put people within one step of really appreciating HEX, because HEX is always going to offer you a little bit more than time pays me in terms of getting yield. But if you're one of these people who wants the best of both worlds, you could always take some like Maximus DAO tokens that are wrapped HEX stakes. You could put them in time pays me to pay your future self to have more savings, or to in HEX terms, or you could pay yourself to change your behavior.
That's awesome. I'm so bullish on your project. It's going to be amazing.
Thanks.
And I'm really excited for it to come out. I think I was watching one of your streams last week. I can't remember. I was just lurking like in the background. So, I think everyone does that, where like people will watch streams every here and there. And I think you talked about it went through an audit, and that they were able to find a specific thing that like you wanted to do, but you're going to be able to include it in version 1. Is that true?
Yeah. So just like when Richard got HEX audited, like some of the results he was happy with, and some of the results he was like, we did a better job than they did. We ended up explaining things to them. And so I had a similar experience where they actually did find one thing. There are a type of token that basically it has like a send tax on it. And we were not accounting for this tiny little difference that it would be in our fee, the 0.1% that we take whenever you're starting a lock. We hadn't really accounted for the special way that these tokens move around funds when they're being moved from your normal wallet to the smart vault that you have custody of in your MetaMask. And so this would have resulted in the time lock being off by like 0.1%, to where people might be able to get like 0.1% out early one time. And it's so obvious. It's like, all right, that wasn't a major flaw, but yeah, of course we're going to fix it. It's already fixed, that sort of thing. It's not like a fatal flaw in the project. And then, and then I ended up catching something that was big enough for me to, want to do better on. And so what's ended up happening is, as a part of the audit process, we started checking ourselves and going back to actually what our design intention was on everything. And I don't know how common that is in projects. Like right before you launch, you're like, oh shit,
let's go back to the beginning.
Well, with game theory, if one thing changes, then a lot of different things change. Like we were trying to say, all right, if the hacker has control of your wallet, you can't pay the gas to say that you were to like verify that you were hacked so that this other wallet can take control. And so there is this like really complex game theory that got kind of tangled up, and we ended up finding a way to make it so that basically you have a pre-signed transaction that you can drop into the blockchain with a different wallet paying for the gas to run the transaction to say, it's okay to switch ownership to the second seed phrase, because we didn't want the second seed phrase to be all powerful either.
Yeah.
For game theory reasons. And so just having all that worked out and then adding the behavioral component, those are the things that we changed since we had the audit. So now we have to go back to audit, and then we'll be able to launch in 2 to 4 weeks.
Oh, cool. So it's actually really close.
Yes.
That's awesome. Are you excited?
I'm super excited. I'm kind of in shock because I've been running around getting ready for this conference and everything. I'm like, I feel super blessed to be in this community of people that really appreciates the idea that, you know, this isn't a money grab for me. It's kind of the opposite. It's like, I want a tool to be able to time lock so that if PulseChain does more than I think it can, then I'll be set.
Yeah. Oh, we're so blessed to have you in our community. I'm glad that like you're on our side of things, and it's really cool. You can just like see where your heart is at because you saw a need, and you also like brought your passion into it. And so like it just shows just like who you are. And so it's just really cool. And I'm really excited for it too. And it's actually, I didn't know that it was 2 to 4 weeks away. So it's actually really close.
Well, yeah, and I'd be really honored to have you maybe help with some of the early testing and that sort of thing, because I got a version you can play with, and it's really fun.
Okay, I'd love that. You know that I love going in and being a tester of products, just because I've worked as a QA person over software before, and so no, I would love that.
So as we're wrapping up our interview here, and maybe we'll be able to have actually Crypto Heartbeat on at the same time as well. What's something you're looking forward to, or what's something you're observing now, keeping an eye on in the PulseChain ecosystem?
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see the projects come out, just because, you know, we're a week in, and this past week would have been crazy to launch a project in. And so I'm really excited to actually see these projects that we've been hearing about and learning about, and, you know, using their test nets and actually getting to jump in and see, you know, just like what they have for us. And so I sacrificed for all sorts of projects. I actually need to go in and figure out all the ones I did sacrifice for, because, you know, it just happened so quick and all at once. And so I'm really excited just to see like what that's going to do and what that's going to bring to our community. And I feel like we're kind of just like one-sided right now with the launch of Pulse and PulseX, which is awesome. Like it's great all on its own. But I just think that like as these different projects come out, it's going to just bring so much more life to our community.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good. And we have Crypto Heartbeat joining us.
What's up? What's up? Fashion Coder, you look so beautiful. My goodness.
Thank you, Crypto Heartbeat. It's so good to see you. I haven't talked to you in forever, I feel like.
I know. It's great to see you. Maddie, you are just killing it, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so energizing to be in a community full of great people such as yourselves.
It's so cool. It is so good. It's what it's all about. And boy, it's nice because there are benefits even if you you know, beyond the money. So that's what I'm so excited about.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And thanks, Fashion Coder, for coming on. Now you're going to be putting out courses now, or you have one out. Can you tell us about that, and also where people can find more of your content?
Yeah, absolutely. So I came out with a crypto guide of a step-by-step how to get into crypto literally today. And so if you go to cryptocompetent.com, that is where you're going to find that. And then I am going to be coming out with a course of just how to become crypto competent. And so that's going to hopefully come out within like the next month or two. And then where you can find me, if you look on Instagram, it's Fashion Coder 6, as well as on Twitter. And then I'm Fashion Coder on YouTube.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks again for being on, and hopefully we'll catch you next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And thanks for putting this all together. It's been so amazing. And Heartbeat, so good to see you too.
You too. It's awesome.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username because don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket. Don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
What's that?
How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Hanging in there. This is our 40 or 41, somewhere in there.
Have you slept at all?
Oh yeah, I've slept. I got some stem cell treatment recently, like 4 days ago, because my clavicle hasn't healed yet. So, I've been getting some good rest, and that's given the opportunity to Tangent and Brisology to help me co-host this whole thing. They've been doing an amazing job.
Well, that's great. Are you a cyborg yet with your new stem cells?
I'm working on it. PulseChain and my stem cells are gonna share birthdays for years to come.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
And what's been going on with you?
Wow, man, this has been so exciting. And there's just a lot that's happening in the background. You think about 150 projects that are going to be launched on the PulseChain, of which we've got 2, there's so many things people have been working on and so much time. And in a way, because we've waited, there's so much that has gotten tighter, right? And so I just imagine as these things, either have launched or begin to launch, that's the thing that people don't anticipate is that, Richard Hart is obviously out front, tip of the spear. And of course, we're seeing that from the amount of money that's being stuffed into the bridge. But just wait. I mean, as these things continue to become more robust, because just having a layer 1 is great, but having all this infrastructure that people have been working on, it's really the extension of Richard's vision of a vertically aligned ecosystem. And that, to me, that's everything. Like, that's what I talk about all the time, is that, to me, seeing what's happening in the world and noticing that, hold on a second, PulseChain could be, in this Richard Hart ecosystem, could be literally the antidote to authoritarianism and can be the representation of freedom and sovereignty, so people can transact without having to have any centralized authority. And to me, that's the real hope. So I'm as excited as I've ever been.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those are like the core principles of crypto. And I think that even when Bitcoiners wanted to compromise to try to get mass adoption, they started relying on centralized exchanges because that was literally the best technology that was there. And it was like really necessary to have a bridge to go on and off the fiat on ramp. But somehow people got into the habit of just holding their coins on centralized exchanges with middlemen, or even worse, gambling on paper Bitcoin when it comes to like the CME futures contracts that launched on the day that Bitcoin topped, right, in 2017. And then you see Wall Street also being involved in the top of 2021, where that was the day Coinbase started trading as a public company. So it's like there have almost, I want to say, been more people who have been involved with crypto that were not really dealing with real crypto,
right?
That were not dealing with they were dealing with something that did not have the properties that you just described. And what do you make of that disparity?
Well, I mean, think about this. To me, this is classic if you really back out. So if you back out and you think about good versus evil, and I'm careful with that in some respects, but to label things good or evil. But think about this, every possible crack that can be penetrated by the legacy system, right? It is the powerful system. And if you think about the powerful system being able to find a way in, and so what happens is people that see opportunity, and let's say you're talking about, 2017, because it was so new and it was literally the talk of the town, is that, those that I'm not saying they have purely, evil intentions, but the very nature of incrementalism, right? You can be bought. And I think that's what we saw in that time period, is that the temptation, and we see this in many, many different forms. We see this spiritually, but we also see this very literally with, China and US politicians, is that they understand that American greed and just human character of greed, that I can incrementally come in and get a foothold into your system. And that foothold will keep you from keeping it away from others. And so to me, that's what Richard Hart has stood up against. And the purity of this is it was meant to be separate, not incrementally integrated with the legacy system. And so all the derivatives that we've seen, people not trading, it's been paper, that is it's a common symptom that we've seen in all areas. We see that in our own lives. We think we go to a party and we're like, yeah, I'll just do some drugs, man. I'll just do it once. And what ends up happening is this stuff creeps into our lives. And the next thing you know, it takes over. And that's what I see as the problem, because there's so many people out there who are just looking they're looking out for themselves. Richard's looking out for others. And I think this whole idea of not being advocating for others and understanding the purity of decentralized finance, there's just no one out. There's no one else in the market that I personally feel can defend it like Richard can. And that's why, to me, it's everything. It transcends everything else, even coins and tokens and names and all that. This to me is pivotal in the future of the world. I know that sounds big, but I believe that.
A lot of people recognize Richard Hart as a thought leader. And I would put him on the same level as, I don't know, Steve Jobs, or somebody who's blown people's minds, time and time again. And I think part of being a thought leader and how Richard operates is that he takes stances on things. He doesn't just agree with his followers. He is a leader of, himself, what he's thinking, coming up with something that gives people a lot of insight, or they see as like, wow, that's blowing my mind that you're able to be so accurate, be so insightful on so many different topics. And I've even speculated that Richard Hart would make a great president. What are your thoughts on Richard and his politics?
Well, that's a great question. Unfortunately, the nature of politics has attracted people that often have fatal flaws, but don't we all, right? And so, one of the things he's proven to us is that he can be trusted. And that's really interesting, because some people would say, oh, I don't feel like I can trust him. Here's the thing. When I've done a number of videos where I've kind of drilled down on Richard, the person, and the personality. Okay. And, I'm a student of personality inventories. I'm very interested in the psychology behind things. And I've been paying attention over the last 2 years to Richard. And here's the thing I see. I see Richard as he's an innovator and an architect. Okay. And so when you look at those personalities, you recognize that they see things before others do, right? They're always thinking about, they're not the core inventor, they're the innovator. And he saw these things ahead of time. And obviously with HEX, I'm building a better Bitcoin. And everybody's like, you're crazy, you can't do that. For him, it was simple and it was clear. Okay. And he sees things that way. That's his whole life. He's seen things that way. So I compare him to Henry Ford. And I know that's, this big idea. To me, he's not a politician or president. He's actually an innovator, and he needs to stay in that position because he's not a policy guy. What he is he's an innovator. He didn't invent Bitcoin, right? He didn't invent crypto. But the same thing with Carl Benz. Carl Benz creates this internal combustion engine, but it takes someone like Henry Ford to say, no, the people need this transportation, right? And at the beginning, you could only get a black Ford Model A. Well, this is what we're seeing here. I think Richard Hart will go down in history, provided that he continues on this path, which is this vision path, which is this advocate path. I think he is going to be seen as someone who has literally changed the 21st century and is an innovator just like Henry Ford. He will be a meaningful person in this century. And it's not because of PulseChain or HEX. And no offense to anyone who absolutely loves those things. What it is, it's somebody who stands on their principles and does not give into the incrementalism of the current system. Because this is literally changing the very nature of the financial system. And if you don't stick with your principles, like, unfortunately, that's what I feel like so many politicians are doing. They just check which way the wind's blowing. Richard Hart does not check the way the wind's blowing. He actually directs the wind. He is the wind. And what I appreciate about that is he was made for such a time as this. And the fact that we can recognize that and see it, he cares about us. He cares about himself too. But you know how many people don't care about us at all? They only care about themselves. And, you know, people might criticize him, but you know what? Just go through his tweets. Just go through every of the videos. At the core of who Richard is an advocate for others, period. Longevity, all the things he's done with time locking, all of these things is advocacy for others. Because I think he ultimately, you know, he talks about the glory. What is that? When somebody wants the glory, hey, recognize me for my contribution because it's significant. But every one of us is behind him, right? We don't catch up. He was doing freedom of speech before there was all this censorship. And we were like, oh, yeah, that's just some tactic. It's a political, it's a political thing. No. He was right ahead. Same thing with movement. Same thing with transactions. And you watch next. The next thing I think from Richard Hart is he's going to be speaking about privacy even more, right? He's already spoken into it, but I think that's the next thing we'll see from him. And that kind of vision, folks, is powerful. And so I see it for what it is, and I don't get caught in the weeds.
Yeah, I like all your points there. Do you think that RH will do a stablecoin?
I think whatever he does, he's going to do it better than anyone else has done before. I don't think he'll ever do anything standard. I think he'll look at something, and you know what I love about him is that he doesn't do things for no reason. Everything is related to innovating and making something work better. Look at buy and burn. Look at this whole process. It's genius level stuff. But how cool is it that we have somebody in the world? And I see Elon Musk a little bit like this, and I see some other people that are kind of what I call Gen Xers who go, you know what? These idiots before us ruined everything. We've got to fix it. And that's what I hear from him. Like he's actually doing the things to fix it. And, you know, starting with the money is not a bad place to start.
Yeah, absolutely. How about a wallet? Do you think RH will do a wallet?
Absolutely. He said he is going to do one, but you watch. You know, I don't know if you saw this, but K4K did a video when he heard about the wallet. And that video to me is one of the most powerful that K4K did because he said, do you realize how profitable wallets are? If you really boil down and you look at wallets and how much money they make, you know Richard Hart is going to give that back to the community. He'll make money himself, right? He's built into all these systems. But you watch. Not only all this volume, all these resources, all this benefit of the layer one, but that wallet will do the things that you know MetaMask should have done. And I think that wallet will return ridiculous returns to the people. Because I think the principle is give away what you want to receive. And that's what he's done. He's like, I win if you win. You win if I win. All right, we're in this together. And that's where this amazing community has come out of.
Yeah, it's going to be really incredible to see how it goes down. I think that, you know, it's so much upside. And again, back to like crypto principles, even when I think about it as no expectations, it's like, how cool, just to be a cliche, like I'm in it for the tech. How cool would it be if we had a MetaMask that could summarize all of our accounts without cutting off, only doing 10 at a time?
Right.
I can't even see, like in crypto, it's best practice to use different addresses along the way. But I can't even see what's in all my addresses. How terrible will this UI be going forward? I mean, how can we have mass adoption if it's just embarrassing that a basic function is missing? You talk about privacy, you talk about sovereignty, and then censorship is another one. And that's a situation where I don't think Richard Hart was hiring any devs to be doing a wallet before MetaMask screwed up and like turned off some servers in Fura or wherever it was, which like, yeah, you could work around that. That's not shutting down the blockchain, but it's kind of a dick move. So
yeah, this is folks, I mean, it's proof, right? I mean, this was a big test in my opinion. We waited for a long time for PulseChain, and to see how amazing it has been, because we've gotten through some pretty big hiccups here, and I think there's a lot of people that were kind of sitting on the edge of their seat wondering what would happen. And hopefully we'll see, which you announced on your stream, we see a stream, right? Maybe on Monday. And we start hearing Richard. I'm really curious about what the tone is going to be from him, right? Is he going to throw it in people's face, rub people's nose in it, and take a victory lap? Or is he going to be the guy who goes, hey, this is for the people, and this is really something that could, change the trajectory of the world, and him share that vision? I hope that's what we hear from him, honestly, because that's, to me, the most powerful thing he communicates is the vision, because he sees stuff we don't see. And I think that's, it's like returning things to popular control. Once things get out of hand, I mean, why did we have the revolutions that we've had? Because the tyrants were in control. And how do we push back on that? This, to me, it's the main point of everything long term. So, yeah, I'm super bullish on whatever Richard Hart touches, because he doesn't do things for no reason, and he doesn't need any money. The worst thing Richard could do is just say, I'm done. I'm going to go sit on the beach. And he can't do that. Obviously, it's clearly he can't. But you know what? He's going to get. He said to me on actually your HEX conference online, he said, my legacy is the community. And that's true. That's where this honor and glory is going to come from, is that you change so many lives.
For me, I know it can be difficult, like trying to conceptualize the different, just like there's something that my mind wants to do when I'm like living in this new crypto world, but I'm coming from a legacy world. And in this new crypto world, I think to myself, here's this guy, Richard Hart. He's doing things that nobody has done. I want to make predictions because it's fun to play along. I've got my popcorn ready, right? And whether he's debating people in a way that I don't really see other people debating, whether he's teaching his audience, doing a live stream, answering everybody's questions for 8 hours on his throne, like it would almost be a joke, but it's real, and it's like, and that's how many billionaires do you know that do that? For me, it's like, I want to make those predictions and I want to see what's coming next because I'm so excited. But then I have to think to myself too, like, how do I stop the securities regulators from getting it wrong, getting the story wrong? Because it's like, well, I don't have any expectations. I did sacrifice for PulseChain. I don't know how you could be any more clear that you're sacrificing something when you take crypto that you control and you send it to an address that you don't control, that is known to have no expectations. And so, like that's a line that I try to walk these days with like, how do I make predictions about Richard without expecting anything from him?
Yeah. Well, and it's all new territory, right? I mean, if we go to the base layer, and Richard's mentioned this a number of times, if possession is 9/10 of the law, right? And let's say you own a Picasso and it hangs on your wall at your house and it's worth $20 million. I mean, somebody can come and seize that. Yeah. Right? However, if you were to memorize your seed phrases, let's say you did. I'm not suggesting that as your security strategy, but let's say you had them memorized, you have the right to remain silent. And so what does that mean? You actually don't hold any crypto. You don't have possession of crypto. And most people think, how do I get my coins on my ledger? You don't get your coins on your ledger. It doesn't work that way. You don't own or hold cryptocurrency. You hold keys. That's the beauty of DeFi. That's the beauty of the blockchain. It's actually your right in your keys. So the interesting question is, if I have my neighbor's house keys, do I own his house? No, I don't. And I think that when people understand that, this is going to be the test in law, right? These are the gray areas that are going to have to be defined, because in the past, we haven't had something that you actually don't have possession of. Yes. And to have keys, the question is, what is the legal ramifications? Because I'm holding the keys, does that mean I own it? Well, it doesn't. It's not in my possession. And that's the really interesting challenge that I think is coming from all of this stuff is they're going to have to make a determination. And I've experienced it. People want to get you, they'll get you. I don't care what your story is. If they want to get you, they're going to get you. However, I just, hope and pray that, those that understand that it's already, Pandora's box is open and it's already got its tentacles out into the people of power. They're holding Bitcoin, they're holding Ethereum, they're holding these things, and they're like, I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face. So why would I do this? And of course, you look across the world, people are seeing how ridiculous the U.S. is being, and it's pushing everybody offshore. Well, I mean, don't you think the places like the UAE and Dubai and even the UK has got way better crypto regulation? I think we're going to be just fine. But yeah, it's I agree with you. Being careful about all these things. We even decided not to do sacrifice because of our legal counsel. Because you basically you accept money, you've got liability, but there's no victims. So you have to have damages in order to have fraud. So yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't worry about it. I don't worry about it because there's just no case law. It's not clear. So but I don't care what you think the story is. If they think the story is different, you lose. And so we've seen this over time. I mean, Julian Assange is still in prison, right? I mean, there are stories of this. I mean, this is that level of stuff too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's a really clear take on it. And I think that that's really useful because if you're doing something fraudulent, then there is a system there to protect people. There is a system there. I mean, I even put warnings from the SEC on these like shout out videos that I got, once upon a time, to say, do not literally screenshot. It was like a video screenshot of the SEC website. Do not invest based on celebrities.
Yep.
Even if they're just shouting this is not an endorsement at all. And, so it's really good. I think as a space, it comes from a place of, well, it shows that we may be starting a better environment if we're paying attention to these kinds of things. And I always look at it as if the answer to the question that you're asking, like if your monetary incentives or your monetary environment is telling you the answer already, then you have a conflict of interest. It's almost like, and I love your take on this. It's almost like Ethereum. It was started as a decentralized world computer, and Vitalik was cited as saying 5-cent transactions. That's pushing it. Like that's almost too expensive. And then all of a sudden, people started using Ethereum as a store of value. And when you use it as a store of value, then people hoard it and it becomes scarce. And then you don't get 5-cent transaction fees anymore. You get $500 transaction fees. And so I'm curious what you think about like the conflict of interest there when it comes to like Ethereum. They started out with a design intention, and then eventually it didn't end up working out because the people who have their value stored there, they aren't incentivized to fix the problem because that's part of what's holding up their value, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think there's two things that I would say about that. The first is it's an example of what I said before, is that this incrementalism, Vitalik, when you're that kind of innovator and you literally bring smart contracts to the table and you think about what Vitalik kind of represents and something that's so new, when people in the legacy system, when there's something so new like this that unlocks things like HEX and unlocks smart contracts, it's difficult, and it feels like the early internet, is that you kind of have to go along with where the resources are and where the influence is and where the power is. And what we see is, because of the timing of that and when Vitalik came in and everything, those entities got their hands on it, right? It gets corrupted by those, because you kind of have to work with people, and unfortunately those people that have power. Now its fundamental nature intention was decentralization, but now you look at OFAC compliance, right? And I'm not saying that we should support North Korean people and people that are doing nefarious things, but the nature of running it through the OFAC filter is an indication that this incrementalism and this basically playing with the centralized parties is the way he's going. So in a way, you think what you're doing is helpful, but really the message it's sending is it's not pure DeFi, because you are filtering people out. You are censoring people. Now, I understand, there's regulatory things and there are things to protect investors, but that's what I see is, but when you talk about the other side of this, which is this group of people who don't have incentive to bring these things down. I mean, they obviously want sharding. They want to make things cheaper, but it's become such a behemoth. If you think about the Herculean effort of just forking it, much less creating it and dealing with. I mean, the fact that it went over from proof of work to proof of stake is a huge thing. So, on one hand, I'm thankful that there's the innovation of smart contracts, because it's created this future of alts that we so love. But once again, Richard Hart didn't invent the crypto, but he's making it more fair and more accessible and more free and more of what its intentions were meant to be. And so that's how I see it. And that's why I get so excited about it, because people prove themselves by whether they follow their principles or not.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely. I think that it'll be really curious to see whether the fees are high in PulseChain or not, but I think that we're going to learn a lot from this crypto history and try to make the most of it. We have somebody stopping by here who Frank has been helping out with the meetup. He is here to report on some events from last night.
Yeah, it was really a spectacular event. We had a Pulse X meetup last night, and shout out to my mastermind, our mastermind. 10% of the masterminds are at the conference, the HEX conference, and we had 9 people confirmed for Italian Prime last night, and I was like, where is everybody? Like, this is the Pulse X meetup, and I clicked on the Telegram, and before you knew it, there were 60 people there. It was unbelievable. It just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they were so gracious to kind of expand the tables and stuff. So it was exciting. I mean, I'm trying to think of who was there. Corey Geary was there. Corey the investor. RH Max. Who else? Westcott Crypto was there. Yeah. Boy, it was just. Hex Monkey was there. It was just so much fun. I mean, and for it to come together, it was like flood. It was like nobody was there. 9 people, which would have been fine. We'd have just hung out. But then, boom, it was just great.
You got a 4X. All of a sudden, that sounds familiar.
We got a 6X, really. I mean, almost a 7.
Wow.
So yeah, it was pretty exciting. And when we saw each other on Friday night or Thursday night, and I shared that with you, like we were going to have something, and you're like, not the first Pulse X conference, but a meetup. And I was like, no, thanks for helping me tweak it. It was good. Yeah. So, every little breadcrumb you follow at these conferences, makes it that much better. Just tweaking things slightly just makes it so much more fun. So thanks for putting these on.
Oh yeah. My pleasure. And thanks for helping to plan. I think due to my injury and even just me wanting more people to get involved and to, share the responsibilities, but also to get the experience and be more of a decentralized community that works together. That's why I really appreciate it when you volunteered to do this. And I think all of us who are having this, volunteerism, I think it's really cool, because I don't see that as a common theme always in the rest of the world. And I think that there might be something to do with time locking crypto and being in the best crypto of all time. in many regards that maybe attracts and creates an environment where people can be volunteering.
Yeah, and I encourage everybody to create a PulseX or a Pulse meetup in their city. I'm in Chicago, so I'm going to do something soon, and just get it out to the community. And also, it's a great way to onboard people. I mean, there's nothing better than this community. I mean, I'm sure it's, as I've been listening, I hear everybody talk about how great it is, but there's, from my experience, all I feel is love from the community. And, it's just a beautiful thing. So, and love itself, I'll put a plug in here for, I'm a big power versus force guy, Dr. David Hawkins, the map of consciousness, and love calibrates at 500, and 540 is unconditional love. So I encourage everybody to raise the bar to unconditional love, because that's where you can love everybody like you'd love your child. And, anyway, that's my little plug for, consciousness, raising people's consciousness. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks for being here, and looking forward to lots more meetups in the future.
Yeah, me too. Thanks. Again, thanks for putting these on. You're opening the floodgates for so many people, and just the beauty of it all is really wonderful. So thank you.
Yeah. Right on.
All right, man. See you later. Bye, guys.
So awesome.
Yeah, you could see the genuine, real, reality of doing these meetups and this community. Like when it goes from being 2D on a screen to 3D, it's really cool.
Well, that's everything. I mean, I think I talk about David Lee, who came to my dad's funeral, and you've probably heard that story, but it was terrible, right? My dad died, suddenly, and here we are, having to plan everything. And none of my friends from high school came to my dad's funeral, but David Lee, the Hexican, came all the way from southwestern Indiana. And I just use that as an example, but you've put on so many conferences. I've been to many of them, and meetups and all that. And the type of conversations and the genuine love, right? The care for people. I feel like what Richard's done, and in a way, we lament the fact that there was so much hate, right? And so much pushback and all that. But, that's the reaction to things that are pure and to truth, right? Because there are forces that are trying to push back on the truth. And when you hold on a second, I'm losing power and you're gaining power, but yours is individual power, and, this collective idea of coming together and, communication and community. It's really, the forces that are out there are really, really hate that, right? They don't want you to have this freedom. They don't want you to have this opportunity. And then you come in real life with people and you recognize, hold on, this is essentially a filter. Crypto, I think, is for people who are relatively optimistic, right? And that's a cool group to have, because the people that are kind of, rational people that are just like, hey, I don't have time for this stuff, I'm busy. But it attracts a group of people that are hoping that future is going to be better than the past. And, they get told about this stuff, but I think it really, once we have a meetup or something, it is really bringing the people who are probably the hub of all of their wheels in their personal life, right? They're a person who is actually kind of a centralized person who is always giving to others. And that is really powerful. It's not like, well, let's get a bunch of people together and they're Wall Street, hedge fund guys, because they're big shots, right? Just ask them. They'll tell you how big shots they are. No, these are little shots. And when we get together, these are folks who are not trying to share their pedigree or try to, judge you. And what I love about that is I think the consistency of the kind of the HEX Pulse Chain, this whole Richard Hart ecosystem people, is regular people who have seen hard times and see a future. And I mean, this is what you tell all the time, man. It's like you are a walking, testimony to life change. And you just can't deny that. And then when you say, hey, I'm not selling you anything, and that's what I love about crypto, that's what I love about HEX, what I love about the Richard Hart ecosystem is I can't do it for you. There's no product to sell. I'm not hustling you. There's no downlines. This isn't multi-level. It's you in the contract, period. All I'm doing is I know that if I love you and help you win, we win together. That is so pure. And that's why I think it's attracting so many regular, reasonable, authentic people.
Yeah, well said. As the chat is saying, well said. And cool. So what else are you excited about in crypto and PulseChain? What was your launch strategy?
So my launch strategy was to do nothing and eat popcorn with Crypto Panda and Rags. And that's worked out just fine. I'm not a sophisticated, I'm not a sophisticated guy when it comes to, I don't push buttons, right? I don't like to, I feel like, the people I really admire have made about 6 trades in their life, right? They've gotten into things heavy when they know there's opportunity and then they just wait. I don't play around with derivatives. I don't play around with pushing buttons. I'm not farming. I'm not doing pools. And you say, oh, that's foolish. Nope. We'll see. We'll see. Because the people I look at out there who have become whales are people who made decisions and sat on their hands. And, oh, I missed this opportunity on this crazy thing. And what bothers me is there's so many shiny objects now. Just look at, if you just go and you take a look at Dex Screener and you sort by volume in PulseChain or percentage growth in PulseChain, all of these things are flooding in, trying to shake a shiny rattle in your face. And it's like, oh, I missed that Doge thing, or I missed this thing, this Pulse thing. And man, it went up 400x in the last 4 days. I'm like, stop. To me, it's a disservice to the community, but you can't stop it. And it's like the best thing I see to do is to say, all right, let's think about the future of what things will look like and what our responsibility is with this abundance, because this has never happened in human history. So let's get prepared. So I'm excited about, we're doing a generosity conference coming up on June 24th. There's only 50 tickets. It's at gencon2023.com. And we're bringing people together who want to talk about how do we give back and how do we work together to make the biggest impact. And so we're bringing people in to have that deep conversation about, it's really an extension of the compassion cartel. Hey, what if we were in abundance in the future? Well, how should we think about how we work together to make an impact, and what's the right approach? And so I've been in the nonprofit space for a long time, and I've always looked forward to this idea that all these new people that could end up having sudden wealth syndrome and might need to go to Maddie have a plan for their future to say, hold on a second, this isn't about me diving into the bowels of, hedonism. It's about saying, hold on, no, I'm a steward of something that's gifted to me. And while I'm here on this earth, I'm going to do my best to use that resource and that influence to make things better. And so what does that look like? And so I'm really excited about that GenCon 2023 conference coming up in Houston. We're going to do a meetup, a PulseChain, Texan, HEX, all folks in Houston meetup the night before on the 23rd of June. And that's the stuff that gets me excited, because I'm a big fan, just like you are, in real life relationship building.
Yes. And how do you spell the website again?
Yeah, GENCON, GenCon 2023, 2023.com. And there's only 50 spots. So it's a group of people who, a lot of those folks are people that we just built relationships over the last 2 years with. But there are some tickets open. And then the night before, on Friday night, anybody can come. It's just a meet up at a bar. So yeah, it should be fun. And it's just an opportunity. There's so many good Hexicans and Pulsekins and Pulsexicans in Houston area. It's always a good time.
Sweet. Yeah. And are you going to broadcast any of that, or is it going to be all behind closed doors?
Well, it's going to be behind closed doors for now. We're going to professionally record it, and we may release certain talks, because we got some people internationally that are coming in. We got some and more will come on the site of once we confirm those people as speakers. But there's going to be some, there's some some transparent things that I think people are going to share that we wouldn't want to have public, because to me, it's one thing to hang out at a bar and have a conversation. And then there's this, when you start talking about people's money and their heart and all of that, some people do not feel comfortable with that stuff being public. So yeah,
Sure.
we're intentionally not going to live stream it, but we will take segments of that and we will put it up.
Good. Yeah, that sounds good. Now, forgive me, it's been a long 40 hours. Did you say you said your launch strategy was to eat popcorn, right?
Yeah.
And that's really cool. What were there any significant moments there? Do you know where you were and what you were doing when?
Yeah.
Was it a bigger moment when PulseChain went live or when the bridge went live?
Okay, so I'll give you that story. It's kind of fun. So my daughter's boyfriend was graduating from high school. And so my wife's like, hey, we're going to this graduation. And it was at a local church. And he goes to private school. And, I'm literally in a church with all these people for this graduation. And I see the tweet and everybody just literally bombards me with this. And I'm sitting there going, I have to sit in this graduation ceremony while all of this stuff is happening around us, because we had talked about for at least a year that Brandon from Rags to Riches and Crypto Panda would get together, and Crypto Panda and I would eat popcorn while Rags tells us about what's happening. And that's exactly what we did. And we had a bunch of people come in and just, celebrate. And so that's really what we did, because, this is the time to celebrate. And I really encourage people, FOMO is a real thing. And you're seeing all these people talking about, man, I'm farming. I got in early. I got into this deal. I got my ink token. You're like, I don't have any incentive token. So then you start feeling bad about yourself. And then you start pushing buttons. Stop doing that. You got in early. You've been waiting. This is the beginning of the wait again. However, there's so much good news. And to me, this launch has gone so well. And there was some touch and go stuff where like, okay, what's happening here? Bridge stuff and all that. But that just increases the pressure and the excitement for folks. And just get ready, folks. $100 million in the bridge, right? There's so much money. People can't even stuff it in fast enough. And it's already the third, by volume, best, blockchain out there, layer one. And the fact that, the fees aren't what we thought they would be, but they're way cheaper than they are on Ethereum. And Richard hasn't even said a word live. Just wait. This thing it's about to pop. And of course, I think we're out of the getting out of the bear market. I mean, this is just, once again, God sees you at the corner of his eye, Richard Hart. And here you are doing it again. And so I'm thankful that more people get to have the same experience you had, Maddie, and other people that were OG Hexicans. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. And he's not going to stop. Like, this is not the last time there's going to be a huge opportunity with being a part of something Richard's doing.
Yeah. I'm really excited. I was trapped in an airport and didn't really.
I saw you in the truck too. Weren't you in some truck at some point too?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've been traveling a lot, and that's been good overall. Can't wait to get more healed up, but until then, it's really cool to be here in Miami. I've gotten to meet more and more Bitcoiners, and so that's really fun for me, because I started off as a Bitcoiner before I heard about trustless yield and free claims and airdrops and all that good kind of stuff.
Dude, well, I hope you feel better. And is this because of the accident, or is this something new? Yeah. Well, I hope that the stem cells, I'm really curious about that, because everything I've read about stem cell treatment it's like miraculous.
There's like this huge joke that just developed, because I've heard this and I didn't put it together with crypto at all, but I had heard from all these people at the stem cell clinic, like, 2 weeks is like somebody flips a switch and all of a sudden it's way better. And yes, earlier somebody was saying it, I think Toby Wan or Tangent or somebody was saying like, oh yeah, like stem cells are supposed to just kick in right after 2 weeks. And I'm sitting here like, I've been waiting 2 weeks for something else, like, for a long time.
Right. How long ago did you get the treatment?
5 days ago.
Okay. Yeah. It's amazing. I've read things about people with, really serious things. I mean, blood-based things. And I think there's one report, I think early on when I started looking into stem cell stuff was that, they were given stem cell treatment and actually their blood type changed. Like you think about this idea that, hold on a second, the very nature of the stem cell is it becomes what it needs to become. And that, that is so exciting. And I think that, the future, a lot of new treatments is going to be based on that.
Yeah, for sure. The future is bright, not only for crypto, but I hope also for medicine.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So I see somebody named Finn Bear here in the chat is asking something like, "Hey, Maddie, did they imitate you at the Bitcoin conference?" Well, it's funny you should ask that, because I walk into the Bitcoin conference and they're having a funeral procession for fiat, for the fiat currency. They have a casket in the Bitcoin conference. They're carrying it in and everything. And I thought to myself, wow, Freddie Quotes actually did that. And he did it in a much bigger way. Then I walk around the corner from there. Okay, this is the next day, but I walked around the corner. They have a DeLorean sitting there inside the conference hall. And I'm like, I already did this last year. I brought my DeLorean. I was admiring their DeLorean because it was also in the top 5% best preserved DeLoreans in the world. But theirs actually had the best movie kit I've ever seen. Even the one that Universal Studios got, their kit that got put onto the DeLorean that they were showing off there ended up melting in the sun. So it's a little bit harder than it seems to outfit something that looks like it did in the movies to last. But they didn't have it sitting in the sun here in Miami. But and then I go to the Bitcoin conference website and it says, like, to join the live stream, click here. And it says, we're live in like big letters. And I'm like, all right, guys, like, come on.
They're just borrowing everything from us. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's okay. We borrowed, like, stopping double spends from them. So good trade.
Fair trade. Yeah. That's hilarious.
And then, yeah, I guess, like, what else has been interesting to you? Like, have you heard anything about Time Pays Me?
I have. I've been listening to you talk about it.
Yeah.
And, the fact that you're doing something that is altruistic and service oriented rather than just a financial play, to me, is very admirable. Obviously, I hope you have adoption and people get this, but I think that the crowd that listens to me, which tends to be older, is very concerned about security. And to have that layer in there, I met some people when I was at the Consensus Conference who are building things that basically checks ahead of time before you send to make sure, you're sending to the right place. What I think you're doing is so much more robust because, I mean, if you're somebody that's worried about getting hacked, I think what you're talking about, it's almost like, I think people should integrate what you have into wallets, you're almost building this infrastructure that isn't just standalone. I get this thing. No, it should be the basis, and everyone should plug into it to say, I've got this option, right? Time Pays Me. Oh, okay. I can use this as a security function. So to me, you're like really core, important infrastructure for dum-dums and not so dum-dums.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that. I too agree that this is something that should be built into crypto in the first place. And I think even so, let's take people out there who like getting yield and they like locking up their coins, maybe in like a native way. So that could be HEX, or I guess it could be Texan. There are different things out there that people get yield from. And but yeah, if people like the Maximus DAO founders, if they come along and they tokenize something that you have going in DeFi, and then you have a token that you're comfortable is representing, and that's, you know, a big if. But I think for practical purposes, it's way better than just sitting on the sidelines or sitting in liquid that you're dripping back to yourself. The whole point of the drip is to be rewarding. HEX is something that's very rewarding to earn yield on, but high fees. And then what time frame do you set? So it's yeah, I'm really excited about Time Pays Me, and just in general, I think that when people time lock, they end up working together in a way that maybe society doesn't already have built into everything. So that's even bigger, I think.
Well, and you know, it's cool. And I don't know if you see it this way yet or not, but you're creating something that will outlive you, right? This is going to be something that will be, I mean, theoretically, long after you're gone, this exists. And what I think is really cool about it is, you know, these are the things that are core, they're important, right? And we're in the early days of this. It's clear because we don't have things like this yet. And the fact that you're willing to do it, and it's altruistic. You're caring for people when you build this Time Pays Me. And it's like, wow, like people that you will never, ever meet, and potentially people that haven't even been born yet will be saved from either hackers or, you know, whatever the nefarious actors are. And that's so critical for mainstream. If people that aren't sophisticated can't get into crypto, they ain't going to get into crypto. And to think that, all right, we've got these things. That's why I see your product being built into everything. They should have this function in everything. It's the way to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, like, oh, this is a cool comment. $10 super chat from Astro 369. Had a great time finally meeting some amazing hexicans here in Miami. Luckily ran into you, Maddie, who gave us, or Matt. No,
it's you, isn't it?
Okay. Who gave us a ride to the spot in his PLSX Tesla. Okay, that might be a different Matt, a third Matt maybe. So cool. Thank you, Maddie Allen, Hex Therapy Live. Yeah.
Nice.
I've not been in a Tesla recently, so very cool. And yeah, I think that there's a lot to look forward to now. I would love to see Richard Hart stream. I wonder what he's waiting for. Do you have any speculation?
Well, just from you. I mean, you know, the last time he streamed was on your channel, right? 130 some days ago.
Yep.
And, you know, Crypto Man ran. I watched him, and he literally put the eye thing because, you know, was that you that got that insider information that basically potentially we'll see him Monday on Crypto Banner? That would be incredible. I would love to hear, you know, one of the things that has been a challenge, and I'm very reluctant to criticize Richard because he's way smarter than I am and he's got a plan. But all the stuff he's been doing on Twitter is so refreshing to me. I just absolutely love it. I eat it up, right? I'm like, man, he's giving us like alpha about life. And it's almost like old school Richard Top Hat again. And I love it. Well, it would be really cool. You know, one of the things that there's benefits of the 8-hour stream, and then there are disadvantages of the 8-hour stream. And it would be really nice to see Richard again and to see him in his just in a comfortable position. Because every time I've ever seen him when he's with Hexicans and he's with the community, oh my gosh, he's like the most winsome person. But boy, you get him on the defensive, and it's sometimes it's kind of painful because he feels like he has to be on the defense or on the offense. And so for the loyal, it would be cool to see him on his own stream. But I'll take whatever I can get, honestly. But it would be so wonderful. And I think this is the right time because, but yeah, I mean, as long as he's not taking a massive victory lap in sharing vision, because I think that what he's doing here is so consequential and so beyond him personally. And I think he's seeing that. That's how he has been responding in Twitter is, wow, like this is big. And he's often admitted that to us, right? On your streams, basically saying, yeah, I didn't know that the cryptocurrency, it surprised me that it was going to give people so much hope. I mean, like, people didn't kill themselves because they had HEX. That's crazy. But it's like this unintended consequence, which is so beautiful. And it's like, all right, you know, if he focuses on those topics, you just can't argue with that. You can't argue with those type of things. That's the result of real true life change, and that unlocks something really special. And that's how I see the world. But I'm not a genius like Richard Hart.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool to see what marketing style he takes, or what side of himself he comes with, because we did hear him say that he's working on being more humble, at the same time having no expectations. I know that there's a group of people out there that connects with the outrage marketing side. There's a group that connects with the debating side. There's a group that connects with like the more, I'd say, genuine and like heartfelt side of Richard. So
no, I think he's, when he's disciplined, and he's been like, remember when he went on Kitco? He's gone on some pretty big things, and he's been very disciplined at times. When he's really disciplined, and it's not just kind of, you know, shooting the bull with people, he's really good. He's really good. And I think that I love the debate. You know, I love the fact that he's telling the truth. I mean, you should never get away from that. What is the authenticity of Richard Hart? And I remember when he was with Hexo, remember when they hung out, it was at the gathering that they had, celebrating 2 years in London. And I remember that stream, and I absolutely love that stream because he was completely comfortable, and he was with Hexo, and he was relaxed. But the authenticity of telling you the truth, I will stop you and I will tell you the truth. That's what Richard Hart does. He should never get away from that. But telling the truth and belittling people are two different things. And I think that's what I've seen from him, is that he's shifting. You know, just look at his profile pic from, you know, all the stuff from his childhood. You know, and I think at first when he was doing the Highest of Stakes movie, he was like, no one wants to hear this story about my upbringing and all this kind of stuff. And then he realized, no, we really do, because that's what actually connects us to you, is that we can relate to you. And I think it's hard for somebody that's in the public eye like that to go, you know, that's back, you know, but it has so much power because it's relatable. That, hold on, if it can happen to Richard Hart, it can happen to Matty Allen. It can happen to Crypto Heartbeat. It can happen to any of us, because you don't have to be a Wall Street, you know, Rothschild to make it in crypto. And that, to me, is the hope that he provides. And that's, you know, that's my hope for him. But he's already doing it well in Twitter. I think it's just going to be an extension of that when we see him again.
Yeah. That'll be really exciting to see. Does anybody have any questions in the live stream for Crypto Heartbeat or myself? I am looking here to see if the next speaker knows that they are going to be speaking.
Well, I want to say thank you to you, Matty. Thanks for, I mean, you just consistently have done this. You're always thinking about ways to gather people, and you've done so much to bring people together, and you've been so committed to going places, even when you're not feeling well. And, you know, it requires this kind of leadership. And I just appreciate what you've done, because you've afforded all of us opportunities to connect in unique ways. And please don't stop, because you are the guy that brings everybody together. So thank you for doing this. And a 48-hour stream is pretty Herculean effort. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thanks for the kind words. And I really appreciate your style and the way your values and how you're onboarding groups of people into crypto, you know, with the right ideas in mind, you know, self-sovereignty, censorship resistance, earning trustless yield, doing all these things that crypto was invented for, instead of, you know, the FTXs of the world. You know, they're just increasing the problem even more, because people think they're in crypto and they're not. So it's really good that we're all working together here to try to, you know, bring real crypto to people.
So can I tell you a secret?
Please.
Okay, I know no one. It's just between you and me, right? So we're working with basically the world's premier academic on independence and sovereignty. He's basically written the book on it. He's advising 17 independence movements across the world right now. We just did a briefing for him on DeFi, and we're having our first conversation with a new country that is considering their actual currency and considering DeFi rather than CBDC. So this extension of Richard Hart's vision is getting to the point where we're literally having conversations that relate to literal freedom and sovereignty of countries who are going to embrace DeFi rather than CBDCs. And there are one very large country that's actually considering building all of their country's DApps on the PulseChain. That's huge. And so those kind of conversations, I know I'm sharing this just you and me right now, but that's exciting. And that to me, that's why I'm so thankful, is to have those type of conversations, because we've done what we've done with Texan. It's opening up so many opportunities. And think about how many people could be onboarded that have no idea what crypto is because their country decided to go with DeFi on the PulseChain. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm going to keep focusing here for just a second to send out some more invites to make sure that we have more speakers for the last 8 hours of the 48-hour live stream. When this started, I wasn't sure it would be possible, but now I'm thinking we can do it.
Yeah, I know there's some people can fill in for you. I saw Briz was offering. I'm sure we could wrangle Rags in here.
Yeah. And I'm just sending the link out to some people. Dollar Cost Crypto said he can come on in about 15 or 30 minutes, so that'll be a treat, of course. Dollar Cost Miguel, I would say he's probably got the most verified, in a sense, number of onboards into HEX because of his educational groups that he runs. Really have a massive amount of users. Maybe 8,000 people or something have gone through his education, and he's onboarded that many people into HEX. So and then think of all those people. If they onboarded 1 or 2 people, he's responsible for like maybe a third of the stakers or something like that. Not responsible, but he's getting the credit of onboarding, and that's a great skill. That's something that and it really scales with the power of YouTube. I've been really impressed. You mentioned David Lee. It was there for you as somebody who I believe you two had met through YouTube.
Yep.
And for me, I'm really lucky because I have been really blessed by the human resources that exist in this community, and the friendships and everything they run deep.
Well, and it's so amazing to me, and this is just so clear that everyone's been given gifts, right? And they've got talents and abilities. And it's just the variety of, there's some really smart people in our community. And I'm just so impressed. Everything from music to, TA to finance to macro to, just anything you could possibly imagine. There's somebody who is doing it right now. And that, and the fact that people are willing to share that, early days in my YouTube, Maddie, I was just doing interviews with anybody, right? Hey, who wants to, I'd love to just hear your story. And one of the guys that was kind of in the periphery is like, yeah, I'll do it for 50 grand. I was like, I don't need interviews that bad, but he was serious. And I'm like, we don't do that here. No one pays for anything. Everyone is just so willing to contribute because they understand that we win together. That's something really unique. Everyone's gatekeeping their time. Everyone wants you to pay to play. No one wants you to pay to play that I see in this community. And if they did, I wouldn't pay to play. And that, to me, that's another extension of Richard Hart's vision of purity. So yeah, amazing community.
Yeah. Looks like Johnny Chaos and a Wild SJ have responded. So that's looking really good.
Well, I appreciate you having me on. Yeah, really excited about PulseChain, really excited about the future of our community. And, just if you think about, well, let me ask you this. How many people, individual people, do you believe are actually in HEX? You have to guess a number. Because there's probably 350,000 wallets.
I would say that there are 22,000 active, and I would say that there are maybe 88,000 like unique people.
Really? That's small.
For stakers. I'm only counting stakers.
Okay. Well, what do you think about holders? That somebody that actually has a wallet, an individual though, that has they may have multiple wallets, but they're a holder of HEX.
200,000.
Yeah, that's about exactly where I think it is as well.
There was an example of kind of like a ZK rollup that happened that allowed about 100,000 addresses to get 100 HEX each, and so that's how I reached the number of like 200,000 unique holders.
Well, so this is what I want people to think about, because this is super encouraging to me. If a community of people can come together and care for one another and follow this vision of pure crypto, you can unlock billions. You're basically saying that's only 200,000 people. There's 8 to 9 billion on the planet. Yeah. And these people are in communities that currently exist. And so to me, this next phase with what the PulseChain enables is bringing people into this. Our differentiator is you, Maddie. It's this whole thing. It is the care and concern for other people. I do not see it in other communities, this kind of care and concern for other people. And to me, I've in my fundraising world, this has been the truth. There are so many people out there that are trying to get after the billionaires. They're trying to get after the rich people. And there's a myth in fundraising that if everybody gave us a little, we'd have a lot. But what they don't realize is that these people that are at the top of what we would consider to be successful, right, in the traditional financial world, are empty, and they are lonely, and they do not have community, and they're not connected, because everybody treats them as if they're not human and they're just somebody to get a transaction out of. And what I have found through all of my fundraising work is the way people are successful is not by asking for anything, it's by giving. And when you come and you say, I don't want anything from you, I know you're very capable, but I'm going to give to you, and I'm going to connect with you, I'm going to build a relationship with you, and I'm going to bring you value. That's what we're all doing. And what does that do? It unlocks resources. But so many people are they're not fitting in, they're not belonging, they don't feel like they have peers, they don't have the human connection, because their money has actually clouded that, because everybody's trying to get in their pocket. The beauty of crypto and the beauty of DeFi is I can't get into your pocket, right? So I might as well give to you. Well, how do I give to you? By accepting you, whoever you are. And that's what I love about Hexicans. It's like you go to these Hex conferences you put together, and these people are high-fiving. In normal life, you're like, well, you're supposed to hate this person. But you're like, no, I love them because we're winning together. That, to me, people don't know the power of that. They do not understand the power of what the community piece of this is. They think it's cool. Hey, yeah, it was really nice to meet you. But you watch. As things get tighter and tighter and tighter with the centralized planners, the PulseChain in this community is going to shine and is going to grow. And if you can do it with 200,000 people, you can do it. We can grow so big.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. And welcome to a Wild SJ appears.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hello.
Afternoon, almost where you're all at.
Are you in the forest?
I am, but it's probably it's just a green screen. But I'm actually in like the Santa Rosa area of California.
Wow.
Yeah, celebrating a friend's bachelorette party, which is why I'm not in Miami. But yeah, it's lovely up here. I needed this so much. I just have been running around doing lots of things, and with all the excitement with PulseChain and Crypto Heartbeat, I can't even like thank you so much for what you just said about the FOMO, because this is the first time I've experienced anything like this. And listening to everyone say all those things, this coin's doing this thing, and this all these X's are happening, and I'm just like, but I got in to hold. I'm holding. It's HEX. That's the thing. It's a long-term game. I don't need to do this right now. Like it's all super exciting, and especially like incentive coin and things like that. I'm just like, man, like, am I missing out? But in reality, I know that I came into this to secure my financial freedom for my future, and I know that it's like we waited 2 years for PulseChain, and that's just the beginning, right? Like we're this is now like we're sitting at the bottom of a bowl, is what I hear. Like I don't know things about these things, but from what I've heard, all these murmurings of where we're at in the market, it's like, all right, cool. Like now the real waiting happens, right? Now it's really time to diamond hands and just sit on them and just watch it happen, right? Like I am gonna definitely DCA. I have a little bit of like dry powder right now. I'm just gonna put like a little bit into like I think almost everything. Like I want to get a little PulseX. I want to get a little more Pulse. I'm still like you, Crypto Heartbeat. I don't push buttons, so I'm actually gonna I've been talking to Crypto Sloth a little bit, and he and I are going to get together, and what I'd like to do is do a walkthrough with him of just the super basic, like if I was a no coiner, or if I bought HEX 3 years ago and I did one stake and then I didn't, because a friend told me to do it and then I haven't touched it since, right? How do we get those people back in the game and like a little more interested in at least finding out where their wallet's at and what they're doing? So that's something that I'm looking forward to, because we're going to need it from everyone, right? Like all the tutorials, all the walkthroughs, everything like that. I don't think there can be enough, right? Just because 1 or 2 influencers does something like that doesn't mean we don't need 3 or 4 or 5 other people to come along and do it their way, which has always been an echo through I think our content creation, right? Is that it doesn't matter, like if you see someone else out here talking about HEX or PulseChain, like we need everyone, we need all voices, and that rising tide raises all ships. So happy to be here with you guys.
It's so awesome. For me, the only thing that you have to show people is other layer ones and what they did over a period of time, just to remind people that you don't have to push buttons and you don't have to do things. Because if you look at the average returns on new layer ones, I mean, the best time to get into anything is at the beginning. We know that with anything you ever invest in. And if you look at new layer ones, well, this has things that no one else has had before. And so that's your strategy is my strategy, which is to say, I got into this because they're forking Ethereum, became Ethereum 2.0. I believe in Richard and this ecosystem. And it's like, just keep the main thing. Otherwise you'll wreck yourself, because you're thinking I'm going to get this big yield, and you make a mistake. I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, me either. Like as enticing as it is, I'm just like, at least at this point, I don't feel like what I have, at least with Pulse and PulseX, is enough to play around with. You know what I mean? Like, right. I don't want to risk like trying to learn, and these are things that I, in part, I wish I would have played with on the testnet a little bit. And I know it's still open and that's still possible. So at least I understand like the basics of what it means to do LP or farming or things like that. But at the same time, I'm just like, well, again, like, do I want to take any of those risks?
No,
probably not. No.
Well, and I'm just always reminded, Ballet Brand, I've been seeing him. He's like all across visiting castles and stuff in Europe right now.
I love that.
Yeah. I think he's in Switzerland. Mm-hmm. And, he came onto my channel. I tell the story every time. He's like, hey, Matt, when $100 turns into $1 million, and when $1,000 turns into 10 million? And I'm like, nope, don't understand what that looks like. And he said, that's what happened with HEX. And I understand that the bottom to the top, 10,000x, but these are cycles. And where's it going to go next? You have to pick a horse to ride, but don't jump off horses and change horses all the time. No. The whole point of this is you know, I look at that thing and I was like looking at this 25-year-old kid going, oh my goodness, this guy's retired. You know, if that can happen, it can happen again. And that's, you know, and that's what it's almost like you got to keep your eye on that prize out there to say, everyone that I see that I admire in crypto are not traders.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Well, I'm excited about your travels. Like, what are your plans? I mean, I love the painting on the side of everything. Is that working for you? How are things going with your travels?
Thanks for asking. It's been quite a like struggle getting going, to be honest with you. This bus it's wonderful. Like, it runs really well, but it's had issues since I got it, and it currently has a fuel leak. So when I drive it, even when I turn it on, I have diesel fuel leaking out of the fuel pump. The good news is that a member who it was really so cool, because like I love our HEX community, right? But like it's cool that we touch, you know, like other people in other communities kind of like see what we're doing and are even still like a part of like watching our community do things. So the person that ended up recommending me or recommending a mechanic to me, he goes by Big Chris, but he's all cult DAO stuff, you know, like all his background and stuff like that. So, you know, maybe a hexagon by holder or, you know, whatever, but like definitely not like, you know, someone that as many in the community are just like, oh, I'm a hexagon. So it was just really cool to have someone, you know, kind of like a little different from the community. I'd never, you know, and people, that's the best thing is like the people don't like it's a family. Like we really do look out for one another and take care of each other. So I'm excited to get that done on Monday. I'm going to get that all fixed. And then at that point, the bus should be like perfect for just driving around the country and getting everything like, you know, figured out. It looks amazing. I really haven't done a lot of social media. We're doing a little bit of, for the PulseChain tour, we're doing some behind the scenes. There's a virtual ticket. So if you buy the virtual ticket, you get access to more like behind the scenes kind of footage and things like that, things that you're not going to see at the just regular conference, right? So check that out. But that's going to have a lot of the bus content. Like we're going to show, I did a couple time-lapse videos when the Schmyrus was doing the paint job. He's going to come back out. He's actually going to be joining us at the Dublin event. And I had left a lockbox because when I went out of town. And huge shout out. I got to give a huge shout out real quick to Donnell from Hexotic Rentals. You guys check them out on Instagram. I think it's hexoticrentals.com is their website. If you're in the Orange County area, they came to Vegas with some cars. And they just do this really awesome like experience. Like if you want to rent a, you know, like Crypto Coffee was saying, don't buy the Lambo, rent the Lambo. Right. So rent the Lambo from Hexotic Rentals. But Donnell went out of his way to take the bus while I was out of town and go get the windows tinted. And like that was his gift to the PulseChain tour.
Wow.
Like, he tinted my windows, which for me is huge because I have a heat sensitivity. So now all the windows and privacy too. Like you can't see in, like, unless I'm at night with the lights on in here, like you can't see inside during the day at all. And then he even tinted the front window, like it's not tinted, but there's a coating now. So the sun from the front windows like doesn't bother me as much. So shout out to him for doing that. But yeah, it looks sweet. Like there's some touch-ups that need to be done. That's where I was going to go first with that. That's why I remember, because there was a lockbox I left for him. It was left on the bus while it was driving. So then now there's this like little like smiley face of where the paint is all rubbed off from leaving that on. And then I climb up and down. You can't see what I'm pointing at, but I climb up and down this ladder to get up to the top, and like some of the paint from that is kind of good. So we've got him on like retainer to come out and like fix up the bus a little bit more. But he did an amazing job. The bus looks really cool. I get stopped all the time with people asking me like, what is this about? Like, what's going on here? One of the things I really want to do is, and I'm not sure how to do this, so if anyone in the community has a good idea on how to make this happen, let me know. I want to put some kind of mailbox or something, some kind of holder, so that when I'm gone and the bus is just parked, I can put postcards or business cards in it, and then people can just, I'll have like, take one, like learn about PulseChain, something like that. So if anyone has a good idea on how to make that happen, hit me up, because I think that would be really smart. That way it's, wherever I have it parked, people are walking by, they can just take a thing and learn about DeFi.
QR code.
Well, QR codes work, but the other thing, if you wanted like the mailbox for the physical flyers, you just go to Lowe's and you get one of those external mailboxes, the flat ones you stick on the office buildings.
Just
I've got
screw
one
it
out.
into the side of the bus.
Yeah, you just screw it into the bus. That's it. Done. They already make them. Repurpose, girl.
Coming through. I might go swap meet shopping or something, see if I can pick one up.
Might cost you $20-$25. I mean, you can pick them up at any home improvement store, I'm sure.
Excellent. Yeah. I think I'm just scared of drilling into metal, and I don't have a tool to do that with me, unfortunately.
It's not that hard.
Okay. I'll find someone to help.
Yeah, you just get some self-tapping screws and done. The little short self-tapping screws.
I need a drill. I don't have an electric drill or anything. So
I'm sure on your adventures you will meet somebody that has a drill.
I'm sure.
If you have to wait until the 24th, I'll stick a mailbox on the side of the thing.
Nice. Hopefully it won't take that long. I think I'll find
Hopefully it won't take that long.
Yeah. But I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely looking forward to the Chicago meetup and hanging out with you out there. It's going to be good times.
Crypto Heartbeat, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate you being here, and looking forward to streaming more with you in the future over the next 15 years.
Yeah, Johnny Chaos, good to see you, man. I always like seeing a good Michigander, by the way.
Thanks, man. Good to see you.
Yeah. Bye, SJ. See you guys.
Take care. Good to see you.
Thanks, Maddie.
We're the Hexagon Space Force, and we're blasting off this year. So Hexagons unite, because we savages out here. I said the Hexagons are loyal with the gang.
Welcome, Johnny Chaos and a wild SJ.
So how's this Bitcoin conference thing going, man? Yeah. Getting a lot of dirty looks from the shirts. Have you had anybody get real crappy with you or anything?
Johnny, you sound a little bit far away. I don't know if...
Am I so far away? Is it better now?
That's better.
It's a little bit better, yeah.
Okay, we'll fix the settings here.
Cool. And so far, well, I took a picture with Tiffany Fong yesterday, and if you know her, she's the one who
she's funny.
Kind of exposed Sam Bankman-Fried in one way or another.
Oh, yeah.
And so BitBoy had jumped in to the picture, so he's in there too. But there's a guy like standing behind me, and he looks like really like the face he's doing is like.
You mean Altcoin Daily?
Yes. that is Altcoin Daily.
One of the twins.
I don't follow him. The only reason I know about him is because Hexologist ratios him so hard
all the time.
Even it's not a him, it's a hims. There's two. Altcoin Daily is Aaron and Austin.
Oh, okay.
So there's actually two of them, so you don't know which one it was.
Are they twins?
They're twins.
Oh. Yeah. Weird. Yeah. So so he looked really silly, like being left out in the background. And if you wreck your users so much that you start off with 1 million followers and then you can't get as many likes as Hexologist does with his 30K
40,000
followers, that is a really strong indication that you should immediately quit what you're doing and like spend the rest of your life trying to repent.
I ratioed him with 20,000 followers, so wasn't all that hard.
Well done. But I mean, and that kind of speaks to I think the amount of retention and participation that we have in the Hex community. Right now, there are 473 people watching live. They are going to validate the like and subscribe button as much as they can. And, it's the Bitcoin conference, even if they have 2,000 people watching from time to time this year, we're posting some pretty big numbers as a ratio of how many people in the world have heard of Bitcoin versus heard of Hex. What do you two make of this seeming correlation between a cryptocurrency where people are time locking and the future is bright because we have PulseChain, we have such an amazing community, is that what's causing people to stick around? And if you've heard of HEX, you're more likely to be in it than with Bitcoin.
SJ, you want to go first? Because
I mean, I definitely think that's a huge part of it. I mean, I was so drawn into this community just watching all these OG streamers and how not just welcoming, but like welcoming and encouraging, and just again, just saying how we need all these voices. You know, there's not, I mean, no one ever was like, you know, don't do this, or like, you know, like we've already got this person doing this thing, so you shouldn't. Like, I've never felt more like encouraged and purposeful ever in my life.
Wow.
And that, you know, like I seriously feel like this, I mean, I've talked about it before, but this changed my life completely. Like I live like a totally, like I never in my life 2 years ago would have thought that I'd be where I am now. And that's with no financial gain yet. Like, and I haven't seen like any returns on like my initial investments. Right. I'm glad that I learned what DCAing is, and I did a little bit of that. And so when HEX goes back up, like, and you know, of course, like over the next months and years, like next couple of years, like watching PulseChain and PulseX do the same thing. Like, I'm looking forward to that, but I'm glad that that is not the reason my life changed. And that's not the reason that, you know, like I'm living a different lifestyle. Like, I mean, living in a bus, like it's, you know what I mean? But I'm still like, I feel I do have financial freedom, but a lot of that is because I set myself up before I knew what HEX was. I was already looking for it and wanted to be, you know, not, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily financially free, but like free in terms of not having to work for someone else. Right. Like I went into acting. I was doing that for a little while, and then I kind of just switched gears and did the vocal work and things like that. And that allows me to be mobile and to, you know, go where I want to go and do what I want to do. It's a big reason why this whole PulseChain tour is even happening. So, yeah, like hopefully that answered the question. Yeah, I honestly think the community is a huge reason why we are doing so well. Like because we all believe in it. I think that's the biggest thing, is that there are the smartest people in my opinion, the smartest people in the world are in this community. And a lot of y'all went through at least 1 or 2 other crypto cycles, maybe even 3, learning what works, what doesn't work, what, you know, what's catchy, what's not, what's going to stick and what's not. Right. And so thanks to all of your past experiences and all of the things that you had to, you all lost, like, who knows how much money, you know what I mean? Like you know, you had rug pulls and things dump and, you know, founders leave and all that stuff. So when we finally have come now to Richard Hart and his products and what he is providing for the crypto community at large, it's like, how could you not want to be a part of this? And, you know, and keeping the value, you know, holding what we hold, and like people aren't dumping it because we absolutely believe, and there's conviction there, and we're seeing it happen now in real time. Yay.
Once you understand, you believe. So that's the problem, is the reason why everybody isn't all just fanning in is because they don't understand yet. And a lot of the crypto space is not necessarily capable of understanding. We're kind of talking to the wrong people because in the crypto space in general, there's a lot of people that are just plain out degenerate, or they're used to the certain system as it is, and they don't understand or recognize that changes occurred, or there's a better way to do things, because it's the way they've always done things. And they're not going to change, especially if somebody's done something and they've had success from it. They're less likely to change their behavior because they see that as success. So therefore, they're going to stick with it, right?
Don't get it twisted.
Do what?
That's right.
Yeah, people should not get it twisted.
Don't
you
get
know?
it twisted.
Yeah, they you know, that's just it. You know, they don't understand. Once they understand, and so that's the key. As educators, that's the key, is to make people understand what has changed. The changing of the DEXs, and you know, from the centralized exchanges, was there needed to be a way initially for things to distribute, and you had all these middlemen step forth and say, oh, okay, well, we'll facilitate this, right? And now we've got DEXs, which allow us to do it on chain without the middleman. And how that works is actually so fascinating.
Yeah.
And I just did a little video clip that I posted on Twitter, which I don't know that I should have or not, because I'm basically kind of giving it away. But why I was thinking about it, I'm sitting here with these stupid little cup things here. And I was talking about it because even SJ was a little bit confused on how the whole liquidity pools work. And basically, you just got two buckets. That's what a liquidity pool is. It's two buckets, a bucket of this coin and a bucket of this coin. That's it. If you visualize this in your head, that's what happens. When it's at a 1-to-1 ratio, you put one in this bucket, right? And you take one out of this bucket. Okay. What happens if it's a 1-to-1 ratio? You have the same number of coins. It doesn't go away. It doesn't change, right? What if it's a 3-to-1 ratio? Well, if you put one in this bucket and you take 3 out of this bucket, altogether, you gained 2 coins. Now, impermanent loss is when one of those coins is a rug pull, or it goes to 0, or it's irrationally different than the other one, okay? And that happens because we get these pairs. Like, you don't want to pair a dollar with Pepe. You're going to get screwed, right? You're going to end up with a big bucket of Pepe and no dollars left, right? That's what's going to happen. But what if you like both of the coins? What if you truly love both of the coins? What if those coins move together within a very tight range? Guess what? No matter what coin goes in what bucket, you're always increasing your number of coins. And I like to call that indefinite gains.
Whoa. Came up with a new term here. Debut.
So there's a fun thing for you. And it's not cool to tell people that, because now that people got that figured out, everybody's going to be rushing over to pair up, and then that's going to totally lower my yield. But on the same note, what else does that cause? If more people fill those buckets and those buckets become larger, guess what? That pool becomes more stable, and that price moves very little, because you have to dump in a bunch to pull out a bunch to change that ratio, right? And that's what I was talking about with the fact that the OA has a large majority of the coins, and if they wanted to, they could set up the pools any way they wanted to, and nobody has enough coins to change that ratio. But what I also said, which people don't get the rest of it, because they're like, oh, he's just talking about the OA intervening. No, if the OA doesn't, then the gains that you can make for pairing your HEX with your HEX is ridiculously more than staking, which is why I believe that at some point the OA has to dilute it, because otherwise it eliminates the purpose of staking, because you would make such an excessive amount of coins, because you get fees on top of the coins that get traded. And anytime that ratio moves from a 1-to-1 to a 2-to-1, you're gaining a coin every time in your bucket. So it has the potential to make vastly more gains in those coins than staking itself, which is why I feel at some point the OA is going to dilute it, but that day isn't today, folks.
We've got another Hexakin here joining us. Here we go.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican.
I need this playing in the background so I can just keep dancing.
DCC!
Hey, SJ, what's going on, you guys?
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you guys too, man. You guys are looking good.
I was saying earlier that you've probably onboarded more Hexicans than anybody in the world with your education and courses. I mean, just thousands. And when it comes to stakers, I think you're out there really spreading the word. And I think people have done really well in general, listening to your education and learning about crypto from you in particular. And, and there are so many people in the community who play a pivotal role. So yeah, I wanted to thank you for all you've done.
No, thanks, Matty. Dude, you're killing it, man. What hour are you on the 48 hours right now?
Like 40 or 41, somewhere in there.
I'm glad I was able to
You
get
have
this
slept
before.
though, right, Maddie?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good.
You ran away and
Tangent
left
and
Tangent
Brisology
on the field.
like took off, or they helped out.
Nice.
Well,
Okay, so I have like a really important question to ask you guys, because this is something that actually Brisology came up with, and it reminds me a little bit of the game theory that Motley came up with back when the sacrifices were starting. And Motley said, hey, what would happen if people bought HEX and sacrificed that instead of just taking whatever coin that they had and sacrificing it without routing it through HEX, right? And we know that creates a lot of buy pressure, and it's like a cool game.
I would have said you could only sacrifice HEX. That's how I would have set that up.
Yeah.
I would have said you only can sacrifice HEX. Any other coin would not be accepted.
Because it's such a powerful mechanic, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
or at least to put a bonus on the HEX sack. If you or put some sort of bonus or something like that, maybe like a 20% bonus if you sacked with HEX, just to incentivize it, basically. Yeah.
And part of the reason why this is such a strong mechanic has to do with Hart's law and the fact that that there's deeper relationships that you can understand, like different mathematical properties that exist, I think, within Hart's law in terms of routing through liquidity that exists. It's maybe two sides of the same coin, but anyway, just to take the general idea, and then Brisology was applying it to the bridge. And I believe the argument that he was making was, sure, you could bridge over DAI, you could bridge over your Ethereum, your HEX, whatever it is, but it occurred to us that if you bridge over your HEX, then the HEX, is it like sitting there on the bridge, not getting time locked and creating a hidden pumpamental?
To an extent, because it's just circulating supply that isn't staked, that's trapped there.
Right.
But if you put all the buy pressure that's going to go through the bridge, if you put it all through HEX, would that be the same kind of routing situation that was so beneficial during the sacrifice period?
Yeah, that's why having an asset on that chain that keeps its value would be important. That's what, when I was talking about the whole wacky theory, about how things can bond together. If HEX would have started out with a ratio of 1-to-1, which it can't, because even the OA can't get across the bridge. I think people miss that, right? Nobody's getting across that bridge, right? So, but if you have a coin that's a universal conduit between 1 and 1, then you have something that you would force people to use as a universal conduit between chains. And any founder can do this. Any founder that has a majority of the coins can do this, because they could set up the pools and the pairing, because they have their copies too. So there could be multiple assets that hold value across both chains simply by pairing them like that. Because as long as you can trade the one for the one, the price has to follow, because people will buy the cheaper one to sell it for the more expensive one. And they even have bots that do it too. So if the people don't do it, the bots will.
Well, and it's like you were just saying, Johnny, you were saying that there are certain incentives that a whale or an OA or somebody might have to provide liquidity to essentially pull the levers of, what kind of yield do you want to see people getting?
I think it's going to be high at first,
staking.
and it's going to be diluted over time, and that's going to be how the setup's going to be, because it's going to need to be diluted over time. But, well, no, because there's another mechanism to take into consideration. There is the staking mechanism. If people start removing their coins out of their stakes and placing them into the liquidity pool, then now you have less TShares in the liquidity pool, and the payouts go up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's all these balancing mechanisms, right? And so here's another thought that people didn't take into, why am I so sure that we're going to float around 1-to-1? Another mechanism, the TShare. If you had a 2-to-1 ratio, you could trade your 1 HEX for the 2 HEX, right? And then buy a TShare with it, which essentially would get you a half price TShare. So it's going to be really hard for HEX to go away from that one-to-one because of all the mechanisms and designs that it actually has, because it's a self-balancing system with all these different things that are going to force it that direction no matter what you do.
Yeah, but the ratio won't be perfect though. It's not going to be perfect.
No, it can vary 10, 20%, but it's always going to be within that range. And if you've got a 10, 20% range, you have arbitrage opportunity.
Right.
And that arbitrage opportunity constantly is going to move it back. It's going to want to float back there. But I mean, think about it. If it's 1-to-1, okay? If it was 1-to-3, what happens? You get a T-share for 1/3 the cost.
Yep.
What's it 1-to-4? You get a T-share for 1/4 the cost. I mean, so where can it really range to? That's the question. How far can it range from that pairing? I would say 10 to 20% is about the best ARB you're going to get throughout this process. Right now, we're not seeing real numbers because the bridge is still clogged. But after that is released, and then you see even flow coming across, people will be able to ARB cross-chain, and then you actually be able to have that action that is going to force it into that situation. But until that occurs with the backed up traffic, you're not going to see it. So you're just going to sit and wait,
What's the T-share payout right now on EHEX?
It's almost 7. So it's like 6.85 last time I saw. I'm not even paying attention, man. I don't care anymore.
I know, and that's kind of where the point I'm going towards is like you're probably going to have probably a lower T-share payout probably on EHEX, and then you're going to end up having a much higher one on PHEX over time and stuff.
I don't know it to be lower. Higher payout on ETH. Yeah.
Higher on PHEX, a little bit lower on EHEX, and obviously that'll change over time. They'll flip flop here and there, but basically, like you're right. Like there's people are arbing now, they're yield farming, they're LPing of course and stuff like that, and there's just a little bit more options for people as well as like right now a lot of people aren't even thinking about their stakes at all, even on the PHEX side really. So you're going to have much less staking on the PHEX side initially, maybe for like 4 or 5 months, and then eventually it'll start kind of like they'll get back in the groove of things basically. So
when you're making hundreds of dollars in ink a day, you don't even need to move your HEX. I mean it's nuts. So also those liquidity pools, the more those fill, in that particular pairing, I mean, you don't want to fill the liquidity pools. I mean, in a way, that's taking HEX off the market too, because the pools are so thick, they're just kind of hanging out. It's circulating supply, but it's just hanging out, right? It's going to change a lot of dynamics.
Yeah. I mean, it really will. But we're in the first year. What do we like at 23? So once we enter like 24, we'll really get things kind of like rocking and rolling. But we probably will end up getting a lot more users on the PHEX side as the gas fees start increasing on Ethereum as well and stuff like that. Because there's no major upgrade to Ethereum in terms of gas fee save until maybe I would say earliest maybe summer of 24. We might end up getting like FVM on Ethereum, and that's like I think like a 4 to 8 times decrease in gas fees.
You don't think they're noticing how much traffic we just pulled off Ethereum and how many people and how we just moved up the list? You don't think that's not going to light a fire under their ass to do something about these gas fees before they lose a lot of their users? Because they can't keep giving people these terrible experiences and expecting them to stick around. Not when there's a perfectly good functional chain over here that is going to cost.
The value of ETH drops if you don't have to pay for high transaction fees.
Right. I mean, look, we're here at a Bitcoin conference right now. Shout out to the Hexagons, but they're really tripping right now about ordinals. Yeah, Bitcoin Hex, baby. But they are really tripping out about all these. I mean, even the gas fees on Bitcoin are going up because they're getting their own ecosystem. They're kind of like it's a very janky sort of system. It's very like NFT based and stuff because they've had to kind of play around with the whole Taproot stuff, but.
So what kind of timing is this that we have high gas fees on Ethereum, high gas fees on Bitcoin, and where are they going to go?
PulseChain, baby. What are we talking about?
Isn't that convenient? They're having all these gas issues and fees that they have to explain to people. It's like, no, it's the cost of doing business. Well, how come I can do it over there for $1?
Right. I mean, it is. I mean, that is really beautiful and stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, I have seen some detractors trying to say like the price is really high, but if you look in dollars, it's nothing. It's pennies for transactions and stuff. So, I mean, I'm old enough to. I think Johnny Chaos is old enough to remember a time when we could swap on Uniswap on Ethereum for a penny. I think everybody here actually probably experienced that. Yeah.
Hit the speed up button for an extra 5 cents. You know.
Yeah. I remember back in my day when we could swap $1 million HEX for $3.
And you know what? If you guys are worried about gas fees in the future, buy your damn Pulse now.
Ooh, yeah.
Duh.
Facts.
Yep. Facts.
Pack your bags like the freaking whale did, right? You think God Whale cares about Ethereum fees right now? No. Why? Because he's got a shitload of Ethereum. How'd he get that? Because he was first. He was where you are right now.
Yeah.
Think about that. This is how you get to be a God Whale.
So right now they're talking about. I mean, I kind of agree with this a little bit, but they're right now they're essentially trying to. They might add an extra flat tax to the transactions happening on the ordinals, which actually I think is not the most terriblest idea. That way they don't lose the whole, because these maxis are literally like thinking about forking out these guys, or like they'll end up dying off anyway. So that's kind of the problem and stuff. Maybe we can bring them over here and stuff. Who knows?
The problem was Bitcoin was designed like Pong: send, receive, send, receive. That's what it was designed for. You cannot run a PlayStation 5 game on a Pong console. And that's the problem that they're having. Now they're trying to, it doesn't matter what you do with it. This is just kind of, they need to just go back to send, receive, and leave it be, and let the new technologies be the tools for other uses. Bitcoin does fine. It's send, receive. That's fine. It does that. There is a reason nobody's tried to build on it before, right? And then you got people, we had the same problem, right? You open it up to attacks.
Yeah. They haven't discovered all the faults and stuff, because like it had this is mostly why this is the real thing where I think they're really scared about it, really. And I can totally just see them using like this as like a psyop, like, oh fuck the transaction. They don't care. They might not even care about the transaction fees. What they care about is, because more than half of these maxis are claws and maxis anyway. They've been using Ethereum in the background to ape into shit coins. Let's be for real here, you guys. All this money, there's only in crypto do we have trickle down economics. And it works. We really do. Like if Bitcoin pumps to if Bitcoin 2x's, you get a 2.5x on Ethereum, and then you get basically a 5x to a 10x on L1s with that same price increase and stuff. So it's like a fat kid, like these two fat kids jumping in and like just shooting off all the rest of the L1s, and then when those L1s shoot off, then you have Hart's Law, and then that shoots off the rest of their altcoins and stuff below and stuff. But this is kind of the testament to the L1. There's really only like one or two L1s I've ever seen where the L1 really pumps, and you have a lot of the underlying tokens really pumping and stuff. So I mean, obviously I've talked about the Thanos. I don't got the Thanos gauntlet on me, but the Richard Heart ecosystem tokens are all going to do pretty well. They're obviously some might outperform the other ones, but they're all going to do extremely well. Maybe the incentive token becomes useful much later. I really don't see anything really getting adapted for that token for maybe a year and a half or so plus, but
it's got the pairing, and see, so that comes down to, and this is what's different now in the environment, is the fact that these liquidity pools are basically just individual buckets that are paired up with other buckets, and that's what can cause that to go up, whether it has value or not, because it can be traded for X amount of whatever gives it value. It becomes that coupon for that value. Why you hiding, DC?
I thought I'd just give you a little old school look.
Yeah. Litecoin Moses.
So this is actually a perfect segue right here, right? So the OMI upgrades that in the foreseeable future for Bitcoin are basically just going to be like Mimblewimble. It's basically just going to be stuff for a little bit extra privacy. That's the only stuff that's possible you could add to Bitcoin in the next 2 years, maybe 3 years. Like they almost have a civil war over Taproot.
Yeah.
And this is before the implications of maybe like altcoins with Taproot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's and the same thing. Ethereum's a little more loose here, and this is why like the one chain I've been watching for a while, and I'm saying it. Miguel, stop talking about other L1s. Well, the not just competition, but more or less these are most L1s are just a derivative of RC20 token or more basically Ethereum copies, right? And this is beautiful because if we find an upgrade on one of these L1s that we like, we can just take it.
Yep.
Yeah.
EVM compatible. Yep.
So right now, okay. So right now, FVM, which is the Phantom virtual machine upgrade, has been completed on Phantom. It's going to be rolled out in the summer. Within 4 months from there, it'll probably be optimized. And then after that, we can adapt it onto PulseChain. This will about 4x to 8x our transaction speeds and throughput on chain. So we can reduce our gas fees by like 4x minimum. Not bad. And so that means that's something we can probably adapt onto PulseChain by the end of the year or beginning of next year. That's awesome.
Assuming somebody doesn't build something that makes our gas fees go up again.
Oh, of course, but I mean that's kind of like, I mean, we're always going to be like, it's capacity law. You know what I mean? It's or I should start calling it capacity law. That's actually a great law. But there you go, coin phrased, shing bot. Now, capacity law, right? Is like, yeah, as soon as you create all this extra capacity, someone's going to try to fill it up, basically, right? But during times when, but that only happens during the peak time. So 75% of the time or 80% of the time, you just have lower fees. And then that 20% of the time, of course, it's all the way jacked up. But you still end up with that extra capacity still allows the network to act more flawlessly for 80% of the time. And that's awesome.
And how awesome it is that we're hooked up to 4 different clients. It's a quad 4 processor we got going here. And I think people leave that out too, because when they say, we're just a cut and paste copy, we're not a cut and paste copy. There's already upgrades. There's already upgrades that the other networks don't have yet. So
that's right. Let me ask SJ, man, what you been up to?
A whole lot of listening, a lot of doing nothing, a lot of waiting, because I am so new to this. You're saying like all of you guys, definitely not me. Like this is my first run with crypto in general. I got in, I bought some Bitcoin way back, like not way back, like 2017, and then Crypto Kool-Aid, who was my friend, even back then, was like the only person I knew that was doing crypto at the time. So he reached out to me because I think I mentioned something about it, or like I might have posted it on Facebook back then. And he was like, hey, why don't you take, what you invested in Bitcoin and divide it up into all these little coins? So from what I remember, I think I bought like ADA, Cardano, like Ripple, like all these just like little coins that I knew nothing about. I was just like going on this, the word of my friend at that time. Right. And then I forgot about it all. I moved to Puerto Rico, and which was kind of ironic because of what goes on there with that's like a crypto haven out there, but
you moved there for outside of crypto.
Yes. Yeah. Cause I'm Puerto Rican. I found out later in life that my birth grandfather was Puerto Rican. So I wanted to go connect with the culture and learn Spanish better and all this stuff. So I spent a year out there and had no idea what happened. I'm sure I made a shit ton of money and then I lost it all. I for years didn't pay attention to it. So fast forward to 2021, I think that feels right. I sold my home and I started looking into how to take care of myself. Because I was like, all right. At the time, I had been, paying my student loans forever. In hindsight, kind of wish more of that money would have gone into HEX instead of paying off my student loan. But it is what it is, and that was for me. I needed that, right? Like I needed to get that burden off my back and not be paying my stupid student loans anymore. So did that, and then put all this money aside into different little pockets, right? I was like, okay, I'll put this into a 401k. I'll put this into a high yield savings account. I'll put this into options trading, even. I started looking into options trading.
Holy shit.
And I was like, okay, because I wanted to learn. I wanted, I was like, I want to be smart about this. I know that this can bring financial, freedom.
It's what they tell you to bring financial freedom, but it really has no returns. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. So basically what ended up happening is, thank goodness again for Crypto Kool-Aid, because And he had no idea at the time that I had sold my house or I had any of this capital or anything. And he was just like, hey, so remember all those coins I told you to do all that stuff with way back in the day? Yeah, take all of that, because he remembered that I had some crypto. He's like, take all of that and put it into this HEX. And I was just like, okay, cool. Like and he's like, but don't listen to me, and he gave me some names, and I ended up really resonating with Whales Only One because I had just learned about options trading. So the way that he explains things and the way that he goes about it and the world that he's in, I was there mentally. So to listen to him and to then understand, take 6 months to understand what a TShare is. And like, like finally, like that moment clicked and I was just like, oh, this money all needs to go into HEX. Like, fuck the high yield savings, like high yield savings, by that point I realized like I'm losing money. Like this money is just sitting here and I'm losing money while all this other stuff is going on. So that's a long-winded answer. But basically, like I came into this through HEX and right before Pulse sacked for both because again, I had no clue. I didn't know what I was doing. I barely knew what a sacrifice was. I didn't at that time still didn't know who Richard was or what any of his stuff was about. So for me, it was HEX and then 6 months of learning. And then finally I was like, okay, well, I feel very confident about this investment. I feel very confident about this community and what I'm, like what I'm seeing here. But who the heck is this Richard dude? Like, what's up with this guy? Like people say all these weird things about him. And all I saw him doing at that time was unboxing videos. And I'm just like, what's up with this guy?
Outrage.
Yeah.
I mean
the very
so you met the character. You met the character that Richard was playing, but not Richard yet.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's how SciVive happened. Because I found out that he had written this book and I was just like, all right, cool. Well, if I'm going to be following this dude and, investing in these products that he's created, I better damn well know who he is and what he's about and whether or not I trust him. So I read SciVive and you all kind of know the story from there. I just, decided like I didn't find anything in that book. There are things I disagree with for sure. There are, things that I'm not, 100% keen on. It's not my opinion, right? It's all his. But there was nothing that made me feel like I was doing the wrong thing. In fact, it instilled, obviously, I mean, you guys see what I'm doing these days, right? Like it instilled such a passion in my heart to show people because of what he was doing. I wanted to just be like, right. Well, no, look, like, yeah, he's doing this whole, outrage marketing thing, but y'all, like, this is really who he is. Like, you see that this is all planned, right? Like he is doing this on purpose. And he's talked about that on streams. Like he mentioned, back in the day, at least 2 or 3 times he was doing it and he thought it was ridiculous himself. So that's where I'm at. And that's why I'm just waiting. Like, I just want to like DCA when I can. And I was talking a little bit earlier about how, Crypto Heartbeat and I were jiving because we don't push buttons. Like I don't really do a lot of that. And probably to my detriment a little bit because I didn't play around with testnet as much as I should have or wanted to. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm really torn right now because there's like, I was saying earlier, that's just like, I don't feel like I have enough in my Pulse or PulseX to play around with, right? Like, I don't feel like I should be doing these things like LP and farming and all that jazz, but maybe I can take a small percent and do that. But is that even enough? Like, is what that small percent is even enough to try that out? Like, you should
always, I mean, this is going to be your ecosystem. You always should try to experiment, to try it out, to kind of know what's going on. But but obviously until you really know what you're doing, or you should never do a large amount.
Right. And that I know for sure.
Right. And then this is something I tell my students all the time. Like they're like, they buy bags and stuff. And then they're like, dang, dude, I wish I tell them like, you don't understand. Right now you think you have a baby bag. And then a year later, 2 years later, you're like, holy crap. I was playing around with like a crazy amount. And I this is something I told the guys who sacrificed. I had a webinar. I told them, you guys, I'm sad to say this, but some of you guys, this may be the largest amount of coins you'll ever have. And I'm sad. And I was like, dude, I'm really sad to say that, but it's true. There's going to be a percentage of you guys, like 20% of you guys that are just going to mess around, not listen, and fumble the bag.
Yeah.
And that's going to, and this is not just like to my guys. This is just an average of percentages and stuff. This is the same thing that's going to happen to a lot of the guys, even right now in the chat as well. So you guys got to make sure that you guys put away, like I call it the moon bag. A moon bag right now is at least 40% of the coins you have right now, I should be more, but just 40% of what you got, don't touch it absolutely at all, unless you're doing it maybe like a one-sided, like like your one-side staking X, like PLX or something, or staking PHEX or something. I'm not including all that jazz there, right? But most of you guys should be sitting put, because later on you guys are like, I call it the moon bag, but I used to call it the rope bag. Basically, it keeps you from roping yourself later on, because you're sad. You're guys gonna be really sad, because me and Johnny knew a ton of guys who had a ton of HEX. Like, I mean, there's guys who had tens of millions of HEX liquid, and there's some guys that had 100 million HEX, fumbled the bag, and some of them are still doing okay, but like they're like, man, dude, I had the world.
Why'd I sell my HEX, man?
Why'd I sell my HEX, man? Classic.
Right? Next year, why'd I sell my Pulse, man?
Yeah, no, that's part of why I
thought I was gonna go to a penny.
Yeah, like seeing the Pulse, seeing the okay, again, yes, I know the gas prices are like just so far below what Ethereum is right now, but I still can't get over seeing like 200 Pulse to send something, like from one wallet to another. I was just like, I don't want to do that yet.
Here's a thought. Buy your 200 Pulse. Keep your bag.
I mentioned this earlier, and someone else said something very similar. Then I was just like, oh, that's right. That's
buy more Pulse to send your transaction. Pay to send your transaction. Keep your Pulse. And then that way you're adding to your bag and you're not taking away from it. At these rates, $200 gets you 1 million Pulse.
That'll last you quite a while for swaps.
That'll last you a lot of fees there.
True. And is it are the prices below SAC price?
No, they're about 2x right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Both Pulse and PulseX?
No. PulseX is still about 25% below at the moment.
Well, and then Pulse is 2x above.
Yes. Yeah. But here's something people need to take.
They have like an actual, like it actually tells you. I saw the Pulse one. I didn't see PulseX.
If you look on PulseX and stuff right now, I think when the price hits about 9, I think we're at break even.
Katie pointed out something very, very important for people to understand who are upset with their PulseX bags. At the beginning, there was only burn, not really buy and burn, because there was nothing in there, right? So now we are just starting to get into actual buy and burn, okay? And that isn't reflected in the price right now, because there was nothing, that everything was screwed up. So keep that in mind, that the buy and burn really is just starting. Okay.
Right. And that's actually a really important, that is a really important, basically for guys, we took Pancake Swap, but really we kind of borrowed that more off of BNB token, really, in terms of tokenomics and stuff. And that's worked very well. We may actually end up having now this is just a theory of mine, right? This is, we'll see what ends up happening in the next bear market. Next bear market, Miguel, we're not even in the bull market yet. And you're talking the next bear market. But, SJ in the forest right now, of course. But what will probably end, this is just a hypothesis of mine with the buy and burn and kind of how BNB kind of acted. We may end up having PulseX acting more like BNB token in the bear market. And obviously I think Pulse will end up pretty much out pumping and stuff. Now every coin is going to have their time in the sun, of course. But
depending on how tightly they are bonded, that's the problem. Because on centralized exchanges, things can move away from each other easy.
Of course. Yeah.
But with the buckets and how the buckets are set up, those things can be bonded so damn close that you might not get a shining light. It's all going to be based on the size of those pools.
Right. I think Johnny, you're right. This stuff is bonded tightly, but I've seen this happen towards the tail end of bears and stuff. What ends up happening is that they moved in tandem to the L1, which is going to be, most people, the biggest liquidity pools are probably either going to be PHEX related or PHEX related or PulseChain related with the other tokens. So if Pulse starts really going down in a bear, which of course we're going to have a bear market one day, of course, no shocker there. But it's going to move in tandem, basically within 80% of it. Of it'll someone might be 80% higher. 20% higher, some 20% lower. But within a bond like that, as we were up here, we start going down, and then what happens is you start getting capitulations of dum-dums. And then what happens when these dum-dums, what ends up happening is that the liquidity, because the price is going down in dollars, and what ends up happening is that the liquidity pools start getting a little bit less money. So you end up, this just happens to any L1. It's just the dollar price goes down, and then on top of that, you have some people that just stop LPing for a while. So LPs will go up, which is nice for the long-term holders. But what ends up happening is then you start getting capitulation from a couple of not whales, but maybe like some light whales or something like that, and then that allows an extra amount of supply, and then you can get a price drop in like maybe PulseX or one of these other tokens, but then that recovers after a while, and then that's what marks the low right there, basically. So you'll have like, oh, this coin did a little bit worse and stuff, but they basically will perform the same up until the last 5 minutes to midnight, where you have like, oh crap, and this is usually what ends up happening anyway. And stuff when you have a multi-coin ecosystem and stuff.
But this is why I think the larger pools would create stability. Yeah. Because if the larger pool, if the OA were just to part coins, guess what? You can't change those ratios. So if HEX, if somebody were to sell all their HEX in the Pulse, but you could still trade your Pulse for 100 HEX, or you still could trade your
PHEX.
Pulse for
so many
we'll see what happens. I think there's some new shifts in paradigms. I think there's some new shifts in paradigms that are going to occur, but people's human behaviors is you're right on that, DC, because people's human behaviors are the same, and if they treat something new in the same fashion as they would treat the old thing, you can have some of those same behaviors translate into the market the same way because they're behaving the same way. But if they start utilizing it in the way that it's designed, and some of these variables are different, we could have a paradigm shift. And that's where it can be uncomfortable, because you have this previous knowledge of how things have worked so far for forever. And some variables have changed, and we have to see how those variables are going to impact the future.
This is one of one of the first things I kind of came up with. Obviously, this is we've had 2 years to stew on this stuff forever, basically, But one of the first kind of like theories I came up with in terms of whatever. I got a lot of Native American blood. Last of the Mohicans was kind of like basically what it's like last call for alcohol. Like usually in most small towns and stuff, everyone knows the bar that's open, the last bar open, right? So we could get the beginning of a bear market, and we could end up having not a liquidity trap, but we could end up having more of like there's still pumping going on in this ecosystem. So last time this was basically phantom, basically, if you were rotating and stuff, because that was still doing okay in March. Most people's bear market started in November of 2021. But me and some guy, we were still really deep in the shit coins and stuff back then and stuff. So we were pretty much still making money on coins up until like March, and then the bottom fell in early April. Basically, I think after April 10th is when things started going very bad. 2022, right? So it could be that sort of thing where all the other, everything's going bad, and then PulseChain is just raging on, and things are going very well and stuff. So we could have a prolonged little mini run there, because the guy's still trying to get the last bit of pumps and yield farming and trading and doing all kinds of backflips and stuff. It could extend us into another 3 or 4 month bull run at the tail end of the bull market, this cycle and stuff. And this typically happens, what I've seen, because we only have market data for about kind of a cycle and a half, really, because we didn't really have L1s in 2017. But if we look at what happened in I would compare it to the Neos and the shitcoin market and stuff like that, they lasted about once the top was in. Basically, we lasted about 2 months. This cycle around, it looks like 4 months, 3 months. So maybe this time around, it could be about 5 to 6 months after the top happens, where we could have a nice run in PulseChain. So we could be the last ecosystem really pumping before eventually, bear market starts.
If we have
let me ask really quick. Would maybe at least one of you or two of you be able to stick around for at least another hour while I run over to the Bitcoin conference and come back before 15 minutes past the hour?
Let me double check. Give me 1 second. I'll double check. Give me.
I can stay until the end of the hour.
Okay. Till the end of the hour.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, but if we leave you, you got to talk for an hour.
Don't do it, Johnny. Johnny can't. Hey,
So what I was going to go with, and I know he can hear me in the background. He's double checking. So what I was going to go with is the question is, can we decorrelate in general? Can we be isolated from the rest of the crypto market by adding our own direct on ramps to where nobody has to go through Ethereum whatsoever to come into the Pulse ecosystem? Can we actually operate as a parallel system? Now, I know we can bridge over and we can bridge back and forth, and there will be impact there. But just like we've got pulseburn.com, okay, the plsburn.com, I don't need a CoinMarketCap site anymore. Do you need a CoinMarketCap site anymore? DCC needs a CoinMarketCap site. He likes those DGen coins. But I don't need a coin ranking site anymore. I've got pls.burn or plsburn.com. I got to say it right, right?
Such a great site.
Because it has all the statistics that I'm looking for and all the information that I need. I can just click there. I don't need to see anything else. I can see what incentive token's doing. I can see what Pulse is doing. I can see what PulseX is doing. I can see what my hexes are doing. Hey, what do I need?
Okay, I could probably chill out for another 30 minutes or so at most.
So what do you think?
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
I'll be right back. My cat is freaking out.
So what do you think, DC? Do you think it's possible with on ramps that we can become like a parallel ecosystem all of our own, where we are doing most of the onboarding directly into Pulse and not even talking about other cryptos on that side?
I think US market wise. Now, okay, internationally, I think we can if we create something like My Local Bitcoins or something. If we create a little more OTC onboarding, just as that is an important market we should create. Honestly, in the background, like obviously we can't do it in the stateside, but maybe in parts of Europe and a lot of parts of Asia and Latin America and stuff like you. And then that market is still gigantic, even for Bitcoin and Ethereum right now. That's a cool market that we should create and people should create and stuff, is like that sort of like, OTC, like, Cash or Pulse or whatever here, boom, there you go. Right. But outside of that right there, if we have, as long as we are listed on some exchanges and stuff like that, yeah, we can just onboard. I mean, we just, they just buy Pulse and then move their Pulse. It's already on native chain and then you just send it over. Beautiful.
Yep.
Dude. Yeah. And then
we could be separate.
Now, Johnny, I want to have your like, this is where it gets a little sticky. Would you rather have like, because more exchanges are probably going to more easily list. So once let's just say once we start getting PulseChain in a bunch of exchanges, right? They're probably more likely to put in EHEX over PHEX initially.
Right.
Because would you rather have PHEX only? Because what will happen is we'll have two of the same tokens and that's bad. Right. Yeah, so this is kind of like where I was thinking like the other day. I was like,
I'm not asking them to list HEX.
No, I know, but they're going to. And this is a question we need to kind of talk about a little bit. Is like, do we want PHEX to be the one listed? Because people get confused over everything because they see like, oh my God, there's this token versus this token, right? They'll start going like, oh, it's ETH versus ETC. Right. And you want to concentrate liquidity on like, well, if they're going to buy, let's mostly have them buy this one, right? So would you rather have them buy EHEX or PHEX? Because because PulseChain is kind of like the Trojan horse. Is they're gonna get listed on all these L1s and stuff. I mean, look, shout out to Dex Screener. Dex Screener is being. That's why I was retweeting them a lot on their tweets and stuff, and they're being cool because like they're being fair. They're posting us up and stuff, and I respect that and stuff with them. And a certain website called Nomics, if they had never
backstabbed us,
may have spurred out and stuff, they'd still be in business today.
Yeah.
Because
they would have supported them. They had the full support of the community that would back them 100%. They had all the marketing they needed right here for free if they would have just, not penalized us for being transparent. Or at least if they were going to penalize us for being transparent, they could have took some of that data that we gave and penalize the other coins, because those are also 90% held by the top 100 wallets that are most likely founders, right? So they're going to reduce the supply. They should have reduced all the supply, not just our supply, not penalize us for transparency.
Chaos, you're making too much sense right now. What the fuck?
But yeah, man. So that is kind of a sticky situation. I don't know what the I don't know if the exchanges are actually going to list HEX. I still don't know that they're going to. Right?
I think they are, but much later on in the cycle. It's not now. But they're going to launch Pulse first. They're going to test the water.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna like the purchases. I mean, like, let's just say, I mean, even like if I had an exchange up and running, right? I mean, like what most exchanges are probably charging what, like $2.99 per 100, basically, or something like that, you know, and then it scales from there. You know, you buy 20, like right now, like if you buy $25,000 of any coin on any exchange right now, you're paying about roughly $200 in fees, maybe $300 in fees, in that range there. Like that's from Gemini or Coinbase. Yeah, it's as a percentage. Obviously, it climbs and stuff, right? Or like if you're buying like 19, I used to do this when I was DCAing every single day, like, or you used to be able to buy $19.20 for some fucking reason. I have no reason why. That charge you $1 in fees, right? And then you go over $20, they charge you $2 or whatever, right? But
I think we just need a damn Pulse ATM, man. That's what we need. Just some kind of protocol that you could just buy Pulse. You could send people and they only sell Pulse. If we could do that, then we would only send people there. But that's never going to happen.
Well, it can happen. No, it can't happen and stuff. It's just having it's just buying the ATMs. I mean, as soon as you have all you got to do is buy Bitcoin ATMs, and then you just have the secondary network to that, and you can pull it off. It's not impossible. It's gonna, like, the thing is with the ATMs, it's a lot of upfront capital.
Well, no. I meant ATM kind of in a general statement, not in the physical ones. I mean, just a place where you could just buy Pulse, so that when you send your onboards, they could just buy Pulse, and that would send them to the Pulse network, and they could do their trading there. And that would isolate us from the other suck. But we're going to have our own suck too, because we're going to have plenty of meme coins and crazy shit going on over there too. But I mean, you could, kind of bypass the mainstream crypto just by having direct onboarding,
right?
Into the ecosystem. You still have the bridges. You can escape. But I mean, that would be a fun way to direct people to let them come in here, and it's going to be really hard if you could direct people to Pulse first. It's going to be really hard for people to leave and go to Ethereum and ask why they're paying a $30 fee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Can we answer that super chat right now, because I think this is really important, right? Crypto Winter Bull, right? DCC, what's your thoughts on Ledger recovery update? Or they're going to add, should a user of the original Ledger Nano S be worried? ASAP, right? It was one special feature that you had to like click on it or whatever and stuff like that, but still, like, I've never trusted those dirty French, never in my life. And the minute I found out they were based in, they based themselves in France and stuff like that, I already knew that they were pretty fucked already. And like, people don't know, like, the Illuminati in Europe is the French. The French are the French. I mean, it's got we're about to go into some politics for a second, but the French on the low hand, like they if you actually look in terms of debt loads and stuff like they were like, oh no, the economy's doing so bad in Europe and stuff, but they have the least, like, they have the least amount of debt and stuff. Their economy's the most sustainable, and they have put up a bunch of incentives and stuff in kind of debt ridden Germany and stuff like that. So like, it's kind of crazy. It's like they allowed their mortal enemy traditionally, right, to like be a superpower again, but they made sure that they put certain things in certain groups to, like, you think, like, a lot of people think like, oh my God, it's the Russians have put all this money into lobbying in Germany to get them all on coal and be completely like subservient to Russian oil and stuff like that. No, it's the fucking French. The French.
To my understanding, it was a firmware update, was it not? Firmware means your hardware, which means the new chips they were putting in the new ledgers were able to have that particular feature, not the older ledgers. So if it's firmware, that means the chips.
Yeah.
So you can't, it's not downward compatible, right? If they built the things before they built in the additional extra feature, that you can't make a Pong play a PlayStation 5 game. We're in the same situation again.
And I always said Trezor over Ledger anyway, but like, but still, even treasurers are starting to put pressures on them as well and stuff like that. It's just,
And the problem is you are receiving a device from a manufacturer that is building it, not you.
Yep.
And you are trusting somebody that somebody doesn't have a backdoor. And it is another risk factor.
Yeah. And then, I mean, eventually what will people end up going to? There's going to be like, okay, this is not the correct termage, but I just want people to understand basically is like you're basically your DIY paper wallet multi-sig basically, which is going to be more safer and stuff, which is kind of like how Vitalik basically has to call his mom. Mom, can I need to move some money right now? Can you please let me? Okay, son. And then you guys both put the key. You can actually move the funds.
Hey, did anybody call his mom and ask where the ETH goes?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm not saying I do this, but if I was a person in the shadow realm and stuff, or a black hacker, I would have Vitalik's mom's phone tapped so much. Okay, good. He hasn't called his mom in months. Fuck, he called his mom. I'd be like, yo, Vitalik called his mom, you guys. Holy shit, we're in trouble.
I just meant with the gas fees, somebody needs to call Vitalik's mom and ask where the ETH goes.
Yeah. I mean, like one of the best. I mean, here's a little like FYI thing and stuff. Like every time the Ethereum Foundation sells, it's pretty much the local top.
Well, of course, they make the top.
Every time. Yeah. But it just is what it is, But yeah, I mean, but that's important stuff like that. I mean, as long as you're the main thing is that you're keeping your seed phrases and you're keeping everything analog, no phone around, you're writing it in pen, and then eventually getting into stainless steel and titanium, and then unobtainium or whatever that, and then from there eventually you transcend and destroy it all and burn it because you remember it, and then if Alzheimer's gets you, fuck it, I'll take my money to the grave. This is the progression of like a maximalist of like how you're going to grow and stuff like that, right? God damn it.
Don't show it off.
I haven't actually stamped them yet, but I have them. So shout out to Das Bomb. If you guys haven't seen it, he's done these really awesome things. And I didn't get to. I wanted to like do a big post and everything because he did a customized one for me. It's got little paw prints.
Nice.
It says a wild SJ. The cutest thing ever.
I don't know if mine are customized or not. I did get my care package. I don't think they're customized, but that's okay. That's fine. I'm good with that. I'm just happy that people thought of me and sent me cool stuff.
Yeah, and then I bought a couple of the cookie cutters from his store as well.
I got the cookie cutters. I got the cookie cutters too.
I don't know when I'm ever going to be able to bake because there's no oven in this here bus, but at some point cookies will be made.
Beautiful.
DC, you didn't get a stamper, did you?
I don't know. I'm just out here, dick swinging in the wind, I guess. Yeah, and just forgotten about.
That's Mom, if you're watching this, DCC's feeling a little left out, man.
I've been forgotten, bros. If I didn't it just is what it is, man. Just on board, and that's all I'm doing.
DCC, shout out to you though. Like you are doing so much, like just in general. Like I love seeing like the evolution of your show and what you're doing, and just like the guests you're bringing on, the people you're talking to, the places you're going, man. Like shout out to you and all the work that you do, because that is just like that. Like you are like next level. Like I'm not gonna do that. That's not something that I'm interested in doing. Like I'm never gonna have a studio setup or anything like that. That's not my bag. Like that's not what I want to go into, really. I'll keep streaming and stuff like that, but doing what you're doing in terms of professionality and like making it look good and bringing up your production value and all of that. Like I'm excited to see more streamers in our ecosystem kicking it up that notch, and like bringing the fire when it comes to content creation and the production value, because that's that's going to bring a lot more eyes just in the production value alone. If you got a show that looks good, the format works well, and it keeps people interested, that's one great way that's going to bring a lot of virality to our.
We're doing a lot of market upgrades right now. I mean, like we've just upgraded another studio, so I'm gonna have another studio set. I've had it built since I've been on on the course tour and stuff, and then obviously right now during the PulseChain launch and stuff, I've been having the studio completely refitted and stuff. So I've added another studio. So right now I have 2 studios. I've added a 3rd studio now, and like it's brand brand new and stuff like that. That's going to be mostly probably when I'm streaming from, and then I'll use the other rooms when I'm streaming with much more guests and stuff. But I've got something cooking as well. Like we're me and Charlie are building something gigantic in Las Vegas. So that's all I can say about it right now. But basically, like, we're cooking with gasoline over here right now. But
Awesome.
that's what we're doing for right now. But no, we made a lot of great connections and stuff. There's streams with, like, we're probably going to end up having streams like Altcoin Daily and a couple other guys and stuff talking about PulseChain and stuff like that. That's all coming.
Yeah, get Hexo on there.
Yeah,
Altcoin Daily. I can't wait for that to happen.
Beautiful
someday.
studio that you got now, man. I thought that was pretty big.
When you coming, Johnny? What the fuck, man? I feel like left out. You just like, you know, I talk to Johnny once every 3-4 years, you know, in dog terms, and like
3-4 years. It was like a month ago or something.
Yeah, I mean, look at me. I'm already aged already. Look at that. There's gray hair right there and stuff like that. Like, I'm wearing white.
I don't
right
age. I got a painting. It ages, and I don't.
But yeah, we're making a bunch of connections right now, and honestly, like we're going on some big shows and stuff like that. One big stream that I've got planned is we're gonna be trying to getting on No Jumper pretty soon and stuff. Probably, hopefully in June or July, we're going to be on those shows. So that's the one thing I've really tried to focus on is, even though this is the first time I'm going to start doing a lot of collabs with big crypto channels, because I really haven't. Like my strategy has always been to collab with people outside of crypto, and this has kind of been the main weakness of a lot of YouTubers on crypto YouTube is they want to do streams with a bunch of crypto guys, and then this is really the reason they suck at converting, basically, is because they're people that are already like stuck in the religious niche. Their niche. Yeah. So obviously I'm going to go into that niche, and I've got a couple other bigger channels outside of the crypto space I'm going to be going on in the next 2-3 months. And that's going to continue to go on and stuff like that. This is why I've been pushing everyone, like, listen, everyone who's watching, go open an Instagram right now. We dominate on Twitter. We dominate on YouTube, right? We need to grow the Instagram side for everybody. And so you don't have to show your face, you don't have to dox yourself or nothing, but just create an account, have fun, meme it up and stuff. But having that like power, commenting power and stuff for all the content creators on crypto YouTube and stuff, to have their Instagrams go to like 5, 10, 15,000 followers, organic followers. Mm-hmm. Everyone liking and retweeting it, everybody, what's going to happen is that brings a ton of people, because the next, if you look at demographic, because everyone's trying to grow on TikTok, right? But let's be for real, the demographic wise, the TikTokers are broke boys. Yeah, for the most part. I mean,
I had that conversation with Furu, and I said the other thing is especially if you're trying to onboard in the crypto, that there's a barrier to entry. There's a knowledge barrier there. You can't just push a button and buy crypto. You can't do that yet. When you're able to do that, then you can kind of show the TikTokers what button to push. But until then, it's just more brand awareness. Mm-hmm. Than anything. It just makes people conscious that this thing exists, and maybe they understand it, maybe they don't, but they're aware, right? And that awareness does add up. It's compounding, but until you're able to actually have a easy button, it's not going to be as effective.
Right.
And I'm going to stress the point too, real quick. In that, when we are on Instagram, we do it on Twitter pretty well already, but like. It's interesting we're talking about this, because just yesterday I started to see more suggestions of people to follow on my Instagram that are in the Hexagon ecosystem. So I started following a bunch of people yesterday, and I think it's a good idea. What I want to stress is that we repost, comment, like on each other's posts, because that's kind of like where the rumbling starts, right? Is if we're building one another up, right? Like that algorithm's going to kick in a little bit better. So at the very least, support your fellow influencers on these platforms. And
how do I get less attention?
Johnny.
I want to know how I can get less attention. In fact, I'm here today because Maddie texted me and said, dude, I need someone to fill in.
Yeah, I
can't hide if I want to now. I've got 20, 30 hexagons on speed dial now. It's like if I tried deleting my Twitter and I tried just disappearing. Oh my God, my phone was ringing off the hook. I was getting texts. I was like, it's like, what happened, dude? Dude, what happened? It's like, what happened? I don't want to do this. Take a break. What happened? I want to go live life. I don't want to be stuck here all day.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well,
kind of.
soon enough, man. I'm hoping to take a break a little bit from social media once I'm done with this series of sci-vibe quotes. I'm at 250 out of 369.
Jesus. Do you know? Little fun thing. I was the first person to ever ask Richard to actually. I was originally going to voice the entire sci-vibe book.
Oh, were you?
What?
Yes, I was. Yeah, I asked Richard really early on. This may have been a month into Hex. Hey, you mind if I read your sci-fi book? Yeah, please go ahead and stuff. Because I was going to. Because I think Johnny remembers I used to have a podcast originally. I was just a podcaster. And I was going to have my podcast do a chapter of it every single time and stuff like that. So I basically got about like 1.5 episodes in, and I was like, this is before it was edited, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't do this shit. I was like, I told Richard later on, I was like, bro, I gave up, man. Holy crap, man.
Oh yeah, SJ did all the editing and everything, and you know,
shout
put
out
that
to you,
together.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of comes out of all this, because what I started it, right? I started this process of doing, well, I mean, I took it over from whoever had originally started it, and then kind of started to clean it up, make sure that all the sections looked right and things were where they were supposed to be. And I had to finish so I did not only like content editing, but you know, the grammar and the spell, like all of that. So it was not just editing to make sure the spelling and punctuation was all right, but I had to actually right. I had to finish some thoughts that he had and like never like wrapped up, and made sure that things were sourced correctly, because there was several sections of words in there where you think it's the author's voice, but it turns out he had actually pulled that from another source. So I had to be really careful, and I did a lot of like Googling big chunks of text to make sure that it was an original idea and not something he had like brought over and brought in and just wanted to talk about. And now, so did that first kind of edit, read it, you know, did the audio narration and edited it as I was narrating as well, just to, you know, make sure it flowed well as I was speaking. And so that was a little more of like, you know, just editing in terms of making it look good and sound good. And when I was done with all that, that got handed over to RH Max, who so the text part of it is actually in the hands of another editor completely outside of our ecosystem, someone who doesn't know Richard at all. And so now they're doing their because I'm not a professional editor. It was something I did in college. I enjoy it. I really like grammar.
So that's where RH Max came from. You sent him something to edit, and now he's part of the team. Is that what happened?
No. That would no. See, like this was like in the last 6 months. Like he mentioned wanting to as a contribution, basically pay a professional editor to do it. So now there's someone kind of like outside that's not RH Max or myself that is editing the content that I edited. So and I'm a little like
that's a double audit. That's a double audit.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I'm a little worried. I mean, it's Richard's baby, you know, but it's like kind of like my adopted child as well. And I'm interested to see what comes out of this editing, because, you know, I really tried hard to keep Richard's authentic voice in it, because, you know, a lot of it is his, like, just him saying stuff, you know, and like I love his cadence. I like the way he talks, but it doesn't convert well into a written text. So it's going to be really interesting to see what comes out of it. I'm really hopeful that by that point, well, I think we're going to get it back in mid-June is when we're supposed to be getting that back from the editor. And I'm really hoping that Richard will have the time. Who knows at that point, you know, like a couple months from now, what's going to be going on, if his wallet's out or whatever, if he's got other things going on. But I'm really hopeful that he can maybe like sit down, take a look at it, at what it's become, right? And then maybe like stamp of approval, and we actually have a physical sci-vibe book at some point, because I know so many people have wanted that for such a long time, Richard included, right?
I'm a physical book kind of guy. I will not pay for a downloaded book. I'm a physical book kind of guy.
Yeah. So. And then the Audible version is still under like all of the audio has been recorded. There's a little more editing to do in terms of putting it all together so that it's ready for Audible. And then there's actually some legal things that need to be like worked out with Richard himself in order for it to get on Audible so that he gets the royalties and all of that stuff. So it's still a bit of a process. I really like, I commented on something that Richard posted. I was like, I was hoping by this point that we would have the sci-vibe audio on Audible, But everything's a process. 2 more weeks, like we're patient, right? We know patience in this community. So I'm not mad about it. I think that when it's done, it's going to be fantastic. And I'm hopeful, that, I know Richard appreciates it. You know what I mean? And the community, like I cannot wrap my head around sometimes how many people have loved what I've done. Like I was just like, it was a selfish thing. Like I really love audiobooks and I wanted to hear it that way, So I can't thank the community enough for their appreciation. Like it really means a lot when I hear people saying, oh, I fall asleep to the sound of your voice. Oh, I wouldn't have listened. I would never have read Sci-Vibe if it wasn't for you and your audiobook, like that wasn't my goal, but that's my goal now. That's why I do the Sci-Vibe quotes. And that's why I promote his book all the freaking time. Because I'm just like, people need to know that you need to know who this man is and what he's really about. You're about to see it. That's what I'm so excited right now. Like, I can't even tell you, as someone who's like studied his words and like been like in this ecosystem for a couple years, it feels like a couple years now. I am just beside myself to see him live again and to see what he's going to say and how he's going to present himself and how he's going to act. And like, because I think it's going to be a lot of what we saw originally with him with the pink background and the top hat and
I stole his outfit. He doesn't get it back. Okay. Mine now.
Someone was saying earlier
my look. I stole it. I'm not giving it back now. It's my look. I'm going to be the vampire in the castle. This is my look.
Nice. Yeah, shout out to Side Effects. He just said he made a Sci-Vibe hat. This is actually a Side Effects hoodie I'm wearing here.
Okay. Awesome.
Good stuff. I see him in the chat.
I had somebody say they were going to make me a chaos something. I forget what it was because I get like so much. When you hit like a certain level of following, it gets really confusing because like you get all this stuff to sort through and stuff. So it just amplifies everything and then it turns into a lot of noise. And I don't really like that because then you kind of get detached. And you're not able to be like personally connected to people that are commenting and stuff. And it's weird, it's like the first I've ever met you was at the casino. Was at the casino in Las Vegas. That was the first I've ever met you, but knew who you were or anything. And you knew me, but I didn't know you at the time. I was like, okay, hi, strange lady. That was kind of my response. It's like, okay, that works for me. And and later I found out who you were and stuff. And it's just cool. But I mean, at the time, it's so weird because people make connections with you because they're watching you on the TV. In their house, it used to be you used to have to do things to get on TV, and now like everybody's a streamer, so everybody's on TV, and people forget that, but they still have that kind of connection where, okay, this person's on the screen, they must be somebody important. No, we're all just people, sharing our opinions and talking, So Freddie said something bizarre to me. He said, Twitter's not real. He's like, these people are playing characters. I'm like, I'm not playing a character. Are you playing a character? I mean, I I can play a character, but it's just kind of funny. And I
definitely did for a minute with the ASMR stuff. That was way more of a character than anything I'd ever done, because I was just like, well, I'm going to sexy this. You know what I mean? Like I wanted to try and pivot and do something different, So that was a little bit of a character. But
I got Francis Finance, right?
That's right.
He's a cross between Zach, I'll do little caricatures and funny skits and stuff because people get the wrong idea about me too, is they think that I'm mean. Because I do a lot of tough love posts, right? I tell people that things that are going to make them uncomfortable, and it's just kind of like and here's the information, right? And I kind of do that sometimes, so people get the idea that I'm a mean person, but in all actuality, I like to do comedies and skits and silly stuff to make people laugh. It's a sense of humor that I have, and then sometimes when I'm overreacting, people say this guy's just crazy. It's like, why is he acting like such a goober? And you see the haters share the post and they'll be like, oh, look at this guy, look at this is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with the HEX community, look at this wacko. It's like, okay.
I get a lot of like I don't read a lot of the comments and things like that, you know, but definitely a lot of like, because I mean, it's a little cult. I mean, it feels a little culty sometimes, you know what I mean? But like, I don't feel that way. I'm just doing what I do because I'm so passionate about it. And I mean, that's why we're all doing what we do. That's why this, like, all this crazy stuff with the SEC that was going on, like, it's unprecedented. It really is. This community is doing things that no other crypto community, and maybe no other community in general, has really done before, because we're all
it's
so
amazing.
passionate about this. We're doing this out of the love of our hearts. Like, no one's getting paid, y'all. Like, just who was it? Crypto Heartbeat was talking earlier about how originally, when he was doing his interviews at the very beginning, when he started streaming, someone came to him and was like, "Oh, sure, I'll do an interview on your channel for $50,000." We don't do that here. We very happily and very, freely go on each other's streams, support one another, lift one another up, because we all believe in, what we hold, and this ecosystem that Richard has created, and this community that Richard has, been the catalyst for.
And that's funny you mentioned that, SJ, because people were like poking at me too, because I'm on tour. Johnny's doing his tour. He's going on everybody's show. Guys, I wasn't forcing myself on anybody's show. I was asked to go, and I was supporting my fellow streamers by helping them get views, because the fact is, if I show up, it gets more views, and that's simple,
Yeah,
that's just how it's been. So I get, and they get the most views that they've had on their channel, and they ask me to come back, and I go back and I try to support some more, but I'm done. I'm done.
Keep saying that, Johnny.
I want to go back to my life. I want to go back to my life. This is not where this is not what I intended at all. I mean, it just started out that
same.
I would have a thought in my head, and I would share it, and then let it go. And then, just like Richard wrote Sci-Bive, he wants that information to go out there so other people can take that information and then build their own content around that information or that idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where I am. It's not that I wanted to ever be in front of the spotlight. I just wanted to share things that inspired other creative thought, so that others can have usable content. So it's always been about being supportive cast, to the thing. I make my cameos. Cameos are good. I don't want to be the star of anybody's show. I'm a special effects guy. I like to be behind the scenes, not in front of the camera. If I wanted to be in front of the camera, I would have been an actor instead,
Yep.
Now, mind you, I do like my skits. I do occasionally like, sharing some fun stuff and everything. I had a riot running around as Francis at the convention and filming that. That was a lot of fun.
That was great.
It was really funny when people didn't know who I was. One of the dancers at Naga's party, they're like, "Is that his real hair?" And I was out there dancing with the dancers, being all goofy and stuff, and they had no idea that I was playing a character. And the guy who was following me around with the camera was only like this big. So they really thought this, I was the character.
I love it.
And it was pretty funny. So
are we gonna see Francis at the end?
You froze. Don't freeze on me.
I'm back. I was asking if Francis was going to make an appearance at the Chicago PulseChain Tour meetup.
No, I'm not bringing Francis out, and I'm not going to Chicago. You all are coming to my little
That's
town,
true.
and you're coming to visit me, where you don't have to worry about getting shot. Wouldn't that be great?
I feel very safe in Chicago. I know there's parts of it that are a little sketch, but I'm a big fan. I like it. I never thought I was really a city girl, but after living in Austin, and I guess I don't know. Austin was great. I like Chicago too. I like something about cities that have rivers running through them. I'm about that.
I lived in Las Vegas for like 6 months, so that was my big city life. Living in Las Vegas for 6 months, and I got to work around all the casinos, setting up events and stuff. And So you got to go through all the back doors of the casinos and everything. So you got to know like all the stuff that's off limits, right? So that's was kind of sort of neat. But and I don't mind Vegas because there's plenty of surveillance. And the cops do not screw around. You do not screw around with Metro in Las Vegas. There's a reason why you don't see crime all straight down the streets, because they're on it. You don't screw with Metro.
On point. Yeah, well, I want to take a moment to selfishly plug the PulseChain tour.
Selfishly plug.
So hey everybody, it's the SJ show now. No, I just want to thank Maddie again for putting this stream together and letting us all kind of come up here and talk about all these different things. There's so much going on in our ecosystem right now, and really we are, I believe, not only are we at the beginning of a bull market, but we're at the beginning of, I think, what's going to be a lot of virality for our ecosystem, for Richard, for Hex, for Pulse, especially PulseChain and PulseX. I mean, it's crazy to me how many people know about PulseX that maybe don't even know about Pulse or don't know about Hex, right? So it's going to snowball. And I just see this like continuing to grow and continuing to grow. And a big part of that is going to be meetups and outreach in terms of, I'm going to talk about the PulseChain tour, but everyone has the ability to organize a meetup. This is not like it's not like an official thing. You know what I mean? Like there's no company. None of us have a boss. We are all our own bosses, right? RG, Black Hexagon, myself, and Bullish just kind of like came together and all had like different ideas about different things. And then, here we are now about to start this PulseChain tour. Y'all can do that too. Everyone is welcome to do your own kind of style of meetup, or, I know that there's a lot of cities that we're not going to. So why don't you start a meetup, right? Like go to a couple local towns, like maybe go to some cities that are outlying in your area and let people know, hey, there's this really cool new thing happening. Last night, I had to get the bus jumped, and the guy that came out to jump the bus knew a tiny little bit about crypto. And so we started talking, and I let him know in the most basic way possible. I was like, look, so you know about Bitcoin, that's a blockchain. This is a new blockchain. And the biggest thing that I try to convey to people is the differences, because so many people think they know what crypto is because they know Bitcoin, and they know that there's mining, and they know that there's all these data centers and all this like energy being burnt and stuff like that. And one of the things I try to convey is like, that's not the way anymore. Like there have been a lot of changes that, this stuff doesn't get talked about outside of our ecosystem. So, firstly, y'all can do your meetups. Please do bring people to your area, get the word out there. And of course, if you're in any of the cities the PulseChain tour is going to, hit up myself, hit up Black Hexagon. We're still looking for venues in some of the cities that we have later out. If you happen to be someone who has access to a venue, if you happen to be someone who is doing a project on PulseChain and you want to come out, you want to get more eyes on your project, that's a great way to do it. We have a whole slew, like there's a ton of packages in terms of sponsorship, from anything from like sponsoring one of the stops, right? If your project is based out of a certain city, maybe that's what you want to do. You want to sponsor that city. Or if you want to sponsor the tour, there's a way to do that. And you can have your logo painted on the bus as well, so that as I'm driving around the United States for the next 8 months, there's all these eyes on your logo and the PulseChain tour. And I just am super stoked to be doing this. Like, I love that RG also was going to do it regardless. Like, we had started the whole ball rolling before PulseChain launched. Like, this tour was going to happen whether or not it launched. So that to me is like one of the most bullish things, is like, whether it's ready or not. And luckily, it came out. And so now we're able, for all the seminar stops, there's going to be 1 million Pulse and 1 million PulseX given away at the event. So you got to come and be there in person. And then at the smaller meetups, I don't know if it's every single one of them, but we are giving away HEX at some of the smaller meetups. So really cool way to get into the ecosystem if you didn't get into either a sacrifice, or maybe you don't really understand crypto that much, and you just kind of like hope that you win some, and then we can go from there. Like, there's going to be so many great individuals at these conferences and seminars to teach you, right? Like, if you need a little bit of hand holding and you don't feel comfortable doing that over the internet, come out and come to a meetup and
Right.
let us walk you through that step by step in person. So
Yeah,
We're
I
also-
think people need to understand the difference between the meetups and the onboarding seminars. They are different.
Right.
The meetups in themselves, no one's selling you nothing.
Right.
we're just community, and we're just going to hang out, and it's not going to be like the Bitcoin conference dollar cost. It doesn't generally look like that, does it?
No.
But anyway, I will turn it over to DC.
Right. So what we're actually going to do I was talking to RG for a while about this. We're going to do one in Las Vegas as well. So
Yes.
we're doing I'm going to speak in there. So we'll be with Charlie. So I can't wait to see all the Hexicans out there and stuff like that. We're still working out details basically, but we will be doing a Las Vegas meetup for sure. 100%.
Awesome. Y'all heard it here. It's
Sheesh.
gonna be happening. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And then I think later in the year as well, I'm throwing I'm doing a big party as well and stuff. So I did I think we're the only people that did like a huge party in the bear market and stuff. So we're going to throw another one. I was waiting for PulseChain to launch before we did it, because I didn't want to launch it. And like my nightmare was to launch this gigantic party and then PulseChain launches. Oh my God. I was like, this is haram. I ain't doing it until after. But the last one we did, I mean, we rented like a huge mansion. We had like basically Playboy bunny models for what's called waitresses on like every floor and stuff. We had mermaids in the pool. We were gonna have like flamethrower breathers and stuff outside and stuff, but they didn't allow us. But we were gonna do.
Sounds like I'm gonna get grounded.
Yeah. And Chaos is going. He's going to fly out and stuff, but that's going to be sometime later in the summer, I'd imagine, and stuff like that. But we're going to do the Las Vegas meetup for sure. So I'd love to see everyone out there, and then maybe go play some craps. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm staked out. The year of chaos is 2025. I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, that's actually a little trick that I use. Talking about gambling, when I'm telling people about Hex and stuff like that, a lot of times if I'm giving someone a card, I will say, if you're going to buy a lotto ticket, or if you're going to go put a little bit of money in a casino, consider doing this instead.
Yep.
Just consider it. Like, you never know.
Price money, beer money, strip club money, scratch off tickets, whatever. Put it in the Hex. You'd be happy. You did. 24 months, DC. 24 months. That's when.
24 months. That's right.
Survive till 25.
He wants to know when he's been when you come to Vegas, man. When you come to Vegas. Yeah. I don't mind Vegas. I used to live there, so I don't mind Vegas so much. I don't like flying. I don't like travel. Yeah. So this is the funny thing for like you guys. Dollar Cost enjoys the show, enjoys doing the studios and the shows and the education and the classes and stuff. That's what he enjoys doing, and that's awesome. I'm glad he does, because I don't.
Yeah, that's why we need all of us. Not everyone.
And SJ, I think you're Sagittarius, aren't you?
Me?
You Sagittarius?
Little old me? Of course. Yeah. Living in a bus?
Traveling
around the world?
Yeah.
Travel and wanderlust, right?
That's
so
me.
You like to travel a lot.
I do.
I don't. I like my setting comfortable, right? I don't like change. I don't like to I have certain things I like to have, and just things my way, right?
Yeah.
So it's very inconvenient for me to travel. So I don't like traveling. I honestly don't. So it's amazing to me in that brain set that I don't like to travel, that people actually come visit me, because I'm like, oh my God, you guys went through all that hell to come visit me? That's awesome. You must really like me. So I think that's really cool.
Heck yeah, man. You try to trip me out with the astrology right now. That was funny.
I tried to trip you out with the astrology.
Yeah, man. It's funny. It's interesting, man. Yeah. Anyway, I won't get into it, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys won't guess my sign.
Scorpio.
Taurus.
No.
No.
The best pickup line in the world is like, all right, like let's just say someone like the best pickup line in the world is like, you ask a girl like, what's your sign? And they say like Taurus. Oh, I could never. Just walk off. And then they come like, what do you mean, whatever? And then hook, line, in, sinker, right there. So it's dude, 99% of girls believe in astrology. It's freaking hilarious, dude.
It's interesting. I've been interested in it since I was young, and I think maybe it's like I kind of compare it to the rabbit's foot, like a lucky rabbit's foot. It's kind of like whatever you put into it, like whatever energy you're putting into it, like that's kind of like the same energy you're gonna get out. Like, and I definitely will go a long time without looking at it or like being interested in it, because I feel like it can kind of like, if I read a horoscope in the morning, and like I know there have been times when I've let that kind of set the mood of my day, and I don't want that to happen, so at this point I'm just like, like it is what it is. Like I think for me it can be kind of a spiritual, like it's like wanting to latch on to something to feel like you're not crazy in a way, you know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, am I feeling this way?
We make explanations. We make explanations for things we don't understand. We fill in the blanks.
That you can do that with. Exactly. Astrology is just one of them.
Yeah.
So
the chat still hasn't guessed my sign. The chat still hasn't guessed my sign, which is hilarious.
Well, I only said Scorpio because you said I wouldn't guess your sign.
Right.
That's why I went with that, because you said I wouldn't guess your sign. No, Sagittariuses, man, they do have the wanderlust and travel. That is, I'm not reading all deeply into all the definitions that people relate to themselves, but in all actuality, that's kind of a factor. My wife is also Sagittarius, so she likes to travel.
That's right there. My sign is the dollar sign.
That's your sign is the dollar sign. That's right. So she likes to travel. She likes to do things. She likes to go places and stuff. I don't, which is really freaking bonkers. But they say opposites attract sort of scenario.
I'm an Aries, by the way.
All right.
That makes sense. Let's let me look up Aries real quick. Let's find those qualities that match you.
Fiery, outgoing, extroverted. That's an Aries.
Baby of the zodiac and stuff. I don't get my way. I get mad.
What do you guys think I am?
Gemini.
Cancer.
Nope.
Pisces.
Nope.
That's a good guess.
Come on, guys. Stubborn. Determined.
Taurus?
Yeah, Taurus.
You're close.
Capricorn.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know a lot of Capricorns. Like I'm not like there's two. There's one that I knew that was a roommate, and then another one that's a friend in Puerto Rico, and they both like are very they're very persistent, and like if they want you to do a thing, like they're gonna try 6 different ways to get you to do this thing, like and to convince you to do the thing. That's all I know.
Blunt. Honest.
Yeah, blunt. Yeah. How fun. I love the going back to the chat right now.
We don't back down.
Yeah. Even though I think the way SJ kind of talks about it is true and stuff. Like there's some people just want it to feel grounded and stuff, which I understand. It's fine. Yeah. Like it's just like hopefully it doesn't get to the point where like you're like the president of the United States and your wife is calling an astrologer and you guys don't do anything unless the astrologer tells you. That's when I'm like, yo.
Right.
Chill.
Or if you're legitimately trying to like base your relationship things
off of like a fucking horoscope, which is
dude,
super dumb.
No, that is.
If I listen to my horoscope,
it'll never work.
Goat champion. I'm the double goat. I'm a goat in the Chinese astrology, and I'm a goat in the.
That's funny.
I'm a
goat in a ram.
Goat in a ram. Yeah, goat noodle.
Does that
I don't know, man. When I read my
this shit is chick crack. This shit
I read my description. I look at that and I just want to go, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So it's not like I totally chose it, but people go, I've heard that. Damn, Billy Goat. this line. This is all your features. Like, it's not.
Yeah. Well, the other, I mean, kind of on the same metaphysical, but shifting it back to HEX, right? Like, I think it's really cool, the numerology that gets used in our ecosystem, right? The 5555, the 369, like all of that stuff is really cool, especially considering like Tesla. Like if you guys haven't looked into that, or you don't know why 369 is used so much in our ecosystem, look up Nikola Tesla 369. Like it's a really intriguing way to think about, like the beautiful numbers of things. I'm blown up over here. Hold on, sorry, but yeah.
But I'm excited for you guys. You got your tour and bus. You're getting to travel all over the place. You got your studio, which is awesome. Now going on 3 studios. So, that's just so awesome. You guys are getting to do what you want to do.
Oh, no,
Excited for you.
I love it, man. I really do and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna keep continuing to onboard more people and just keep doing what we're doing, man. This is like, I'm doing exactly what I wanted to do. And that's why I'm like, even though I'm very, very busy and shit, and sometimes like it does get stressful, at the end of the day, I'm like, I love what I do. I really do.
Yeah.
So
Same. I can't imagine where else I would be in life right now. Probably working for someone else, maybe acting still, but like I'd be stuck in the same spot, right? Because, depending on what kind of acting it is, usually you're just kind of a slave to be wherever, the production is happening.
Yeah.
But like the fact that, at this point, I get to travel around and teach people about this ecosystem and help people become financially free. Like the cutest damn thing was hanging out with my mom when PulseChain launched, and we popped this bottle of champagne, and I'm just like improv, I set the camera up. I was like, oh, this will be cute with the bus in the background and the roses and everything, And of course, my mom is the one to put out the words, and she goes, thank you for financial freedom. I was like, dude, you just like killed it, Mom. Like, yes, thank you for financial freedom. Like what and it's, again, like I talked about this last time I was on here, but I wrote a tweet saying, imagine Hex on 2 chains at $5 and take 8 deep breaths. And I got some flack for that because people were just like, well, it's only 3 cents right now and blah blah blah. Y'all, it's, again, going back to like the numerology and the synchronicity and all of that within our ecosystem, thoughts become things. I really believe that. And a lot of that is, you have there, of course, you have to take actions to get there. And our actions to getting Hex to $5 is onboarding more people and telling.
There we go, SJ. There we go. $5. There we go. Not a wrong number finally. Oh, yeah, it'd be nice to get Hex to $1 one day, maybe. It'll
get there. It's gonna get there.
Oh, DC, remember when we talked about that penny?
Yep.
I remember. We were told it would never get there. Market cap would be too high. It was absolutely ridiculous. It would never hit a penny. And we're like, maybe a penny, maybe 2 cents back in the day. And then we hit 50 cents and we're like, well, what the? And I was like, oh, screw it now. We know we can do dollars now.
just to put that energy out there in the universe. Like I think one of the most viral tweets that I've done this year, it was like, I told everybody where my price predictions were for Hex. Like my bearish all-time high was $2, where I thought would probably, it end up somewhere probably around 565, which is like 100,000x, which is pretty nice. And then $25 being like if everything went really well, exchange, it just, everything's awesome, right? And if it is and I believe it's going to hit somewhere between that spectrum of the cycle and stuff, which is beautiful. So, and like, no matter what, as long as it's going to hit somewhere in there and stuff, maybe some people are saying like, it might be like combined prices, which is whatever, that's fine. But the beautiful thing is like, I think that's very possible for this bull market, as well as like one interesting thing that I think people don't really. So you guys know that the Fed is increasing interest rates right now, right? Which is like hurting the economy and like making banks go bust and stuff. But here's something really cool, is that these assholes are going to lower the rates later on next year. They're going to lower the interest. So right now they're increasing the interest rate to 5.5%. So they're doing 2 more raises, June and July, 25 basis points. Then typically it takes about 9 months for that stuff to really hit. And so somewhere a little bit past April, we should have like the local low on real estate if you're buying with cash. And then somewhere in late summer is probably one of the best times to be buying real estate if you're going to be buying with debt, basically. So if you have money to pay for a house, you'll be able to buy a house pretty cheap around middle of next year. And then late next year to third quarter is probably one of the best times to be buying a house in terms of like 20% down or 3% down. And then because then you can, because the Fed is going to lower the rates from 5.5% down to about 2.2, maybe 2% and stuff. So they're going to lower the interest rates by 200 basis points from there. So, and this is just a giant grift that they're doing right now, because what's going on is they created a system where they can take all these mortgage-backed securities and bonds that people have that these banks are underwater with, transfer it to the Fed balance sheet. These banks go bust, then they lower the interest rates down and they clock a $2 trillion profit that they have to send to the Treasury. Yeah, they're going to eat up about $4 trillion in these bonds. in the next year and some change as these banks go bust. And because basically as there's bank runs and these banks are doing bad, they basically will print any dollars they need for these banks to make sure that users' funds are given out. And then they take these bonds, even if they're underwater, as collateral. Then what happens is, if they're the masters of the interest rate. So basically when they increase the rates, these bond prices crash. So they're taking on all this stuff super cheap, 50% discounts. They lower the rates. They do a 50% increase on what they just bought. So they're buying about $4 trillion. They're basically buying on discount, which they created $4 trillion in bonds in the next year. And then they're going to gain about a $2 trillion profit on it and send that directly to the treasury, because anytime the Fed does have a lot of surplus, it goes directly to the treasury.
And people think crypto's the problem.
Oh no, dude, it's such bullshit. They're doing this right now. This is the same thing that happened.
This is damn leverage trading.
Yeah, dude,
it's leverage trading against us, and we're playing against the house, man.
So people are wondering where's the pump going to happen. So what's going to happen is, look, we're going to be at 5.5%, which they really can't go higher than 5.5%, because any higher than 5.5% in terms of like the Fed interest rate, not like what people pay. Because
nobody can borrow shit.
No one can borrow. Yeah, right. Is above 5.5%, you start having small counties going bust. Counties. So you start having like the shittier small cities just going bankrupt and stuff. So it's a dangerous game they're playing. I was saying that I can go on YouTube and stuff like from almost a year and a half ago, almost 2 years, saying that like I hope like 5.5% is where things get really dangerous. And then like I can't believe, like, honestly, I'm shocked they've even gone this high. They should have already stopped like right here at 5%. Basically, if you guys didn't know this has happened with Jerome Powell got tricked by some AI deepfake. That he thought he was talking to Zelensky, the actual the president of Ukraine, and he basically told him, "Oh yeah, man, we're just going to increase the interest rates 2 more times." So that was going to take the interest rate to 5.25. But basically, he got embarrassed and stuff. So like, oh no, we're going to increase it more times and stuff. So basically, because he got embarrassed, we're getting an extra 25% increase long. So the Fed pivot won't happen until July, basically. It's crazy. It's just absolute craziness and stuff like that. And if they go any higher than 5.5%, stuff starts breaking. Serious things start breaking. It's very dangerous and stuff. And what this happens is they're going to concentrate the banks. So in Europe, when this ended up happening to the EC or to the European Union, with the increased interest rates and the banks started failing, what ended up happening is you had a 50% destruction of their local banks. In America, it's not going to be that bad, but we're probably seeing a 10 to 15 to 20% range of loss of small banks. We're basically, they're concentrating the banking sector in order to roll out the central bank digital currency. Like I have said this before many times, 134 countries in the next 2 years are launching their central bank digital currency. I wonder why. Right. And people wonder why I'm so fucking passionate about cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, because this is our way to get out of that. And if we don't onboard people into crypto right now, they're basically ensuring people are going to be slaves.
Well, we already are on a digital currency, just they're going to give it an upgrade.
Exactly. But
that's what it comes down to.
But this upgrade is going to take us to China Light. Like we're never going to be straight up China social credit system to the exact point, but we're going to be China Light. And that's scary because, I mean, let's just say as an example, if the USSR was still around and they were like the second biggest superpower, and they were making a cryptocurrency, but it was more laissez-faire, we would be America 2.0 laissez-faire more than them. So it's America just tries. I mean, it's like anything. You only compete against what you see. Right? For the longest time, we didn't have any second superpower, and we basically built up the boogeyman, which is China, and we allowed this. But because everyone believes it goes that way. If everyone says, "Oh, HEX is going to $5, bro. HEX is going to $5," we probably hit $3 minimum, just because everyone's like, "Well, no shit, it's in the code, bro. It's going to happen." If everybody in the world was saying, "Oh, dude, HEX is hitting $100," if everyone was saying that, we would jump up.
Consensus, man.
It's exactly.
And instead, we got people that got a really good deal, and they don't value what they got because they got a really good deal. They don't understand how good of a deal they got. They don't understand how exponentially high. Right now, they're looking at their marbles in their hands, thinking they're marbles, and they're really diamonds. You know, that was a stunt back in the day that I was trying to get people to understand what they held. And obviously we still had a lot of people that had 100 million HEX.
Yeah.
who didn't understand what they held, and they gave away their opportunity, and now they're not with us anymore.
Yep.
And what comes next in the next 3 months, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're all ready and not get shaken out of the tree. I hope you're not scared of heights.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a crazy sort of world we're living into. I mean, what I'm most scared about is them not allowing you to save. Right. So right now in America, we have this huge, and this is, I mean, it does a good thing, but like I know people who are on Section 8 and stuff, which is basically the government housing and stuff, you know, because they're low income or single mothers or, you know, the stuff like that. Right. And it is a good thing to make sure to like help out like the bottom half and make sure that everything ends up really like you have to have some sort of a social net. But this is how draconian, like they basically allow you not to starve to death, you know, but they essentially is like, all right, we'll make sure that, you know, you have a basic income, you do this and stuff. We make sure you don't fall through the cracks too much, but you are slaves now to us and you are not allowed to ascend. Like, look at this. If let's just say as an example, right, you have let's just say as like I was a single father and I was in Section 8 housing and stuff, and I had 2 sons, right? If my sons who just turned 18 started making money, they would increase my rent. So instead of allowing you to be able to save up money so you can get yourself out of Section 8 and everything like that, no, you get penalized for working hard. So it's like I know so many mothers and stuff that tell, and then I mean, I'm just saying mothers because I know some people in real life. This is just more of a personal anecdote of mine. I know people where they're telling their kids, "Don't work right now," or "Don't do this," or they have to work under the table because
they'll lose their benefits. Yeah, it's been control. So I mean, this isn't really anything new because it's getting more options. It's getting more functionality, I guess. It's able to enforce more restrictions than before. But these sort of mechanisms have been in place for a long time. You know, the aid system, you know, if you do work, if you make X amount of money, you lose your benefits. That has been a scenario where it keeps you down. It keeps people where it's like, okay, but I have to do, you know, you have to do all these steps when you're actually incentivized to do nothing versus, you know, to be able to better yourself. It's a trap.
I just don't know how we could have fallen from the light so far. It's crazy. Like I grew up, even like I'm a 90s baby, but even I grew up on the whole thing of like, you know, pull yourself by your bootstraps.
Yep.
I'm not even talking about the whole Republican thing. I'm talking about literally like you work hard, the American dream and stuff. Maybe I'm a sucker that I believed in and stuff, but I made it happen. You know, and everyone here made it happen as well and stuff. And it makes me sick to my stomach to see what's going on in America. But this is across the whole world and stuff. This whole most jobs are small business jobs. Like you know, you go out, you create. The small business owner is literally the backbone of most countries. Period. It's not large businesses. It's small. It's small employers are the main employers of most countries and stuff. And
that's kind of been affected greatly too by, you know, sources like Amazon and such have taken over. Even trying to ship packages and stuff now directly from small businesses have been, you know, it's been taken over by Amazon. Amazon offers free shipping to where small businesses are actually supplying the Amazon stores, and then they just let them deal with the shipping. So, you know, you end up sending your commercial items to them so they can warehouse it and they can ship it from their centers. Because when you're trying to be competitive as far as charging shipping charges and sell unique products and stuff, you can't even do that. So a lot of these conglomerates have actually taken over the small businesses to kind of a great extreme and made it, you know, it's like when the big box stores move into town and the little grocery store goes out of business. That's kind of happened on the internet in a sort of way with Amazon being 40% of all internet commerce. And it puts a real serious hurting on people that are trying to run small businesses that don't have unique products. Fortunately enough for me, I fell into that category that I have products that are unique enough that
you can self-ship. And so, and this is why I tell people that why this is so important that people end up streaming, that they stream or they at least have a social media presence, because you know, squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? But it's but if you build up this client list and you're always out, if you're not making a noise, you are forgotten,
right?
Not up to 100%, right? But in terms of the market and census, so it's always good to, like, even if you're just talking a little bit here and there, it's just like you are more you are more like actively allowed and competitive compared to your neighbor or anybody else and stuff and everything. And that's the beautiful thing is because like Johnny, you kept working at it. You not just streaming, but you kept putting yourself out there in whatever you end up having your marketplace for your business. And there's a lot of people that just totally don't focus on the social side. The social side is now important. It's massive. And so this is why HEX did so well as well, because we have
social connections.
Yeah,
absolutely. So the relationships we made these relationships for life, man, and that's very, very powerful. And then when you are a community that brings other people in, and everybody's hanging out together and having a good time, sharing common beliefs, common concepts and stuff, you create those relationships.
You guys, PulseX isn't down. I just used it right now. It may be people from Europe or something that they're they're VPN or something like that. Just double check that, you guys. But yeah. Oh, look at Wild Matty Allen. Since when?
Matty's back. Hey. We're gonna give him a show. He can bring on his new guests.
Appears. Yeah.
And I am going to disappear.
Okay. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Yeah. All the planning of all this was last minute, as you guys know, and people have been hopping on and making it happen. I'm feeling really good about bringing it home. Maybe one of these hours, Richard Hart will hop on. Is that something you guys would like?
You keep asking, but he doesn't show, does he?
Well, I like 40 hours ago, I sent him the links, and it seems like he's been blasting them out on Telegram at least. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Well, you couldn't have sent him this link because every link is a new link.
It's true. Yes. So as you may know, and people in the audience may not, there's a thing on YouTube where if you go over 12 hours, we just got a tweet. Sweet. If you go over 12 hours on YouTube, then they treat it as a continuous stream. Like if you're playing lo-fi beats in the background and stuff, and it gets completely ranked differently. They don't record it always in the same way. And so it's like reclassified because nobody would be crazy enough to do 24 hours, of actual content on YouTube straight.
Except Mexicans.
That's right.
Except Mexicans.
And so it's shutting the stream down every like 10 to 11 hours. It helps preserve it and then gets it ranked higher. So
beautiful, man.
I just went over and talked to Jeff Booth for a second. Have you guys heard of him? He's one of these Bitcoiners that I've always really respected for his ideas because they translate to not just Bitcoin. And his observation is that he wrote a book called The Price of Tomorrow. And this is an idea that, if technology was just doing its thing, it would be deflationary. It would make it so that prices would go down over time if you had a hard money. However, with the government printing and stealing from people through inflation, it's quite the opposite, that the price of everything tomorrow is going to be more expensive than today. And that discourages people from long-term saving. And I would argue also changes people's behavior in subconscious ways, that if you don't have a sense that you can do something now and then you can still have purchasing power later, why would you even do something now? So I'm really bullish on like the way that cryptocurrency having a stricter supply or better game mechanics than fiat. I'm really bullish on how that could make the world a more productive and healthy place. And then the accounting that we're doing through crypto really pays for itself. We have goods and services to back the crypto. If people keep educating others, if people keep being inspired to save.
Definitely.
Refresh your page, Miguel, because it was down, but it's back up.
Oh, no, it's because I did a swap. I literally did a swap while we were on here and stuff, but that was earlier though. So okay, got it.
Yeah, the website went down. The hosting went down on the website for a sec. Yep.
Dang, dude. Oh well.
It's kind of like, that time when CoinMarketCap safeties went out of play, and Hex actually showed its real ranking for a couple hours.
Yeah,
and it happens every time they upgrade their system. When they have to.
I remember that day.
Manual locks over and over again to keep us hidden.
I called my friend and I was like, "Are you ready to buy Hex now?" And he was like, "Yeah." So he bought it.
Hey, there you go. Perfect.
Got a free
copy.
Guys,
it's been awesome hanging with you.
Thanks for being here, Johnny.
Filling in as Maddie got to go run around watching the booth for you, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate it.
And Miguel, I am going to come visit you. It's just probably not going to be soon. So within 24 months, I imagine we're going to have another meetup. Yeah. And then I'll fly down to Vegas in 2025 and come hang out in the studio. We can hang out a bit then.
Yeah, for sure. Let me know. And definitely, man. Can't wait for that.
If I go for some reason sooner than that, which probably not, but if I do, I'll let you know if I'm in town.
Yeah. Perfect. Beautiful, man.
See you, Maddie. See you, Miguel. Take care.
Thanks, Johnny. See you next time.
And then there was 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, what's the best way to get RH on here? Should we should we leave it to the audience to create a Twitter storm?
Basically, yeah. I mean, we gotta say Richard Hart. Come on, Rich, man, give us a stream, Betty, man. I know you come give the friendlies a stream, man. Everyone wants it, man. Everyone wants it real bad. But definitely, man, I got some cool stuff cooking up in the background. Once Richard decides to start streaming again, we got some. I got some big people you could stream with and stuff like that. Yeah, I've been trying to set up the Tates and Richard Hart and them for a while now.
Dude.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, it sounds like people should start tweeting now to see if Richard Hart will come on stream, because you just heard from Dollar Cost that he's trying to hook up the Tates.
I've been trying to do it in the background for a while, and I'm pretty sure they would do it. Like, it's not impossible and stuff like that. And like you've actually had, I mean, we saw the whole like Tristan Tate's tweets and everything like that, and people were like, "Oh, is he talking about PulseChain? Is he not talking about PulseChain?" Or like some major events happening in the next 48 hours. But I mean, regardless or not, I mean, they're good stand-up guys and stuff like that, and what's happening to them is bullshit. But it's that sort of thing. But like, a lot of people wouldn't want to stream with Richard and stuff. I mean, I know, but it just is. I mean, I know he's probably just trying to. Obviously, I'm speaking, out of my ass here, maybe, but like, I know he's just trying to make sure that everything's like launched perfectly. And then once calm waters happen, then from there, I think he'll probably get back on YouTube and stuff. So, yeah.
It looks like Richard. I don't think he'll be streaming today, but that's okay, because we are a decentralized community. Because we've got so much exciting stuff happening. I mean, look at us. We're at the Bitcoin conference. Miguel and I were out here talking to, I mean, for me, the experience was way different than even last year. Last year, when I talked about Hex, people were like, oh, they were kind of neutral on it. Before that, I had spoken about Hex at meetups with Bitcoiners, not necessarily a whole conference. And it was more like, oh, I'm sorry for your loss type thing. Yeah. Right. And even when there was the most potential, even when it had the lowest price, that was the case. And then this year was like totally different. I was talking to the some of the guys who work with the that show with Crypto Man ran, Crypto Banter. I talked to some of those guys, and they're like jaws drop whenever I say I'm day 3 Hex, and they're like, bursting with envy of like, oh man, knowing that we did so well. And so it's like, it wasn't just when we did well that they found out about it, but it took some time for them to realize, or for the word to get around, I guess.
I mean, Hex money's real, man. Shout out to what's called Money Grows on Trees. Shout out to the boys, shout out to Kareem and the boys and stuff like that. But like, yeah, there's a lot of Hex money out here and stuff like that. Hex money's like, it's kind of funny. Like they almost thought of Hex for a while, like sort of like a meme or like some bullshit, right? And then now dog money's real money. Like there is people, like it's funny. It's kind of funny because like Dogecoin's a Bitcoin because Elon and stuff like. But like Hex did a lot more returns than that and stuff. I mean, the gains that Shiba Inu made, right, that people talk about and stuff. Most people did not get into any of that. Like some people did very well with it and stuff, but it's not legitimately there. At like you need to have like for people that really have those gains. Where I'm impressed is where like the coin price is really low for a while, and people actually could have got in. Like people actually got into HEX legitimately. And
yeah. It's not just the one wallet that did $1 million X. It's like how many people became millionaires, how many people got to experience life-changing gains. That's it's all on chain too, right?
It's all on chain and stuff like that. I mean, like I still get thank you messages all the time from all the early work people I onboarded back in the day. This is before I even had my podcast. I mean, before I even had my YouTube channel. You know, I was on Discord Syndicate, or I was on these other shows and just where I was just telling people in my local area, hey, bro, you should probably look into this, you know. But yeah, man, people got the 10,000X. I did. That's for sure.
Did I ever tell you the story of like the first time I ever found out about the HEX community?
No, go ahead and tell me.
So I was just like, I was a Bitcoiner. I was here for my free coins. I was into like 2 or 3 different projects that were like, yeah, you could get yield or quarterly dividends was the thing. It was like Bitcoin Rhodium, Mimblewimble coin, and the actual MWC.
Mimblewimble coin,
not just the protocol. And then there was a Bitcoin HEX, or HEX was something that it was like, well, you know, if you're smart enough, if you can pass the IQ test of being able to sign a transaction with your Bitcoin, right? And I knew like self-custody, that's cool. I was into it, but it was like, it made it even that much more important because you couldn't just claim your Bitcoin HEX or your HEX by just having Bitcoin on a centralized exchange. And so, yeah, right. So like, that's what got HEX on my radar. I heard about Richard through the Bitcoin circles, and this, definitely subscribed, decided to keep checking back every week or two to see if HEX had launched yet. And, so I was, I was definitely in this situation where I got into HEX. I was like dollar cost averaging after day 3, we're talking like very, very small amounts of money because I'm still indoctrinated by this Bitcoin maximalism, idea. And I'm just like, well, let me give the dividend thing a try with like a small portion of my net worth that had now gone down 70% thanks to the 2017 to 2019 Bitcoin run. And so I was in HEX. I was doing it, like penny transactions, doing swaps on Uniswap. I got onto Ether Delta and stuff.
Oh my God, Ether Delta. I'm getting like Vietnam flashbacks.
Yeah. It had an order book or something, like, so I'm just watching all these bots like taking all my money and okay, yeah, you can buy some HEX, playing with the adoption amplifier, that sort of thing. You had to remember to self-refer. I forgot once to self-refer. And so that was interesting because you'd have to decide, did you want to buy on a exchange like Ether Delta or eventually Uniswap, or did you want to enter the AA lobby?
Right. I think there was another exchange too. I forgot the name. Yeah, I went on the exchange. What was the first exchange that ever listed HEX? My God, I totally forgot. I totally forgot the name of it. Bidesk. Bidesk.
Okay. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, Bidesk, I think, was the first exchange to ever list HEX ever. And RIP. But
so I'm like, yeah, it's going into this summer of DeFi and like lockdowns and everything. And wait, was it lockdowns yet? I can't remember.
Say it again.
No, I don't think in 2020. No, I don't think lockdowns had started like in 6 months of HEX. So I'm just like, I'm out in Vegas visiting family, spending a month out there. And then one day I go onto YouTube. I don't know if I was looking for crypto content or Richard Hart or what, but sure enough, I see a community stream with Crypto Coffee, Hexologist, Dollar Cost Crypto. You might have been there. This was like, like all the original names of people who started streaming. And all I can see is you guys are talking about, or somebody's talking about shrimp farming.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was there. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, there was. Oh my god, the Toucan Air bullshit games and stuff like there was like a little meeting. That was coffee talk. Coffee was like explaining.
Yeah.
It was coffee because he was on there. That was on discourse with us and stuff. Shout out to the 4 Horsemen, but
so I'm like playing around with it, and I was thinking to myself at the time, like, oh, I should make a dApp to like pay yourself to take more steps or to like change your behavior. But I didn't know anything. I was getting stuck, installing just installing like the system state to be able to play around with Solidity. But I played around a little bit with shrimp farming, and that's how I learned really quick in the community. Like, there is a great community, and as a community, it's also helpful for us to stay focused, or to at least not not promote shrimp farming, at least.
Yeah, basically.
But it's like, if that conversation wasn't happening, I don't know that I would have,
even found it. Yeah.
That I would have gotten involved at the same time that I did. And, at the time, CoinMarketCap was gatekeeping, and through me paying attention to these other coins that had given free claims for Bitcoin, I had learned a little bit about the listing process. I had seen a coin go from number 5,000 to number 200, getting above the 200 mark because it's, not being gatekept anymore. And so I was really enraged that like HEX was gatekept, and I didn't really have a good reason why at first. Right. But it definitely pushed me into joining the community, starting to make content and that kind of stuff. Like being inspired by you guys, and I guess just recognizing that there was a lot of cool game theory to talk about.
Yeah, and I was really happy when you came back. I think eventually we had you on the show later on, and then we had other people that we had a lot of people. I'm very happy we allowed like a lot of people to come on the show and stuff, because most shows usually, even if because I've seen a lot of community shows, it's usually they don't really allow the community really to get on. Really, it's more of like the friend, like a new community member, my buddy.
Yeah.
Instead of actually, and this is how we got David Feeder, and we got you, and we got a bunch of other great people that, like, I'm really proud that we were able to give them a platform for a while. And then one thing we always encourage was people to make their own channels and stuff like that. And like, shout out to you, Maddie. I mean, you've done such a bang up job. I got nothing but kind things to say about you, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And likewise, the respect is mutual. I'm really impressed by how you've built a whole education platform for people, and you've networked with a lot of really connected people in the world, and you just have a great sense about how to explain crypto to people, and that's part of what we need in this world.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, man. Well, time to do more market connections, because I'm about to do a stream right now with I think Fresh Prince CEO right now in about 30 minutes. Yeah. So I'll give HEX and PulseChain a shout out and stuff.
Yeah,
we're onboarding a lot of people through there as well and stuff. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, check you guys out, and just shout out to Richard. Hopefully he comes on here, man. I can't wait to party with him again. Do some cool stuff in Miami or wherever. But thank you for having me on, Maddie. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for being here. You rock. Have a good one.
Peace.
All right.
Keep talking. It's about assets and interest. Economical slang. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the game.
All right. And we're live. We are deep in this 48-hour live stream. We just got to hear from Johnny Chaos, A Wild SJ, and Dollar Cost Crypto. 3 amazing community members. I'm like so pumped to have this community stream going. And we're going to keep going here. Let me know if anybody wants to hop on. I do have the link out to a few people. I did get confirmation that Richard, he will not be able to stream today, which is fine. I'm extremely grateful that he's out there living his life. And, here we are in the community, tearing up the Bitcoin conference, representing and giving a face to the entire community. It's, you might have heard earlier in this stream, somebody came on and was just explaining how meaningful it is to have these meetups with people who share your worldview and who maybe have shared your journey of education in the RH ecosystem. I really think that's a special connection that people can have. For example, when I went across the country on several different stops with Abit and Patrick, I met people who had listened to every hour of Game Theory Gang, and they already knew all of my ideas, and I got to hear their ideas as they could relate it to what I had been talking about. And so it was already this like psychic connection with strangers. And they didn't stay strangers, right? Because this community has a really strong ethic of meeting up, of participating, you know, being in the live stream comments, watching on replay, whatever it is. People are participating in Telegram. They are participating on the blockchain. They are onboarding new people. And so it's really incredible to see all the human resources that exist in this space. And that's another thing that Richard has, pointed out in his OG streams. He says human resources are one of the most valuable things in the world. And the fact that we have a community of people that is time locked and is incentivized to work together, it's a sight to behold for sure. It's something where, maybe I'm biased, maybe somebody can come along and tell me, but I don't see the same level of cohesion and cooperation in the Bitcoin space. They've had so many years to build YouTube channels. For example, Dollar Cost Crypto just explained. They were including people like me who didn't have any experience, who they didn't know at all. They were, reaching out the olive branch, and I didn't know how to get a good camera. I didn't know how to get a good mic. I had to learn from Hexologists and from RG3 and from Dollar Cost Crypto and the entire gang. And so I might not have enjoyed all aspects of streaming. I might not have made it to this point of being such a regular streamer as a part of my own structure in my life, my own work that I'm trying to pay forward. I don't know that I would have it if I didn't have some of these critical experiences early on. And so with that being said, I would also encourage people, if you have any interest in speaking, you don't have to be good from the beginning. Trust me, people have told me that they can go back and look at my old streams and they see a totally different person up here, but obviously the same. I'm just not having streaming skills. So, that's okay. That's something that you get through. I stopped feeling nervous probably after I did this about 5 or 10 times. So it took a lot of practice, but getting on a consistent schedule, joining other people's streams, and cross promoting. That's another principle that has really taken me into this whole new world of human resources and a community of time lockers, community of people who are paying their future selves. Another anecdote that I'll tell about me getting started was definitely having to do with Abit HEX. And of course, he ended up being the one who was one of the organizers of the 5555 tour with KSB TV and Hex Lion. They really took a leadership role in going around the country using their free speech to tell the world about what is Hex, having meetups and workshops and whatnot. And this is their second language. This is not their country of origin, and they're out here, really making a difference for people's community building. Well, it was before I ever showed my face on screen. I had to start somewhere. I started on Twitter, and I took my Bitcoin Twitter, because I had a Twitter that was just dedicated to Bitcoin, and I unfollowed some people and then started making that my Hex account. And it might seem like such a small thing, but Abit made me a banner for my Twitter. And it was really cool. It looked super futuristic. I had not dusted off the rust on my graphic design skills, and so I literally couldn't do anything. I was trying to just making a basic like pink background for just an image or some text or something was like really hard. And anyway, so Abit made a custom Twitter profile for me, a banner, and that he did it for free. He was just like super enthusiastic about it, and so that was something that helped me connect with somebody. And then I saw him on streams, and I was like, wow, I've already interacted with that person and had a good experience. So it's sometimes these little interactions, they can lead people to get really involved in the ecosystem. And you can only imagine, if we keep this spirit of paying it forward and helping others and encouraging each other, if we have this cooperation continue, if we 10x the community and we have those same values, then we are going to get 10 people like me. We're going to get 10 people like Abit. And, that's going to set up our new norm of how our community can expand. Maybe in 15 years, the HEX conference will just be running 24/7, 365 or something like that. Who knows? Because there's so many speakers. You have to spread it out over the whole year. That'd be cool. So let's see. Richard was tweeting a lot about Bitcoin yesterday, and that was the first day of the Bitcoin conference. Things are probably starting to wrap up here with Bitcoin. Maybe there's another 3 hours of that schedule there. Here's a tweet from Richard from 4 minutes ago. It says, by the way, if you're a centralized entity like an exchange or service provider trying to message me, don't bother, because I really don't read messages, emails, the newspaper, or anything else. Everything is decentralized. You can find 10 or 20 different people in the community that can answer your questions just fine. Mic drop. Yo. What do you think crypto is about? Centralized exchanges? Definitely not what you're doing. So I'm going to hit the like and retweet on that. I would encourage you all to do the same. That's a really, I might even have to bookmark that one, because that's like talking about what it's really about, in my opinion. I'm going to drop the link to the tweet right here. And that also, I kind of had a feeling that, that maybe this would be a dedicated community stream, right? Because we need to grow to that point. We need to have, I really think the HEX community stands on its own. I think that we have this really cool ethos of no expectations and being pleasantly surprised whenever we have joined a sacrifice set, and then we get airdropped tokens of no value. And then we create the value ourselves because we're hodling, we're in some cases paying high transaction fees, but really using crypto for what it was intended for, whether that's a mechanism of exchange, a unit of account, or a store of value, or some other utility. PulseX is the first decentralized exchange, in my opinion, that is really meeting a lot of viral pumpamentals. It's got a buy and burn built into it. You might have heard of this if you listened to Tangent's 16 hours of this 48-hour live stream. He's a big fan of the buy and burn. But it's a really exciting time to be in crypto. I can't wait to see what the price does. I can't wait to see what the community does. I mean, we've been out here in Miami pretty much making history in little ways. For example, I bought a pizza with Pulse. So that was probably a horrible investment, but at least we know it has real world value, right? And I went ahead and paid the same amount as the Bitcoin pizza, which I was trying to do the math, and I was shocked. Somebody has to check me on this. This was an $18 pizza. Okay. I paid 20,000 Pulse, and I'm pretty sure that's like exactly what the sacrifice rate was. And I didn't mean for that. I was just pulling 20,000 out of my head. But no, I'm sorry. That's is that a 9x on sacrifice? Oh, just a little bit under. Okay. Well, wrecked. Yeah. I guess I gave somebody too good of a deal, but hey, the guy who sold his Bitcoin for 2 Papa John's pizzas, that's pretty wrecked too. But I guess when you're sacrificing and when you're having a good time and trying to put food on the table, it's all good. I don't mind having a wrecked competition with Bitcoiners. I think at the end of the day, I can always throw an extra $18 in right now. Maybe I have to throw in 60 already to buy back my position of the the Pulse pizza. Go figure. There was also a Pulse X meetup that somebody arranged, and I would say that counts. Even though they did it at the HEX meetup, they organized it separately, so that's definitely a thing. So Pulse X has had a meetup, and Pulse has had a pizza bought with it. Go figure. All right. Oh, and then here, when I go solo for too long, and the daydreaming music comes out, a little bit in the background, keeps me grounded. One thing that we should really celebrate is all the community participation. Just like Richard said, whenever centralized exchanges were trying to message him, and he deferred them to this decentralized community to ask their questions. In the same way, I think looking at all the different HEX streamers and all the different channels that have participated, this live stream would not have been possible without a semi-decentralized community, right? And it's funny because people asked me, like, the most common question I got, because I planned this last minute, people were asking me, what should I talk about? And, that was the thing I had to say, is like, well, I can't micromanage that. Hopefully it's at least on topic with HEX and PulseChain and PulseX. But I think people have done a really great job of sticking to the core mission of here's the focus, here's what the community is. We had Tangent's awesome rant that we played last night. Was that the beginning of the stream? But anyway, we're going to go through the list of everybody I wrote down who's been speaking so far, and just shout out to everybody there. If you hear any of these names and you're not familiar with them, then make a list. Get your paper and pencil ready now, because all these people, I would say, are worth a follow. They're worth checking out on YouTube and Twitter. Those are the main areas where the HEX community really has a social consensus. Okay, so we started at 6 p.m. Eastern, Miami time, on Thursday, May 18th. We had myself, Westcott Crypto, and Axis Alive. Shout out to those two. Then a Dollar Cost and Johnny Chaos. They have done a couple different shifts here. A shout out to them. We had David Feeder, the validator himself, on stream. Then we had Corey Costa and Mike the Investor. Shout out to them. They go far and wide into different crypto communities and still find a way to talk about Hex and PulseChain much of the time. Randy Hilarski and Ben Dubard, that's a duo that you can't miss. They've been streaming regularly and have a course to onboard. I think I'm not sure exactly what they said. They said basically like their parents' age, basically, is what they said, the target audience that they're looking for. Then, of course, we had Brisology, who is a normal guest of mine, a co-host on Game Theory Gang every Tuesday night at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 on the West Coast. And shout out to Crispy Man. He's been on stream with us here, and he also streams with me every week. I also stream at the same time solo on Thursday nights for Hex Therapy Live. In hour 6, we had Brisology, Rags to Riches, and Cabana Crypto. We had Top Gun Hexadian and Papa Boehner. Shout out to them. 8-Bit Hex came on, and then Tangent led a powerful block of speakers with Adam Stokes, Crypto 7, Mango Junkie, Mark Wild, Magic Carpet Ride, Sticker Guy Win, and KG of Internet Money. He streamed with Furu Finance, another person who I really appreciated hosting for an hour. And then I was back up yesterday morning with Corey, Geary, and Dane. And then Joe Paris, who has 368,000 subscribers on YouTube. So close to 369, he can taste it. He came into the studio here for an hour. Then we had a Wild SJ, ATX Crypto, and Famous of hexdirect.com. And they all did a great job. ATX Crypto and Whales Only held it down. We had Black Hexagon and KSB Lion, KSB.TV Lion on. Patrick is a member of the Crypto Sparbach team. And then Crispy Man of hexfire.io. That stands for Financial Independence, Retire Early. And it's a super helpful website for the more technically and mathematical inclined. But really, everybody can get something out of it. Then you had Crypto Stylist coming in from Europe, and she did a really great job of streaming with us. With Maximum Energy came My Life is Awesome, who also goes by Lit. And Ben Cage was in studio here, another super well-spoken Hexagon. And then we had Katie P, who's one of the world's leading experts on Pulse and PulseX and all the game theory and mechanics that go into the new Richard Hart ecosystem. And then we had Hod Pearl come on, she's an OG Bitcoiner of sorts, and definitely a huge force in the Hexagon community. Let me see. And so that wrapped up the first 24 hours. Then it was Brisology, Freddy Quotes, and Hexy B. We had 8-Bit and Corey Costa and Gen Hex. We had Whales Only, Crypto Class, and Hex Machina. Shout out to all of them. A really, really great panel last night. It was they were cracking me up, and we were having a good time. I stuck around long enough to be on with Tangent, and it's funny when I had Tangent on, I was playing a clip right when he showed up, so he was freaking out, thinking that he was already live or that the Matrix had glitched, and somehow he was already speaking. So that was kind of funny. Let me see here. Tangent definitely held it down all night, and I believe, I was getting rest. I believe he streamed with 0x Coast, RH Max, and Hexiest Man in the World, and maybe a couple others. And then this morning, I came in and started doing an interview with Fashion Coder. Her dad stopped by. Crypto Heartbeat, that was another great interview. And then I was hoping to get Kareem on one of these times. I know he might be helping to host certain things, but then we had Johnny Chaos and Dollar Cost hop on. So definitely shout out to them, and a Wild SJ, of course. I am hoping to get some more speakers on here. Let's see. I'm gonna message Kareem. We have 4 more hours. All right, let's get the bands back together. What do you guys think? Looking at the chat here, people are answering each other's questions and celebrating the community. A-Bit Hex, thanks for sharing. I remember when we talked in St. Louis. Hell yeah. Appreciate you all. Hey. I am not a gamer. Where is Richard? He, I don't know. Where are you? Would love Whales Only and Cream. Quant Gang reunion. I don't know. I don't want to jinx it, you know? Because like I was hopeful for Richard, but you know, then I realized that the community is so decentralized. We're out here in these crypto streets doing our own onboarding and our own advocacy. And that's pretty cool. Hopefully the chat will let me know if something big happens. Like I don't have the price pulled up. I don't know what's going on there. Pulling up Twitter because that's where information lives. Let's see. If you don't have a hardware wallet, if we're just going to jump to that, then there's a link in the description below. Using a hardware wallet is a really good way to secure your crypto. And if you're time locking and paying your future self like I am, it's extremely useful to be able to sleep at night. And that's even more possible when you don't have to worry about something going wrong. So definitely don't share your seed words with anybody. And even if you didn't start with a hardware wallet, there's no time like the present. Where's Hodl Dog? Hey, that's a great question. It is probably pretty late there in Europe, but hey, I'm going to message him now. Who else do you guys want to see? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. This is all happening live. F it, we'll do it live. Right? Hey, I just, I got to try everything out. I tried organizing something months in advance. That worked pretty well. I've been inviting people at the last minute. That's been going pretty well so far. I mean, we're competing with these Bitcoin numbers. I've said it before and I will say it again. Even if there are 600 people watching now, which there are, and even if there are 2,400 people watching the Bitcoin conference, which I don't know that I even saw it ever get that high, but maybe it did. And our peak was at least 1,600 people. So we're crushing it. We're already getting half the views as the Bitcoin conference in terms of live participation. That's insane. Or even if it's a quarter, right? There are definitely there's more than 4 times as many people who know about Bitcoin than HEX. But the people who know about HEX, they're participating more for some reason. And it might be the time locking, it might be the mad gains, it might be the game theory, it might be the community, it might be the logo, it might be the color scheme. Who knows what it is? But it's probably all those things. What's Alex from Hedron? It's like Synergy or something. I got him on Twitter. There we go. All right, I invited Alex. Marco, he thinks he can come on soon, I think. That'll be, oh, that's really a reunion then. Let's see here. What's the price? People are asking what's the price of PLS compared to SAC. Maddie, you're a legend. Hey, thanks. I'm just holding it down over here. Hexologist Eric Wall. Oh, that's a good one. All right, I sent one to Eric. Hey, do you want to see if Sheldon the sniper is outside? Like, I hear people. I don't know if he is. I see some names in here. No, not Jack. Sorry. KDP again. People are asking. Hexologist. Yeah, I sent it to Hexa. Nope. Fair enough. Hexologist. Sent. People said K for K. Any questions you guys have, drop them in the chat. I'm at your service. Here's a super chat. The stream has been amazing. Maddie, thanks for all you do for the community. My pleasure. I think Charlie from Cultivate Crypto, I think he's going live with Dollar Cost now to have those Miami guys getting involved. Fresh and fit. Maddie, I don't mean to come off personal. I already kept reading, so I know what this says. But what does your family say now that you basically now knowing you were right about crypto? I'm sure they were skeptical in the beginning, but now they see it as the real deal. Yeah. I mean, you pretty much nailed it. Yeah, I would say like my family is still pretty much, grateful for the opportunities that I've been able to have in crypto. And, for me, I'm such a believer in crypto that I gave myself a 2-year runway. And, if that doesn't work out, then I guess it's back to another line of work, right? So that's fine. I would rather eat my own dog food, so to speak. That's like a perfect analogy, but it's kind of weird. I can't believe you haven't interviewed Shane Schuler yet. Believe it. This 48 hours feels like the start of Hexaco. Hey, there you go. Wendy's for tendies? Yo. I will definitely go for that. Good suggestion. I already asked Motley. He said he couldn't make it, but I do appreciate Motley, the investor. People are saying Access. Maybe on Twitter. Keep asking your questions. If you're new here, don't worry. I have a different attitude towards anons than Tangent does. Just ask Jesse. He said he'll try. Sweet. Hit that like button. That's right. We need to get more likes than the Bitcoin conference. That's the goal, always. What's the hex on Ethereum on PLS token address? Anyone know? I would only go with what Richard has tweeted. There's a difference between the bridge address and the contract address for adding the token itself. EHEX ARB is closed and PHEX is close to closing. Says S Penny. I'm still buying EHEX. Am I going to get wrecked? LOL question mark. I bought a little bit of EHEX yesterday. I don't know if we're going to get wrecked, but I didn't know what else to buy. Truth. I mean, I already bought a little bit of a wrapped pulse, but then it seems like it was trading at a high premium. I need to hear, I don't know. I need to really decide like how serious I want to get with all this, you know, bridge stuff. At least I don't feel the urge to rush into anything. But also, I'm okay if the price of something doubles. That's the cost of waiting, basically. Or it could go down. Who knows? That's why dollar cost averaging is king. DJ Cryptomatic, yo. You on here? Send it to you on Telegram at least. Wow, that's a super old video in our Telegram of me probably saying Merry Christmas in like 2021 or something. That's crazy. Maddie, saving the world. You give so much. You have my gratitude. Thanks, Salter. Appreciate the kind words. Randy Hilarski, of course. All right, got Randy on Telegram there. Oh, Alex said yes. Sweet. We hitting $5 EHEX in 2025 question mark. That'd be pretty cool. The cool thing about HEX is I could sell all of my liquid HEX, and that's such a small percentage of the total HEX that I have. And then I get into a debate with myself of like, how much of my TShares should I rebuy? Because how much do I want to pay my future self all that trustless yield in something TShares that are so deflationary, right? And getting bonuses the more the price goes up of people ending stakes early. Imagine that. So, man, $5 HEX, that would be pretty crazy. But at the same time, crypto is pretty crazy. You know, let's go back to the example of the Pulse pizza. Look, I already told you that Bitcoin, it was 20,000 Bitcoin that did the first real world transaction. And sure, it's true that the cost of the total Papa John's pizzas that Laszlo ordered, that you can still research this, I believe, on Bitcoin Talk forum. The posts are memorialized on there. Well, they're still up. The actual picture of the pizza, like, you have to Google a little bit. I don't think Bitcoin Talk is hosting it anymore or something. Anyway, I believe it was 2 Papa John's pizzas. I believe the cost was about $40. Was it $45? Was it $40? Whatever. Let's just do our math here, right? So you have $40 and you divide that by 20,000 Bitcoin. Now, he was going to pay 10,000 and then he did a 10,000 Bitcoin tip, is my understanding. So the starting price of Bitcoin was actually 0.2 of a penny, not 1 penny. So what that means is that we have to multiply by 5 the ROI of the person who just went onto a talk forum and used their credit card to buy somebody a Papa John's pizza in another part of the world. I think it was somebody in Europe buying for somebody in America, or vice versa. Okay, so Bitcoin, it went up to very close to it went up to $69,000 in 2021. So if you go from a penny, which is like, a lot of people they think they're being generous, even starting Bitcoin at a penny. We just proved when pizzas are flying around, Bitcoin was 1/5 of that price. So you have 6.9 million X going from a penny to $69,000 per Bitcoin. And all you have to do is multiply that by 5, right? So 6.9 times 5, that's 34.5 million, not percent, X. 34.5 million X on the Bitcoin pizza, okay? That means for every dollar you had, it would turn into $34.5 million. And how many dollars did we say were involved? 40, maybe a little bit more, but that's not going to affect our math. So if we multiply our $40 by a 34.5 million X, what you get is you get a total of $1.38 billion for that pizza. Right? Because that's 20,000 Bitcoin. So let's check our math here. Let's do 20,000 Bitcoin. Multiply that by $69,000. Should give us the same amount. Messing around with the zeros. That's thousands, millions, billions. Yep. $1.38 billion for the Bitcoin pizza. Now, I'm not saying Pulse is going to do a 34.5 million X. And I'm not saying that about HEX either, but look at what's possible. You didn't have to put in a lot of money, really. You just had to hold long enough and not spend all your money on pizza. Good question. What's the name of the background song? It's just by StreamYard. They may have composed it themselves so that there are no copyright strikes, and it's called Daydreaming. Huddle Dog is awake. Just tweeted. Get him in here. What I'll do in that case is I'll send him one on Twitter as well. Adrian is asking, is anyone getting weird errors while trying to swap? All of a sudden it says there's no liquidity, and then it comes back all the time. Big pairs, not little coins. No. Well, I don't know. Maybe other people can answer that. I mean, you can go on the Block Explorer, the otter.pulsechain. I think it's otter.pulsechain.com, and you can see if anything's stuck there. You can close your browser and then open it again. Like quit it fully. Did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in? Crypto Coffee said he would try to make it. Richard will not come on stream today. Did my staked EHEX get copied over to PulseChain as well? Yes, it did, Eric P. Congrats. Is it smart to swap HEX for PulseX right now? Or are we supposed to hold off on transactions? That's completely up to you. What's your goal? Which one do you think is going to do better? I mean, they're both. So HEX is kind of deflationary because of TShares. The actual HEX is inflationary, but if you're using it to earn trustless yield, then it's TShares are deflationary. PulseX also deflationary. So, hey, I like both of those. People seem a bit quiet on the amount of TShares falling off a cliff recently. Definitely Hexfire has been telling us about it. Yeah, I've interviewed Richard Schuler before, that's right. Is Richard going to come on? No, just you get the community today. And look, I'll be the first one to say I hope Richard streams soon. You know? I'm just grateful for what we do have, which is a vibrant community, a founder who's tweeting a lot. Pretty good. Richard doesn't have a brother. Eric Wall is a troll. I'm sure he sacrificed for both PLS and PLSX and has a big HEX bag. Well, it'd be hard for him to win with us if he didn't have those things. What's up?
Have they all left you?
Oh, you know, they're off onboarding people.
Yeah, that's good.
And yeah, thanks for joining. You know, I watch your early morning show as often as I can, especially when it gets juicy.
Oh yeah, we had a scandalous week this past week, but it's all behind the scenes. We've repaired all the relationships, so everything is good. Nothing to worry out there.
Yeah.
But that kind of that was a bit crazy on Tuesday what happened. But hey, drama is selling. Unfortunately, it was our most successful stream ever. I think we had 3,000 views and 400 lives. So sometimes we really make an effort to put on a great show, and then we don't get this many views. But when a few people rubbing heads, then it goes
Yeah,
crazy.
well,
But
you guys have been so consistent with your show. There were a number of us that all started doing shows around the same time, and the majority of them are no longer going. Your Wake Up Hex show continues.
Yes.
And
we're still there. I joined the team 2 years ago, and it's already 2 years. It's crazy how the time flies in crypto. It's dog years, 2 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's so true.
But what's the time where you are? What is the day time of day?
It is 3. It's actually 3:20. My system, my computer says is Central Time, but I'm actually Miami time now, so it's almost 3:30
in the afternoon. So the conference about to close, and
that's right. Yeah, going. Let me double check my schedule here. So we got, until the end of, so like basically until 6 p.m.
Oh, okay.
And I'm probably gonna go an extra 15 minutes just so nobody can talk shit if we were switching for 5 minutes, if we were like switching the stream.
Nice. And then people are leaving for the are there like evening events and parties and things? Or
yeah. People who are in Miami can go to Hex Meetup on Telegram, and that's where people are talking about where they're at and what they're doing.
Nice.
Price of PLSX, 13K over $1 PLSX right now. Should I wait or buy more? I don't know. Can you explain TShares in your own words? TShares are your share of the future compound interest in Hex. Period. You like compound interest? You think it's the 8th wonder of the world? We don't need to get into whether Einstein really said that quote or not, because it might surprise you. But at the end of the day, compound interest, 8th wonder of the world. You want some or not? Get in. We're going to the moon.
No financial advice.
Not financial advice.
But since we're on that juicy topic, have you changed your stance on hardware wallet? I originally thought it was too complicated, you said.
When I joined crypto, I didn't know I joined crypto because I only put $20 in, and then it turned into like $4,000. So I don't think that you need to start like if there's going to be a barrier, then deal with that. However, I'm such a strong advocate of using a hardware wallet now. I have a link in the description below of every stream.
I've seen that. Yeah, you had a poll going and everything.
I built security into my project that I'm going to be launching. That has, you have self custody, and you have an ability to add a second seed phrase. I'm going to do my best to like push people who are using our front end. Even we might have a way to nudge people into getting a hardware wallet almost by default for the for the second seed. So I appreciated the debate because I think there is some psychology surrounding people hearing about crypto. Hey, magic internet money, like only put in what you can afford to lose. And then it's like, oh, but also pay $70 for this hardware wallet. And like, why can't I get it 2 days from Amazon? Oh, because like I can't even trust somebody who's handling it. Oh, that's weird. This crypto thing, it sounds pretty complicated. And but that's okay, because I think at the end of the day, like, let's look at Staker App. They're thinking about incentivizing people to upgrade their security. Imagine that if people were incentivized to have better security. Time pays me, being able to protect yourself using a smart contract. It's not the end all be all of the the security journey, but I think the more people we can get on the security journey, the better. What do you think about all that?
I get it with the ordering only from the manufacturer and all, but I can only repeat myself. It happened to me. I lost. I played in these ICO games back in 2017 and just with a hot wallet, with a hot MetaMask, because back then you could only take part in these when you had your own wallet. You couldn't send from exchanges, so that's the first step. Even some people are just on centralized exchanges. They don't even manage their own crypto. So that's already a first step. But then, of course, what you must absolutely do is protect your keys from that hot wallet on a hardware device. And back then, I didn't know that this even existed. So it's a lack of knowledge on my part. And I got a serious amount of dollar value at the time in crypto got stolen from me. And I just don't want this to happen, because that's when that happens. You check your wallet and you think your coins are still there and it's gone, and then you check the transactions and you see, oh my god, somebody has transferred. That's the brutal thing on the Ethereum. You can follow the steps where everything went, and then of course you say, oh no, that wasn't my transaction, so somebody was actually in my wallet emptying it out. And that happened to me thank god at the very beginning of my crypto journey back in 2018. And that's kind of why I'm beating that horse, or helping people like Papa B, etc., beating that horse. I just don't want this to happen to anyone else, especially now with the HEX and the PulseChain. This is also so precious to us, and I just don't want this to any fellow Hexican to happen. That's my whole motivation behind that, if you ask me. Like, we don't have a referral link, we have nothing. It's really, the message should be, if you're dealing with crypto, dealing with MetaMask, you should secure your keys with a hardware wallet. Ain't that right, Papa B?
Papa Boehner's here to say you must. It's not should, it's not could, it's not would. You must.
No, Papa Boehner is here.
Yes.
Papa Boehner is here to get Matty Allen to say such a thing.
Ah, yes. You must use a hardware wallet.
Thank you.
It's what's the point of having the world's greatest appreciating crypto that you could have 20,000 Bitcoin and then it turns into a $1.3 billion pizza? Go ahead and spring the $70 for the hardware wallet. Link in the description below. What are you building, Papa? I want to hear more about that.
I'm building a site that says, click here to order something of a hardware wallet. Gotcha, you got rinsed. See, I fooled you again. Get a hardware wallet.
Yes.
No, it's a platform, and I love the way that. Sorry, can I just move back for 1 second before we go into that? The shameless shilling of something from me, but I missed what DJ Cryptomatic was saying because I was warming up the whammy on the old the computerized device.
Webcam.
Yes, but and it's snowing in Tokyo, as you can see over here.
Yes.
It's not. It's just the chroma key's bad. But no, I imagine that DJ Cryptomatic put it. Oh, it's really snowing now. DJ Cryptomatic put it deftly, honestly, and calmly to you. The argument for hardware wallets. The fact is that it's a real heartbreaker to see on the day of a launch of a brand new blockchain, several bots in action, taking people's stuff, and little tears and little eyes that will never enjoy their drop for the long term because there's a Mars stealer out there that's taking their goodies.
Yeah.
And over and over and over again, these people come and they say, I was using MetaMask. What happened? I didn't click on any bad sites, right? And yet I get the links from them. I say, show me the transaction hash. And then we see that it's not just them, but it's many people over and over and over again that are losing everything. And then back when the gas was low meaning in Pulse terms, that it was blasting 15,000 pulse increments onto PulseX and selling. So we don't like to see these things because it's like, I told you so moment, or it's like the Soylent Green is people moment. We don't like to see that stuff. So we appreciate your support in this. And it's Alex from Hedron, as we always call him, who has just suddenly appeared. It's like someone massive has appeared. I got to shut up now. What's up, Alex?
No, not too much. Just busy with Pulse, man. Like, keeping me on my toes.
What are you up to?
Right now, I'm thinking, I think like 436 archive nodes. Yeah. And,
wow.
It's going okay. Like it needs a little work still, but trying to give some stuff to the other builders out there and let them be able to pull historical data and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's most of my time goes there.
Well, that's really important. I guess like there's all this subgraph stuff and this and that.
Yeah, it's like the best way I can explain it is like subgraphs are probably the most common use case for it. And a subgraph is like if you ask the blockchain, hey, I want all history for the past 10 million blocks, like it'll take hours and you actually won't even get it because it'll time out before you can even get that data. A subgraph is something that you say, hey, these are the things I want. You look at the chain as it's happening over time, and then put that all in a database that I can query very quickly. And that lets you get stuff. Like that's how like a lot of price charts and stuff work, and they can get the past ticks from Uniswap.
Yeah, that's really important stuff for people to have access to because it helps make all the dApps run.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, and so
how did that make you feel that your Icosa front end was up and running faster than Richard's devs fixing the
still
site? And it's still, and Richard
still
just
up and running.
tweeted an hour ago, hey, please use Alex's front end.
Well, you know, it's humbling. Like it's awesome to see that got tweeted out. But the reality is go.hex.com is really complicated. It pulls a lot of data from a lot of places, and that's how you get your history and these TShares charts and all that kind of stuff. The Icosa app doesn't do any of that. It is very bare bones. Here's your stakes. Here's what you can do. So the Icosa app was ready to go basically day one. Like it was set for PulseChain months ago, simply because it doesn't need all this complicated stuff to exist in order to function. Versus go.hex.com, because it has all that history. Like it even maintains like dollar values at the time at which you ended a stake a year ago. Like stuff like that. That is, that just takes a lot more computation power and a lot more work to make sure it works fast. So, it's a little bit relative, but it's awesome that it's there and the people that need it, that are having issues, can use it, and that makes me happy.
Awesome.
Speaking of making me happy, may I ask Alex a few questions, Maddie?
Yeah, go for it. Oh, I have to mention that go.tshare.app is working on PulseChain now too, and shout out to my dev who made that happen.
It's awesome.
Go ahead, Papa B.
How do you answer to people that refer to you lovingly as Richard Hart Light?
I don't. I don't know how you.
It's okay because nobody calls you that, so it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Just made that up.
Right.
So just made that up on the fly. There you go. There's a free one. You can put that in your pocket and take that home. You can say somebody called me. No, don't worry about that crap. So Alex, you made, at first I feared you. I thought that, I'm skeptical. Any bearded man comes on the scene and wants to give people such a glorious gift as Hedron at first. I thought that it was just voodoo and black magic out to get me, but turns out to be quite an exquisite gift. So thank you so much for doing that. Then when you double whammied it and said, hey, you can stake this bad boy. And then we got this Icosa that you can then turn stake for more Hedron. That was freaking wild. What was going through your mind when you made that live to everybody? When you revealed you can stake this stuff and it's got all these dimensions to it, much like an icosahedron?
It's hard, you know. A lot of this stuff really, like, I view blockchain very differently than a lot of people do. A lot of people, or probably most of the people watching this, like, are looking at this stuff and they're like thinking about ways that it affects them financially, and I think that that's a big component of it. But I look at it and I'm just like, this is all just code. This is all just stuff that anyone can write, which has its problems, by the way. You know, that's, you know, why you can have any coin created that, you know, you got rugs, you got memes that do crazy things and then die. It's kind of a wild thing, but that barrier to entry being so low means that anyone who thinks they're at least somewhat capable can go in and say, I wonder if this would be cool, and release that to the world. And if people think it's cool, they use it. And that's basically was the start of all of this. I was like looking at the HEX contract and I was like, well, you know, we have all these data points on the contract that you can do things with. What if we just do this and see if that is cool or not cool? And I think it turned out cool. You know, I think a lot of people like it. And I'm more excited about really the future, because I think there's room for growth there. Like you just don't see it. Like, what other coin exists that does something? Well, that's the first piece. Like, what coin exists that actually does something? Because most don't. And HEX is one of those coins that does something. And aside from that, like, who's going out there and building things on top of pre-existing coins? Everyone wants to build their own sandbox for some reason. And usually those end up running out of sand, which is not a very good sandbox. But you know, like, everyone's kind of in their silo in crypto world, and I'm just like sitting here like, well, why don't we not be in a silo? Why don't we just build things on top of things? And maybe they're stupid and maybe they'll die. Like, we've seen a couple things in there, and sometimes things are just programmed badly and they die for that reason. But yeah, that's like my whole like thought and motivation.
I'm sorry, did you just say you're gonna give away DAI? That's awesome.
I heard DAI, the stable coin.
That's all I yeah.
You know, that
Alex,
version that's not worth very much. I might be able to work something out on that one.
Nice. No. I got just two more quick questions that come to mind. Number one, so you cause all this pleasure on one hand, but you cause such pain to so many thumbs on the other hand, when you insist on not being able to batch all the processes of doing the, you know, the Icosa, you know, unstaking and restaking and then breaking into smaller wallets and then doing all this stuff and stressing over how many you can batch into a 90-day restake. And did you ever know that you would contribute to such hurt all over the world from so many thumbs?
Originally, I wasn't too concerned with thumb health, but there might be some things in the pipeline that might be a thumb relief to you in the future.
Mm-hmm. That's a cool teaser. And also, what about the lack of sleep and the hurt on the throbbing arteries on the sides of many temples when it came to trying to get the HSI auctions to be successful? How about that, Mr. Alex?
Well, you know, blockchains are 24-hour markets. You know,
you're right. No,
is, you know?
Look, Alex, truly, you are awesome. It's great to share just a moment with you. I'm going to shut up now and allow the other gentlemen to speak because they're serious people. Me, I'm just happy to I want to say thank you on behalf of a very grateful user base. And I'm so glad that Richard, I think that yours was the first something that was built on top of HEX that Richard simply endorsed. And I believe that you still have a follow from the man as well, don't you? Whereas others that have endorsed, that's awesome to see. I love that. So that means that you did something super good that Richard says, okay, man. Have you spoken to the man many times, or is it just kind of like you wink and you nod? No?
Yeah, I think it's more of wink and nod, I mean, even if I could come out with the greatest thing on the planet, but at the end of the day, it's not his. And if there's ever a problem or anything ever goes wrong, I don't blame him for not wanting to take any hate for it. So, he's got a very strict policy, and I respect that policy. So we've got a bit of this wink and nod relationship. Occasionally you'll see some tweets get yoinked. He likes to do that quite a bit. But I think that's about as far as that goes.
Very nice. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. You. I'm going to be very careful asking this one. You tweeted something that touched me, and I got very all Twitter flutter about. You said that maybe when you're freed up time-wise, you may be providing some kind of other phone type of application, whereas another one has, let's say, gone astray for the HEX community. Would that be something that's really, are you serious about maybe doing that in the future, or was that just kind of a funny thing?
That's a hard question. It's not a funny thing.
Okay, that's enough. That. I'll accept that. Thank you again. I always wanted to ask him this, Maddie, and I got the opportunity. These are great things to ask.
That's great. This is the point of the community stream, is to meet up and talk. And so I'm glad everybody's getting their questions answered. Another thing here for Alex in the live chat, people are asking, what did you think of the Highest of Stakes documentary?
It's great. It's great. I don't know who's all has seen it, so I can't say too much, but man, it is. However, I don't know when, everyone asks me when's it going to happen? Are we going to is it going to be in theaters? Am I going to get my DVD that I bought or whatever? I'm like, I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing. I've just seen it. But what I saw, I really liked, and I can't wait. I want to watch it again. And that's rare for me. Normally I watch movies or something, like shows. You make it through one time, and you're like, oh, that's pretty good. And then you kind of forget about it or watch it again. Yeah, I got so much enjoyment out of that I do very much. Can't wait for the day I can just go to my TV, whatever platform it's on, and just watch it. That'd be great.
Because when you were watching it,
the Brian Armstrong, the Coinbase documentary, that one was not very good. I don't know if you saw it.
It must not have been good because no one told me about it.
Yeah, it was like they put it out on Amazon. You had to pay for it and that sort of thing. But I'm really excited about that, because I think the storytelling is a way that a lot of people get drawn into crypto, whether they're hearing that you can print magic internet money from, running a Bitcoin app on your computer, 10 years ago, or whatever the story is today. Definitely earning trustless yield is the way to go these days. I'm really excited about the Highest of Stakes documentary, and I wish them the best of luck in finding the right way to market it.
Yeah, I think that's the key part for them, and I hope they're doing well with that. Not so much I can say, unfortunately, but what I will say about it is it's not a puff piece and it's not a hit piece. It is an everything piece. It has the ups, it has the downs, it has the funny parts, the sad parts of just like basically everything of being a Hexican from 2019 onward. There'll be lots of nostalgia there for anyone who's been around for a long time, and lots of laughs, lots of feelings in general, and it's really good.
Speaking of ups and laughs, can you answer this question? You were there in person. Was Big Kurkowski sitting next to you?
Yes.
Did you get a contact high?
I didn't, but he might have been holding back,
Okay.
I don't know. But Yeah, he's a great character. I've never met him before. I don't even know if I've really even talked to him much before that. But yeah, he's an awesome person and super fun to be around.
What are you building on PulseChain? Are you making a rocket pool? Are you building other things?
Man, there's so many things that have been like, we've had this like 2 years of waiting, right? So I've kind of just been sitting here like, okay, well, this might be cool. So I did that. And then it's just sitting in a back burner, half finished, the things that are important to me right now are one, getting these resources out for people who either want to build new things or bring existing things over. I think that's really important because as far as I know, right now, there is no like service you can go to host a subgraph yet. I actually already have one up for that. That's kind of like invite only. So if anyone's watching this and you need a subgraph, just let me know. But because it can only handle so much traffic currently till I get a bunch of these other things synced. But that's like incredibly important. Archive nodes are important. That's kind of my main thing because that's like the foundation, right? From there, it opens the floodgates to all these things that can exist. And yeah, so there's that. There's some protocol-y things, some things that are just good value adds that they don't have a coin or anything, but it's a utility on chain that you can use that makes your life easier. So some of that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's just the list of a lot, but I'm getting through it.
Cool.
Have you been observing this launch week, like in very detail? Are you running your own validators and trying to see what went on and what was going on? How has this first week been for you from a tech side of things?
It's honestly not been too bad. I think the biggest thing that probably
You're muted. You're muted.
Oops.
Some music, Maddie, quickly.
You asked me and not the DJ, really?
Trust me, the way that he works with audio, you're the guy.
Trust the DJ.
I updated my phone, and now whenever like something happens on it, it takes my AirPods off and throws it on the phone. Yeah, shouldn't have updated. But yeah. Anyway, I forget the question.
That's what Ledger user said. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. What was the question again? I got distracted.
The question, the first week, because we had some holdups and then they restarted the bridge again and then they added things as we went along. So I'm just curious from a tech developer's mind, which I'm not, like how you passed this week basically with some things that you looked at, or was this not interesting to you at all and you just watched the show?
I mean, it's a little bit of watching the show, right? Like, there's only so much I can do as an outside party. However, I think launch has gone as well as it possibly could have gone with the amount of complexity and things that have had to happen. I think the first thing that got my attention was the gas fees, right? Gas fees were like a couple pulse, and then they went to hundreds of pulse and thousands of pulse. And initially I was like, is there something wrong here? But you do the math and you're like, oh, well, I guess that is only like 20 cents or whatever. It does pan out. And a lot of it's overestimation. I've noticed that the PulseChain RPC tells MetaMask a little bit of a higher amount than is actually necessary. And that's fine because it won't actually use it, right? Like when you sign a transaction, you basically say, here's the max amount I'm willing to pay in gas. And that being a little bit high is not a problem because you end up just paying a little bit less than that and it's good. But if it's too low, it is a problem. So a transaction will fail and you'll still pay gas for the failed transaction. So I think a little bit of it is kind of inflated. A lot of people see it's 1,000 pulse to swap. on Uniswap's like, not really. It's really like 700-ish usually, depending on what's happening. So, like seeing that happen and knowing the reasons why they've had to do it, I've been fine with it. But I can also see why users are a little bit controversial there on that one. And with the bridge, no one's hit a bridge this hard before. Not this fast. Like
it's $100 million now on the bridge.
Yeah,
crazy.
11%. 11% of all the swapping in all of the cryptosphere is now doing it over PulseChain. So that would, and then people are clamoring to get on and use more. I mean, it's really a success now.
I just got chills.
Yeah, and like the big problem here is, so those transactions can come in, right, and they go to the bridge contract, and that's great. But they have, some software that lives outside of the chain that needs to actually observe it and validate it for it to come out the other side. And it has to, those things have to spend gas to do that. And so like you have this issue where like if everyone's clogging the chain, well, now the bridge validators are either slowed down or they can't validate because the gas is too high or for whatever reason. So it's like all this activity happening. It doesn't even have to be on the bridge. It can just be on the chain, makes validating those things a little bit slower. But it seems like they've tuned it up and they figured some things out. So that's good to see. I think we'll unclog relatively quickly. And we already have. Like last night, I think we were at like 30%. Today we're at 40%. So that's pretty good. These are just growing pains. Like when you're launching a chain, is something I would never do. If I had a team of 10 people in like millions of dollars, maybe I would do it. But
never say never.
Yeah, but it's so much work. It's so much work to do that. And not only did they do it, they did it to 4 clients. Like they didn't even do that.
Setting up your data center like all by yourself from scratch is just child's play. But this you'd never touch, of course.
Well, at least with that, like the software exists, right? I just have to run it. I don't have to modify, build, make sure it's safe, not gonna just immediately lose everybody's money. Like, man,
yeah, but you're like shooing the livestock out and like starting to think about maybe I could put up drywall here type of thing from the ground up. I've never seen anyone do this.
Screwdriver and like really hands on.
Yeah, I see needs and I'm just like, hey, well, no one's gonna work on this for a while, so I'm gonna do that. And I think that's really all it is. You see holes where like things are underserved, and like they were the Pulse devs are never going to do that. They were doing PulseChain, like so if I can do that, which makes everyone's life a little bit easier. Like it's win-win for everybody. The more people that can just go do something. There's lots of things to do. We've got people that is like print out stickers. They spend all this money on stickers and they stick them on things. I was in LA a little bit ago, and I was in Little Tokyo. I saw HEX stickers on like every single bench, and I was like, someone came here, they spent money, bought stickers, whatever, and just stuck these stickers here.
Somebody came all the way from Japan to do that.
Probably, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. And by the way, Maddie, are you proud of me? I didn't bite at the holes that are underserved joke, right? Didn't say it at all. I was being very, very classy.
I think you just said it.
You should be proud.
Oh, did I? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You're on your best behavior.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's really amazing how much of this is really community. I think that's the part that has probably throughout the past year of me kind of doing some of my own stuff. Really, it's something I was aware it existed, but I wasn't aware the prevalence at which it existed. Like if PulseChain didn't have the community that it had, we wouldn't have a clogged bridge. We wouldn't have, we probably wouldn't even have dollar values on the token. It wouldn't be on Ethereum. Like it's actively trading there. Liquidity is not very thick, but Pulse is there. We wouldn't be outranking every chain. Like where are we at? We're like right under Binance at this point. I haven't looked in a while, but like it's insane, and it's all just just people. It's just people who thinks this stuff is cool and want to use it. And like if that isn't what crypto is about, then I don't know what crypto is about.
Hell yeah.
By the way, I would stick stickers up in Big Tokyo behind me, which is where I'm at, if it wouldn't, get me immediately kicked out of the country. But we have, yeah, it's very strict here. But we've got people like Crypto King in Yokohama who does stick stickers everywhere. And we've got other, Hexicans here. We got Miss Exquisite here. We got a whole bunch of Hex Asians they're lurking all over Asia and are waking up. And we actually have videos that just came out in Japanese. Very, very good ones. They were first very rudimentary, and kind of my wife and I would critique it and say, that's kind of okay. But now they're really good, especially with the launch of PulseChain. So there you go. Just wanted to say that about Little Tokyo.
Nice. I just want to add on to what you just said with the community, because a bit of the drama happened in this first days that people who sacrificed only for Pulse X and not for Pulse, I think, were only given one Pulse. And then, as you mentioned, the transaction fees rose up so dramatically, because moving coins around on that first day, I could still do that for a quarter of a Pulse. So it was very, very cheap. And then all of a sudden you needed 100 Pulse for a transaction. And then we actually had people in the community gifting each other or donating each other Pulse just so you could move their coins, which was especially important for people who were worried that their wallets might have been compromised. So which other community does that? Like, I mean, that's really amazing. Yeah. And I've also heard of people who were faster than the scammers. Like, some people were absolutely knew that their wallets were compromised because they have given the seed phrases up. But they went in and got their coins moved to fresh and secure wallets before the scammers could catch them. So there are some happy stories, but also some sad stories that Papa B has heard about.
Well, it's like you can't save everyone, but I'll throw on to that there's a guy I know who wrote a bot specifically to evacuate people's Pulse and PulseX day one, so it could try to beat scammers. And there's probably more than one person who tried to make bots like that. But any other crypto community I've ever gone into since I've been doing this, which is like 2015-ish probably, since I've been serious about it. It's just like when devs do something, like that's the whole community. That's it. I don't think there is a community quite like ours. And people call it a cult or whatever they want to call it, but everyone here truly seems to care for each other, and I think that's really special.
Why don't we call it a communicult?
Fine with that. So
I know that there probably are people out there who suffered from being hacked. The two largest hacks that I was following in the Hex community, one of them being the largest in Hex history, both of those top two successfully got their sacrifice out. So that's really incredible for me to hear that some people were able to make it. Not everybody who gets hacked makes it, but in this case, those significant PulseChain and PulseX bags did not get dumped on the market.
Nice.
Well, this is a public service announcement now. If you are slow to be checking your stuff, or you have an onboard that is slow to check their wallet, the bots, once the gas fees went really high, or high in increments, they stopped. So there's a pause, and there's a second chance to get your, I want to say the S word, but I'll say your stuff in order and send it off to another wallet. So please spread the word, make sure everybody's checked everything, and just good housekeeping, take your goodies that you got and move them to a brand new hardware wallet based hidden wallet, so you will be able to hold on to your goodies forever. Thank you.
Yeah.
So while we're talking hardware wallets, you guys want to talk about the ledger drama?
Yeah, man. We spent 2 hours talking about it 2 days ago.
Oh,
so,
really? Yeah.
Do you have any more details about it? Yeah.
It honestly, so it's a money grab, like it's ultimately what it is. And, businesses do what businesses do. Don't really care much about that. But
it's a crypto grab too.
That too. But I think the big thing that upsets me about it really is that the ability for the key to be removed from the device, I'm fine with that existing, right? I'm fine with, I think maybe that should be a feature. Maybe because if you put your PIN in, you're screwed anyway. So if you put your PIN in and you can like show your key on the screen, like that could be a great feature. You might as well add that. But if that's always been possible, then the marketing for like however many years Ledgers existed was a lie, because the marketing said it was never possible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the core of my problem with it.
Well, apparently, it's the update, right? It comes in with the update, and it only affects the Nano X and the future Nano X or Nano Stacks, the new one that they're already pre-releasing. So all these poor people that pre-purchased the Nano Stacks, idiot machine that it is, are now going to be, getting that update, by default. So whether or not there is the call inherent call that allows for the sharding to occur to split up and send these 3 components, I imagine Shamir secret sharing style, to 3 different companies, 2 of which all of them used to be doxed, but now it's only 2. Well, that's not cool, but we still have a chance though with the Nano S Plus, right? And the Nano S that's kind of end of life. So I don't know, but
the big problem is like there's a point where the Nano S won't function anymore. The original one.
Yes. Yep.
Because like MetaMask occasionally will update their stuff to require new ledger firmware. It's like blind signing was a big one. So if you were like on a firmware that didn't do blind signing, you were just kind of screwed. So that sucks. But like,
Can I speak to that for a second? Because you have a great point. Eventually, it'll stop working. That would be great if it did. If a sundowned piece of security technology automatically didn't work, if it wasn't able to catch updates, or the company wasn't going to be updating the firmware to make sure that all the threats were addressed and everything, that would be excellent. The problem is Ledger has a policy of not doing that. They have there was something a long time ago called the Ledger Blue. Do you remember that? It's like a little cell phone size device, and it was a color screen, and it allowed you to use it with a touch panel. It was really beautiful. Yeah, it was touchpad, and it was well, it was better than the Stacks. It was color, for God's sake. But the point is that it continued to work, and still today continues to work without any updates. And people come to me and they say, "I love my Nano Blue," and I said, "It hasn't had an update in 3.5 years, 4 years," and they're like, "What?" Well, but I love it, and I like it. You shouldn't be using it anymore because there's been so many updates. So I hope that they would do something with the Nano S, maybe a buyback like Apple, offer $10, $20 off of a new device or something to get them, encourage people to send it back and not use old equipment that they're not going to support.
Well, it won't really matter, because the reason they got rid of it, went to the other one, which is basically just a Nano X dumbed down a little bit, is because the screens on the original Nano S are low quality and they will just die.
Yeah. Yep.
So it doesn't really matter. They don't need to do a buyback. They will all die within the next probably.
I'm getting calls all the time. My buttons don't work anymore. My screen just died, and how do I use? What am I going to do? And I said, upgrade. You're gonna migrate, and then you're gonna take a hammer to that old thing. But that's a good point. They built in poor quality. What an interesting option. I would think that is a bug and not a feature there, Alex. But okay, it does work though. No, it's effective. That's a great answer. Would you like a position as the president? Because I hear that he's about to get strung up by the nearest yard arm.
No,
Your messaging is much better than his.
Yeah, a lot of stress. Do you really want to be responsible for millions of people using your device that holds potentially their entire wealth? Yeah, no, I don't want that responsibility. Like, I'd probably launch my own chain before I would do that.
Got it. So it's data center. No, it's killer app and tokens. Then it's data center. Then it's blockchain, and then it's president of a hardware and software manufacturer that deals with stealing or protecting people's goodies from everything, including themselves. Yeah, good.
If you're going to be a CEO of stealing people's assets, I feel like it's easier than being one protecting. Because if you're protecting, you're saying it's all safe, it's all going to be great. Don't worry, I got you. You're stealing, like everyone already expects you to be bad. So
yeah.
Well, Bezos and Steve Jobs started in the garage, so there you have it, in the livestock farm with the data set.
And I think more things need to come out. Like, I'm not sure, is Trezor still fully open source on their firmware?
Yes.
No, they were.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are.
Like more people should just do that. Like, hey, don't use this stuff. It's not warranted for any purpose, but if you do use it, here's the code. Like that's how all this stuff should be, really. Because at the end of the day, like, this is just thousands and thousands and thousands of lines of code somebody else wrote, and you don't know how it works. And to a degree, you trust it, but ultimately, it's all kind of up in the air. It's like everyone does their best effort. And best effort usually works pretty well.
Yeah, can I counter that? Because I've been in security sales for a long, long time. And everyone has always challenged me, why should I outsource to your company? And the answer has always been, sitting across the table, you say, look, I'm here because we do something, we're specialized in one task. And if we screw up that one task and we betray your trust, we go out of business tomorrow because you will spread the word that we can't do our job. And this is very temperamental, time sensitive, packet sensitive type of technology. So if we can't do that, we're dust. We have a lot to lose. Here's all of our investment. Here's all of our time spent with, dealing with our IP development. Here's all of our bug bounties. Here's everything that we've put up to gain your trust. But you got to probably work on building or trusting someone. So it might as well be somebody that is specialized, laser focused on one specific task. Otherwise, there's no reason to ever outsource. Just do your own thing. And a lot of people can't do their own thing when it comes to wallet protection, right?
Yeah, correct. Like, most people don't even fully understand what a wallet is.
Exactly. Like DJ Cryptomatic, he thinks that the TV's got magic dust inside, and strange things appear that came from the underworld, wasn't it, DJ? You said the other day.
My TV does, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about your TV. I don't think my TV quite does that.
Yeah, most people think that their coins are actually physically on this device. That's the most common misconception I always hear.
Yeah.
When they're not, it's just a ledger on the blockchain, and the device only secures your keys from ever being sent somewhere. That's all it is. So there's a lot of mysteries in this.
I've got a question for Alex. So, it seems like you're extremely well versed in game theory. And I'm wondering if there are any pieces of game theory that you could point out are happening, whether it's like a long-term game theory that's playing out maybe in HEX, or something that we're just starting to see with PulseChain or PulseX. What's capturing your imagination these days?
PulseX captures my information or my attention quite a bit. I think the whole farm, buy and burn, like really farming and buy and burn are like super, super awesome. And they work in that protocol because they're integrated within that same protocol, right? What I'm kind of thinking in the back of my head now is like, how do you take some of these and do them, like still do them in PulseX, but not within the PulseX protocol, because I don't own the PulseX protocol, so I can't do it in there. So it's like, I'm thinking like all these mechanics are cool. These are things that people care about and people want to exist. How do you implement them in any kind of a wider array than just one specific case. So I don't have an answer for that. Like there's a lot of reasons why you can't do that. There's just a few arguments on how you might be able to kind of do it, but that's one that captures my attention quite a bit currently. I've been paying attention to what Maxi's been doing with their what is it, the party system. I think that's really cool.
Pool party.
Yeah. So, and I don't know if it's, Maxi's largely been an iterative thing. It's like a new thing comes out, it's a little bit better than the last thing they did, a little bit better. I don't know if pool party's the final answer, but it's a huge step. It's a massive step. And it opens the doors to a lot of crazy things with some of these other like riskier dexes people are coming up with that, maybe or let you do some unscrupulous borrowing. I think those are cool, but you throw like pool party and that together and it's like, oh, okay, this might be a thing that's, I'm not going to name by name because people will probably get wrecked, but it's going to do some crazy stuff. And yeah, I'm really just watching what people do. But I think the greatest like little game theory things that no one really thought about was everything typically does the exact opposite of what whatever the consensus is in the community, the exact opposite happens. And you can point to a lot of things like this. Like everyone thought gas would be less than 1 pulse per transaction, and the exact opposite happened. And that's largely because everyone expected that. If everyone expects it, they all pile in. So I'm thinking about game theory differently than I have in the past. Just being able to see what people do on 2 different chains and how they do them differently. Like, and some people got great deals. Like I was like day one, I know someone turned like 50,000 pulse into a few million. I think it was over 10 million PulseX because someone started the LP wrong. And I'm like, well, that sucks for somebody real bad.
But also all the wasn't all the HSI auctions were they active on Pulse too? Because
someone
must have
had
been the
made
best
a
deal
bot.
to grab on day
Someone
one.
had made a bot that would start all of the HSI auctions, basically right after fork.
Oh, nice.
So that
Wow.
happened. Like these are the areas of game theory that people don't think about. And they happen. You can't really do anything about it. But someone got a killer deal on a lot of HSIs. I think
Killer
some of
deal
them
on those. Yeah.
I think a lot of them were recycled. Another one. So a lot of people, and I warned people this one because I thought of this one. HSIs and the Watsa NFTs that were listed on OpenSea at time of fork.
Mm-hmm.
Someone went in OpenSea and rinsed them all.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What
There weren't
do you
that
mean
many
rinsed?
that were actively listed.
Stolen?
So let's
or...
say you had it on ETH and you had the approvals set on OpenSea for 1,000 USDC.
Yeah.
Pulse fork happens, USDC crashes, you can buy 1,000 of it with like 1 pulse. And so you go execute the contract for OpenSea post fork because it's still listed there. Someone did that.
Amazing.
There's, all these opportunities happen because of the fork. That, it's like it's kind of Wild West in a way. There's probably more out there. I know someone was complaining to me. I have that Uniswap front end that I put out there that supported PulseChain so people could pull their LP. And someone was complaining to me and they were like, why am I not getting fees on buys? I'm LPing on Uniswap on Pulse. And I'm like, why? Why are you LPing on Uniswap on Pulse? Like pull it and go put it in PulseX. No one's going to buy there. And so they were getting fees, but they were only getting fees on sells because bots would buy in PulseX and then just sell into their LP Uniswap. And no one was ever going to buy there because it honestly doesn't even work 100%. Like V2 for Uniswap technically works fine after the fork, but it depends on the Uniswap API to match pairs, which that API doesn't exist for PulseChain. So So like if you use it to actually swap, it'll only go through V3 unless it's like a stable or something. But the stables aren't stable. It's just mass chaos, mass unadulterated chaos, and that's mostly resolved itself now that we have a bridge and everyone's kind of finding their place. But we're like, what was it, like day 2 or 3 when like Tether went up 80,000x? The fake, the wrong Tether went up 80,000x. Someone did that. I don't know who did that, but man, like it's crazy.
We're surprised to see HEX on the Ethereum side drop this hard, like hours before the fork was announced, because the fork technically had already happened.
Right. I don't understand. Am I surprised? No. I don't understand why people had that mindset.
Yeah.
Like, I think there must have been a lot of people who expected HEX on Ethereum to go to 0. That's the only reason you would sell, because otherwise you'd want to hold it to bridge. Like that would be the positive play.
Well, they thought they bridged USDC, probably. Like if they went into a stable and then bridged that.
Sure, if they could get it, if they could be the first one and do it at like the 6 cents or whatever it was, great. Yeah, maybe that's not the worst idea. But some of them did it at 2 cents. There was a flash to like 1 something.
Oh yeah, it was like an 80 million candle or something. So crazy
and
slippage too.
And like people don't understand slippage either. They think like price. They think you see like price impact on Uniswap being like, oh, it's like negative 50% or whatever. Doesn't mean the price is going to go down 50%. Usually the price goes down way lower. And what happens is like there's tons of people who have limit orders set, but they just scoop it. Like so you may think you're eating like a 50% loss, but really it ends up being like a 70%. Because every sell is a sell against yourself. And like I was watching people do that on PulseX. Like I forget what it was. Someone sold like a bunch of Pulse for like basically nothing in PulseX, and because it was like right when the liquidity was there, and it was basically nothing. And I was just like, God, could you imagine? Like, I try to educate people on LP a lot. It's probably the one thing that I do that probably not a lot of little communities do. But if you go in like Hedron or ICOSA, a lot of people there are pretty well educated on LP, and I try to encourage understanding it, because understanding it is very important if you're going to use it in any significant fashion. Like if you're swapping 1,000 HEX, it doesn't matter, right? You're not going to do anything. But there are people who have more than that, and you should understand what is going to happen to you. And
the risks,
the risks of the risks of slippage, the risks of impermanent loss. That guy who basically sold a bunch of stuff and put it in LP and then pulled the LP when everyone went against him. If he would have just left it there, he would have been fine, because the price is corrected like an hour later. He would have been back where he was, but he pulled it and realized the loss. And that stuff is just, I guess some people just learn the hard way. I've learned the hard way a couple times doing that. But I think that's like, if there's any area that's like really lacking education, it's how LP actually functions and works in a DEX environment, because it's a little, it's not necessarily intuitive, especially V3 is very not intuitive. People think, oh, I'll put it right here in this range, and then it just goes through immediately and never comes back. And you're just screwed.
I'm grateful for V2. Grateful that Richard used V2, because it's so easy. It's like combine, throw. That's it.
Yeah, V2 is significantly. I don't want to say less risky, because it's still risky, but you're not going to have this thing where you put all your LP in one candle and it's immediately gone. Like that doesn't really happen. And I like to tell people, like, if you're going to play around with LP, put it in 2 things that you don't care which one you have. Which is usually not stables. Yeah, everyone thinks stables, and it's usually not, because if you put it in there and it pumps a ton, and you get left with 100% stables, well, you've missed the pump. And if it's the other way around, maybe now you have a bunch of coins you didn't want. It's like, instead, just put it in two things you do want. You don't care what the ratio is because you want them both equally, and that's where you learn. That's usually my non-financial advice to tell people.
Pregnant pause. You got that, DJ Cryptomatic?
Yep.
Do we need to simplify it for your
I've I've got a question. So like, if you guys remember, Motley the investor had come up with this idea. I believe that's who I heard it from. Is that basically if you were going to sacrifice for PulseChain, you might as well swap whatever you had into HEX and then sacrifice that. And there was some game theory built around that. The part of the idea there relates to Hart's law and relates to how the liquidity is, or how the orders are routing through different liquidity pools. So it's curious to me, like, what you guys think the game theory would be, or what the mechanics would be if you did something like that with a bridge. So let's say you were, you were wanting to put your dollars of economic energy into PulseChain because you want to buy PHEX or Pulse or PulseX on the other side of the bridge, on the PulseChain side. And let's say that you were putting your USDC or your DAI on Ethereum into HEX on Ethereum, then taking that and parking that at the bridge, and then basically using that to bridge over your value and then swap for things. Does that HEX that is then sitting on the bridge on the Ethereum side, does that do anything for us in a positive or negative way in terms of making HEX more scarce, compete, affecting TShare rate one way or another? How should we think about that?
It's a temporary burn, right? Because you're going to get all this EHEX in the bridge that, if you're doing it in very large amounts, if you're a whale, it's not easy for it all to get back out. Because, like, theoretically, someone could unbridge it and go back, but are they going to go back in the same capacity you guys went in? Maybe not. Or if the whole community did it, right? Like, it would be a massive number. And I would believe that a large portion of those tokens would stay there, because you don't even know if they'll go back in HEX, right? Like, you go in there and, swap for something and then go back. Well, now it's this other thing that went back, but the HEX got to stay.
Does that make it harder for the ecosystem to move if there's like offline liquidity that's like overlapping between those different, like between the holders of PulseChain, PulseX, and HEX? You've got a lot of overlap there. And so, like, is having more liquidity on the bridge in HEX terms, is that a good thing or a bad thing for like price appreciation?
It's probably a good thing on the bridge. It kind of doesn't affect anyone, right? Like, the tokens are just there, but they're not in a liquidity pool, so it's not something people have to buy or sell through to do anything if they want to try to change prices. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's more good than bad. Like, technically it can come back out, right, through other people as it's dispersed on PulseChain, but chances are it's going to come back as something else. Like, if anyone's bridging anything back to Ethereum, like why would you, right? Like, let me use this case for example, right? If I'm a Shiba holder and I want to turn my Shiba into USDC, and Gwei is 200, right? So it's going to cost me like $250, $300 to do the swap on Uniswap. Or I can spend $15 to run it through the bridge, swap it for 20 cents there, and bring stables back to Ethereum. Cut that fee probably in a quarter doing that. It takes a little bit more time, but you could do that. Well, at that point, if I'm a Shiba holder, like, that's good for Shiba. Shiba got locked in the bridge and I brought stables out. So if it's good for Shiba, I would say it's good for HEX. I'd say it's good for anything. I see PulseChain, whether people like it or not, you being able to go there to transact and come back out cheaper than you can do a DEX swap on Ethereum especially in times of high gas. That's a big deal. And if anyone wants to like build some cool stuff, what I think someone honestly should do is go take a look at Layer Zero's testnet bridge they've made. To like, they did it to put like a dollar value on Goerli testnet, and which they didn't like, so they made a new testnet. But it's a single token bridge. It just does the native. Someone go fork that and put it on BNB. So we can go get real Pulse wrapped, put on Binance chain, because now you have access, whether Binance listed or not. Everyone on Binance chain can just come out of the centralized exchange onto BNB and use their DEX to go to Pulse. So now you have a direct on ramp for a SEC or for a CEX right into.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, but hold on a second, Alex. What about Power City's solution for cross-chain swaps? They got a platform that they
too. So it's an aggregator. That's kind of the
Right.
difference here.
Okay.
The bridges still have to exist.
Okay,
so
so
I
it
think
so
they
it,
are
it
going to
takes
be
advantage of
launching
the
some bridges. Yeah.
Right on.
Like when their thing comes out, it will use Pulse Ramp.
Okay.
And they may launch a bridge or something underneath of it, but it needs bridges to exist. It needs the pathways to exist. So if someone wants to just make a single token Pulse only bridge to BNB, so it doesn't detract from Pulse Ramp, I think that would be a direct way to extract a lot of value out of BNB into Pulse Chain. Right now, there's no way to do it. They have to go to Ethereum, and then they have to go to Ethereum for Pulse Ramp. It's very complicated. That would be, I think, would be cool. Could be a stupid idea. I don't know. I don't know a lot about, that's complex tokenomics, right? There's a lot of potential repercussions, but my gut says that's probably a bullish thing if someone does it.
BNB ramp.
Yeah, something like that.
How about the bridges of Madison County?
Welcome, Marco the Hexagon.
Marco and the
Marco.
What's up, man? This is the new game theory gang.
Can you guys hear me at all? Or
we're mapping out the future.
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Man, guys, what a great panel. DJ, what's up? Papa, Maddie,
hey,
what's up?
Alex, what's up, man? What's going on, guys? How are you guys? Good, man. Chilling. I've been just hearing you guys spit out some good fire, man. And Maddie, this has been great, man. It's been a crazy 2 days, and everybody on Twitter's talking about it. Everybody's sharing it. Richard Hart showed the love to it. Once again, fantastic work like you always do, man. So
thank you.
What's up, man?
It's all the community here,
Alex, I gotta show you some love, man. I got the Hedron Atosa combination right now going for you, man.
Yeah. I might need to get me one of those.
Listen, man. What you created, I think it's remarkable. I think everybody over here could probably say a little bit piece about it. Is you didn't leech off the community itself. You actually added to it, right? And the stuff you do, especially with the servers, basically the little warehouse you're building of servers, man, incredible, right? Like, thank you, because what you do is basically help us continue the progress of what we're trying to build as a community. So it's what's up, man. Seriously.
I appreciate it. Hopefully I have some more pictures of that to show.
Yeah, you should, man, because I think when you put it on Instagram, everybody loved like the little clips you did. Your editing skills was on par with like everybody else's. It was just really, really nice. And the little just the ASMR type of feel to it. You building the server itself and everything you do. I think it's like you should do that more often, man. It was just cool. I was like, oh man, I want more of this, So
yeah, it's like there's no editing. It's just me standing there with a phone, like, oh, here's this thing. Oh, here's this other thing. I think the funniest thing is like, I might start calling it the shed since everyone comments on it.
Hey, there you go.
Like, what
right?
is this? An old shed? And I'm like, oh, yeah.
That's it, right? It's just a little old
similar.
shed. That's it.
Yeah, just a shed.
Just running the world right now in crypto. But yeah, it's just a shed.
I propose a name.
Doesn't leak anymore.
I have a question.
I think
Alex,
should be.
Is there a way you could build us a nicer block explorer for PulseChain? Because what we have right now, that's like really, it feels super basic. Or is that too much?
You don't like Otter?
We want to build everything.
Otter's better than PulseChain right now.
Not an
At least Otter shows the transactions.
It does.
Yeah. I gotta say, this is something that I can't believe is so difficult. And not in the sense that not in the sense that I think it's actually hard to do. It's just that it's like Etherscan is the de facto, right? A lot of places use Etherscan, and for a whole like ecosystem, like not just Hex, like crypto in general, that's predominantly open source. That there isn't a halfway decent open source block explorer that exists that you can just like use, and maybe it's not perfect, but you can tweak a little bit. Like that blows my mind that it just straight up doesn't exist. The best thing we have is Block Scout, and I've looked at Block Scout. I've talked with a lot of people that are working on Block Scout, and it's just not good. It looks decent. It will perform okay if you have a chain with no history on it, and that's fine. But when you actually need it to do things on the level of Etherscan, it just wasn't designed for it. So I think you're going to see the PulseChain guys basically completely rebuild Block Scout. By the time this is done and we have a good Block Explorer, there will be indistinct. You won't be able to tell that they're the same software by the time it's done. There's so many things that have to be redone, and it's just a lot of data, and there's ways of handling that. It doesn't exist in open source capacity. And from what I hear, the rumor of Etherscan is, because Etherscan's not open source, you can pay them, and I don't know if they give you the software or if they just run it for you. My guess is to keep it secret, they probably just run it for you.
Maybe that's the reason, while all the others
are
less
it's
functional.
Probably a service more so than like a piece of software you buy. But the like rumor that I hear from, and I have no idea how valid it is, but it's like some insane amount of money to get that service, like over $10 million to get it, and then like millions of dollars a month to keep it going. And I'm just like, man, where are these Etherscan guys at? Like, they've got to be driving around in Lambos. Like, this is what they're charging.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. So
you wonder why gas is so high.
Well, and and like, here's the thing, like, that being what it is, like, if I, not to overstep my bounds, but if I put myself in Richard's shoes, like, I wouldn't pay that.
No.
If I was a dev, I wouldn't pay that. Like,
of course not.
I don't care what I'm building, I wouldn't pay that. I would go build a competitor and make it open source and like basically drain their profits. Like, they are completely abusing the fact that they are the only game in town.
Absolutely.
And if you just make them not the only game in town. That's the better business model if you're looking at it from a business angle. So I think we'll deal with Block Scout for what it is and Otter for what it is for a little while, and I think it will get better and we'll end up with something great. It's just that's going to take time.
I'm dreaming of an Otter with the look and feel of the Icosa app, but
hey, that would be smooth.
Well, I have some cool like subgraphy things I'm working on that like.
All right.
So one of the things I'm trying to do is a subgraph that tracks all state from kind of all connected things. So that would be like Hex, Hedron, Icosa, all the Maxi stuff, and kind of put it in one place where you can do interesting things like query data, like something you would have to like reference 5 different resources for to make a correlation. Like when I pull up an address, like really as a community member, what I want to see is like how much Hex they have, how much have they bought versus how much have they sold, how much did they put in Maxi, how many is in HSIs and how many is native, I want to see those things. And you can do that in a subgraph. It's just complicated. It's a lot of data sources, and subgraphs aren't perfect. Like they need a little love sometimes too. But like those are the questions people want to know. Like Etherscan level data is too much data. It's sometimes hard to sift through. Maybe you don't want to see, like with Hedron, for example, right? Like someone actively bidding on auctions and doing small amounts might make hundreds of transactions. So you don't necessarily need to see all the transactions. You just want to see, okay, well, how much did they bid and did they win?
Interesting.
So if we can, something I want to kind of like build in the future is an analytics tool that cuts all the things that nobody's going to care about and correlates all the stuff that you do care about.
You know what, Alex, you just reminded me I never shilled what I'm doing, because that's exactly what we're doing for security. We want to bring it to people's attention in one single pane of glass so that the plebs can see red lights flashing, yellow lights blinking, and then, green lights, things that you can touch. Public service announcements basically that hit the public really quickly. It's called B9. We got the website b9.xyz. And we're just working on that. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shill like in the middle of what you're talking about, but it just reminded me.
I didn't know about
that's what we're after. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look at that. What there's like some other things I like to see too, like because like not everyone can do blockchain stuff. Like we need a new coin market cap or CoinGecko. We need replacements for those.
Yep.
Absolutely. And the best way I can think of doing it is you do not rank by market cap. You rank by security flaws. Did the contract deployer mint the total supply? Is there an admin key? If there is, what can the admin keys do? Do they tax you? Can they change the tax? Can they make your coins go poof? Those kinds of things. A lot of those can be automated because, fortunately, most people who deploy things on the blockchain aren't very good at writing code, so they just copy someone else's thing that didn't work. So you can kind of just correlate it. But man, like if you could have like a coin market cap that ranked by like a score just by hard fix security points, you would eliminate most of the problems as far as like people getting wrecked. Like it probably wouldn't do very well financially for you. Like no one's gonna probably pay you to be listed there or anything. But like it's a public service thing, not a money making thing. That's
we
part
call
of the problem.
We call that a perpetual audit, basically, because things can change so quickly, right? You can have a new front end that can, be a bad front end any day of the week. So once you audit it and you have that automated, well, what's to say that some attacker just simply says, all right, they've automated that, change, deploy, rinse, and people trust that site. They're too slow. Things go really, really quick, right? With the attacks. So I think that's why people shy away from doing things other than saying spam or suspicious type of things, like on Uniswap. Oh, sorry, not Uniswap, but Etherscan, right? They now have this automated blurb that comes up. But what you're saying is 100% right. So that, great, preach.
One thing I wanted to bring up.
I don't know who'll do it.
Crypto Coffee, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Great to be here.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Great to be next to Alex, and of course you other legends as well. But Alex, I don't think we've ever talked on a stream before, so I appreciate everything you do. By the way,
you're I've watched a lot of your streams. Like one of my go-tos.
Nice.
I think everybody's go-tos, right?
Yeah. I'm a hopium dealer.
But you're
better than my last job. Wink, wink.
You're like the first.
No, because I think what Coffee does is when he makes a video, right? He just doesn't speak to one crowd. He speaks to all crowd, whether it's noobs, veterans, or people in the middle. He does it in a smooth transaction throughout his videos, right? So you don't get lost into the language or the terminology he uses. He brings you along that journey when he makes his videos. So it's unique. Not everybody could do that. So
thanks,
you do it very well, man.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of value to be added with new people, like infinitely more so than the same old people. Because, you could buy in every paycheck, but some guy that's never purchased crypto in his life, that's got, 50G sitting in a mutual fund, you might want to give him a better option, or her, or they. But yeah, Icosa, awesome, dude. Been loving the yield lately. Super stoked on that.
It's been amazing.
That was really crazy on PulseChain.
Yeah, I mean, it's copied over nicely. The prices have been holding nicely, just like HEX and EHEX. Icosa's sitting at about 23 on each. I haven't checked Hedron, but
Hedron's doing well.
They're all bouncing back.
Very well.
Faster than I expected. Stronger. Like they didn't dip as hard as I expected. I mean, this has blown away all my expectations. And who would have thought that PHEX would have not been the dominant one right away? We were all thinking, oh, everyone's going to dump their PHEX, rush into EHEX, rush into PHEX. But that's why I say it's a blessing in disguise that this bridge has had so many issues, because there's been a slow trickle of money and people are being forced to take their time to realize what's going on. And they can't just buy up PHEX. And so they're buying EHEX, more even than PHEX. So that just went contrary to everything that we were predicting for the past 2 years. So pretty funny how that works, right? It really proves to you that nobody really knows shit when it comes to
right. All the videos, all the TAs,
All the
strategy. Like
strategy.
Rich is like, nope, sorry guys, all wrong.
Yeah.
That's funny, man.
It's life, though. You know, that's how it is.
Yeah, Alex. Look, I don't want to put you on the spot, but word on the street is you might have some devious plans for the incentive token. Is that just a rumor? Because I mean, people like to make shit up online. That's for sure.
No comment.
Okay, I'll take a no comment. That's all I need.
Now, Coffee, I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because a long time ago, man, I said that I think that incentive token might be the sleeper of Rich's Heart's thing. Is he tweeted, I think back then on video, he was like, oh, it's gonna be like a big nothing burger, right? I was like, nah, man, there's no such thing as nothing burger with Richard Hart, right? Like you gotta be stupid to think that this is nothing. And I think a lot of things people are falling asleep on is that the incentive token, the way he created is where you can actually build on it and you can actually burn it. A lot of people don't realize that. So you could do these two things, and right now it's a double-digit coin. It can end up being a 3-digit coin. It can end up being a 4-digit coin in the future. You just don't know, right? And people say, how is that possible? Well, it's very simple, right? Supply gets cut off every other year, if I'm not mistaken, right? And right now, to actually farm it, to be a big player, to farm it right now, it's easy because all prices are low. But when prices starts rising and people start getting worried about a permanent loss, now it's like, you're dipping your toes into farming, ink, and then and other than that, either you do that or you got to buy it, right? So when people start selling it off and the big players either buy it or they start farming for it, everybody else can't, then people actually want to hold on to it longer and longer and longer. So that's just a gearing theory I had, but I think it's going to be a 3-digit coin sooner than people think. Honestly.
Yeah, you are spot on with that. I actually sold a couple, and then once it clicked for me, I was listening to Sami. I bought back in. I was like,
holding on to that.
Nope. Yeah, I want
bought
that back.
yours.
I want that back.
I
So
bought yours.
Yeah.
You see the guy today who dumped
15K.
It was like,
it's about 15,000 ink, and then 3 minutes later, everybody started sucking that up really quick. I think the highest buy I saw so far was $80,000 worth, and I saw a couple of 20,000. 250,000. I've been watching that thing like a hawk, and so like people are really buying this thing up, man. And when it hit around I think it was like $3, I scooped up a nice amount. Like I was just like, cool. Me and Freddie Coates was on the phone. I'm like, get it right away. So it's interesting, man.
Well, think of the thing with the incentive token that like makes me like, I'm not 100% certain we would be seeing Pulse being as successful as it is right now without it. And I know a lot of people don't feel that way because it's technically a do-nothing coin as it is today. But the fact that it has the value that it has and that the best yield pools right now to be in are the stable ones is just this massive incentive for you to come over with some stables and just put some there. Even if it's just a little, or maybe you're well and you're going to do a lot. Doesn't really matter. But the fact that it exists as this, like whether it's speculative or not, it is what it says it is. It is an incentive token. It incentivizes you playing on PulseChain.
Yeah, it just speeds up the whole process. It's a catalyst, right? And the only way to get it is to be a liquidity provider. And what do we know about the behavior of liquidity providers? They're generally more well off, bigger players, right? They're generally stronger hands. There is a little pump-a-mental Marco mentioned with halvenings every year. Yeah. And then there's this reverse unit bias that we saw work out for Quick Swap actually pretty well. The Quick token went into 4 digits, I believe, and pretty quickly from 50 cents to like $2,000 because it had perceived scarcity. That's all that matters is what people perceive it to be. So you've got all these things combined, and now you've got alternatives. You don't have to just sell your INC. You can repair it to another liquidity pair and mine more INC. And so I paired mine to PLS because I'm like, I don't care if my impermanent loss is on INC or PulseChain. I'll take whichever one is less popular. I'll take them both.
Yep.
So all these things, it's kind of like the perfect storm. And I'm happy to say I was wrong about that being a perma dump token as well, because I'm starting the light bulb went off for me, man. It's beautiful.
That's one of my favorites, man. Like
I'll tell you,
when something shows you going from like dumping to $3, literally $3, right? Just under it. And within a day, jump almost to $35. Yeah, you better pay attention, right? And when somebody dumps 15,000 coins, and in a few minutes it gets eaten up like this. Yeah, people are watching. They I think they woke up and like, maybe I don't want to, you know, put all my coins on a risk right now doing a permanent loss type of, you know, mumbo jumbo. Maybe I just buy this thing up and hold on. So that's what clearly showing.
There's a whole generation of YouTubers. They're, you know, they're ordering their cameras from Amazon. They're getting ready to become INC maxis.
Yeah, and right,
I can hear the tattoo guns warming up. Right?
Hey,
The greeny meanies, yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, man, right? It goes to show you, like, you know, everything we thought, all the test nets we practiced, all the stuff like that. Richard like literally flipped our world upside down, and I think for the better. Like it's beautiful. And another thing, like people complaining about the bridge and what Coffee said earlier, I think it was the best thing that happened to the system, right? The clogging of the bridge, because it forced people to, instead of just dumping, you know, some people are gonna just dump their PulseChain and PLX just right away. But that sensor token, that first farm he made was the smartest move, because you literally locked up almost $1 trillion worth of trillion coins altogether, just like that, right? And that could all have been dumped out of frustration, out of whatever, right? And all got locked up, man. And so I think that was the smartest thing. And then he's releasing these farms little by little while the money's, you know, clearing the bridge. Man, he's smart, man. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, the way he's doing it.
You know, I came across
crazy.
some whale chatter on Twitter today, where, because we're all going crazy about this 100 million being on the bridge already.
That's nothing. Whale
and they said, you know how people use bridges? They let 3 people walk first to see if the bridge will hold before they send the billions through. So there's probably a lot bigger whales.
Oh yeah, that's obvious. Of course. 100%.
I mean, I think that's what everyone probably did. Like everyone probably put like 100 hex in just to see, you know, okay, am I going to get my 100 hex out the side? Like who puts the whole bag in one shot? I mean,
you got to be crazy.
Some people might have done that. Some people.
Have you guys seen the? I mean, it's really funny that the FUD that I'm seeing is mostly around the bridge, and when that thing starts to unclog, that all went away. So it's kind of a interesting thing to lure people into hating something that can easily improve over time like that. So happy to see that.
Yeah.
Well, and I have some extra. We were talking a little bit about the bridge, like taking tokens in, right, and just making them they're there. They can't be sold directly, right? One thing I'm super excited to see play out, and I hope it does play out because I think it will massively kind of change the game for all of us, is what those guys are doing with. Have you guys seen the whole fiat thing?
Oh, you're talking about Buck and the
Buck?
team?
Buck and Dylan.
Oh yeah. Smart.
I hope that plays out. You know, it's a bit of wait and see for me, but I think that's a massive thing for whales. Whales are like the thing we all watch to see what they're doing, because everyone tries to game the system and be like, oh, well, if he's going to sell, I'm going to sell. You know, all this stuff. If whales don't have to sell, if whales can just go there and say, okay, I'm going to borrow some stables against this portion of my gigantic bag that no one can comprehend, then it, you know, what that does to PulseX is huge. You know, maybe it reduces dips a little bit, and some people, you know, they like to catch dips. Maybe they're a little bit less sad. You know, maybe that happens, but I'm hopeful on that one. I think there's some stuff they're doing that's a little bit more degen that, you know, I might not talk about because I think people get wrecked, some of their other stuff. But that one in particular, I think, is a valuable piece because it will change the game. It does what the bridge idea does, where it will put tokens there that won't be sold.
Yeah.
It increases. It's artificial scarcity, I guess, because like coin's not any more scarce, but it's in a place where it's not going to affect the market.
Yeah,
and I think more things that do that
That's what
are more
Hedron does.
beneficial than another one.
Takes hex off the market for longer. Yeah,
it's like the HSI is like you know, maybe it's more competitive in the staking pool, but on the flip side of that, you now have hex burnt for 15 years that otherwise wouldn't be. So you know, there's pros and cons to a lot of this, but I think that one. I think things that do that take coins away from market, ultimately have more benefit than like bad things. Everything's got a little bit of bad. You can't do anything and not have a con.
Have you guys checked out the website, fatty.io? It's
I was just going to bring that up. Yeah, so
brilliant website.
Anyone watching, listening right now, you got to check out phatty.io if you want a full comprehensive portfolio tracker of all of your addresses all in one place.
Yep.
It's even better than Staker app in the sense that if you are into things like Hedron, multiple blockchains, even Polygon or whatever, if you're into that weird stuff, it's going to show you all of that in one screen, even your liquidity positions, your Hedron stakes, your perpetual tokens.
Yep.
It's all there. So, and it sums all the total USD value for you. And it's just nice because, I've got multiple wallets. I lose track of stuff and it's just easy to, they're not asking for any money. It's just a tool that they probably built for themselves. But
it's great, man.
Bookmark that one, guys.
Well, it's great because PulseScan won't tell me what my tokens are worth.
I know, right?
Yeah, right. There might be a reason for that legally or something. Yeah.
Well, like Alex said earlier, like you could go on fatty.io and you could track all the whales they actually added to their list, and they're adding more and more people, and not only whales, but they're adding other I guess I would like to say other websites through the the Richard Hart system and all that stuff. So you could track like every single thing there. So if you're not sure like what's the big move you want to make, you could go there and be like, all right, what's the first top 3 wheels have been doing? Okay, they've been selling this. Well, maybe I don't want to be into that right now. Like it's pretty cool, man. That's why Richard said, man, just build, guys. Another thing, Alex, I'm not sure if you saw Richard tweeted about Hedron and the app you guys built. Look at that, right? You made something that he wouldn't talk about in the past, right? And now he's having issues with his with the GoHex.com, people staking, unstaking, etc. You built something a long time ago that actually came to his savior right now, right? And now he doesn't need to waste time trying to refix everything. He just points the traffic to your way, right? Like, how cool is that, right? So guys, just build, man. You never know when it's needed. So
I'll actually give everyone a tip on go.hex.com that sometimes solves it for people.
Control F?
If you go to go.hex.com, like the full URL, I forget what it is, but I think it's like /stake.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you go there, it will, in my experience, that almost never works. But if you go to go.hex.com and then click stake, most of the time that does work. It takes forever to load in my experience, but it does eventually load. It won't say that message where it's like not supported on this chain. And so that's kind of the workaround I've used for it. But yeah, if that doesn't work for you, yeah, of course. app.co.pro, you can do all your hex stuff there.
Nice.
You can also use go.tshare.app. Go.tshare.app is another one that's working on PulseChain. So we're a decentralized community, and there's lots of tools out there.
That's great.
Soon we'll all have our own front end, and we'll never have to use anything but our own front end.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, Richard said, hey, make your own node, right? So you don't need to rely on anybody else. So
yeah. Mine's going to have a little button to order a Starbucks on Uber Eats. Nah, no coin, no coffee coin for me. I'm just chilling. People
Can I ask Crypto Coffee a question?
Yes.
Go for it. What is your take on the status of the gatekeeping right now? Because I think what is happening this week is an absolute newsworthy event. And we don't see it. Like, there's no article on Cointelegraph. I checked the news aggregators that I'm usually scouting for stories too, and all there is the PulseChain Reddit that sometimes they pick up, but there is not one single article about it. What is your take on that?
I'm going to Google PulseChain right now, and I'm going to go click on news, and we've got Seeking Alpha, Be in Crypto, Investing Cube, Investing.com, AccessWire, Watcher.guru. I mean, we've got 3 days old, 1 day old, 2 days old. These are brand new articles from semi-mainstream news sources.
So there's something coming.
I mean, this is better than the Hex launch. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
You so scam.
Yeah. And look, the fact that everyone's not just drooling over it immediately just means that there's opportunity on the table and there's meat on the bone for more people to get in slowly as they learn or concede or get over their pride and admit that, these aren't scams just because they don't like the fat man with Gucci. You know what I mean? Like,
you want to know my theory regarding
Cointelegraph?
that?
Sorry, but didn't
Cointelegraph
go ahead. Talk about the X coin that should not be named? Didn't they do an article on that?
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting. Like
They just
I'm
they
not one.
promote
I
shit.
don't particularly care.
Their job
I
is
find
promoting.
their choice interesting.
Well, yeah, I don't even know if they chose it. I don't even know if they're aware of the drama between communities. I just think that they make content for plebs by plebs, right? Like these guys writing the articles aren't necessarily the brightest of the bunch. They're not the sharpest tools in the shed. They're not the best and brightest that humanity has to offer. They're just like guys on their couch that are just trying to make $50 per word or you know, per paragraph or whatever they're paying them. So, you know, if you're taking advice from, you know, mainstream news articles, that's pretty much never going to be a good idea. Like by the time you hear about something, you know, it's typically already too late. So oftentimes they use these articles as opportunities for the early guys to get their exit liquidity. Hey, launch the newswire, the press releases. Now we need to dump now. And then you never hear about these coins ever again. So yeah, they're just part of the machine that wrecks people, the meat grinder. They're just feeding people and how do they make money? It's trading referral links. It's Bybit links that they get you for life, or at least until your money runs out and then you kill yourself. So technically, yeah, for life. So yeah, it's just awful, right? It's just like the worst of the worst of humanity. And there's a reason that people hate crypto, right? They should, because crypto sucks. It's full of scumbag degenerates. It's people chasing meme coins named Ape and Pepe and Kek. I don't even want to name them because some of you guys are going to go looking them up. It's awful, dude. It's embarrassing, right? Like try to tell your white collar friend at a finance firm about crypto. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to like go on dexscreener.com. Like, what the hell are these? You're trading PP? What was that? Pepe? PP? They're not buying that shit. They want mutual funds, stocks, bonds. Like that's not real. None of this is real to them. So
yeah, go ahead, Maddie. Go ahead.
What I would say is you know, I'm working on a little project to vampire attack the Ethereum community. And I've been shocked so far by the results. Just when I spoke to Richard Hart about Time Pays Me, 130 days ago, I guess everybody was watching because I don't necessarily want to promote people until I see that they're having good behavior. But there was somebody who was sitting next to Vitalik the last time they did an upgrade to Ethereum, and that person follows me and just started following on Twitter since I started talking about being able to undo a hack with your second seed word.
Look at that.
And yeah, that's really exciting to me because they have one of the biggest shows in Ethereum, and they are like, you know, top of the bat signal crew. So if, you know, if it takes some like the way that I see it is that in order for people to get into HEX and in PulseChain, like some people, they're just going to get it, right? There were a lot of Bitcoiners such as myself who found out about HEX. We love it. Found out about Richard Hart. We love it. But there are some people, it's still a giant leap for them because of their maximalist mentality. And if they can take tiny baby steps towards this idea of time locking, trustless yield, and you know, hopefully PulseChain will have lower fees, that would be a really incredible thing. So I hope that someday the gates will fall, and that we can have more people enjoying the types of things that we enjoy. And I'm really curious to hear what your all's opinions are of whether PulseChain will have low gas fees or not, because currently I'm kind of on the fence and I'm trying to understand what the game theory is at play.
Well, my opinion with the gas fees is I think a lot of people get this idea wrong where they see, you know, 6,000 PLS just to make a transaction. They're like, oh my God, it's expensive. But they're looking at it as the coin number, right? And not the coin value, right? Because if PulseChain does 100x from now, right? You'll be like, oh my God, it's going to be so expensive. No, not really. You actually probably will use less than 6,000 coins this time. It might only cost you 500 coins because each coin value went up too, you know? So people have to understand that. Like, just because you're using a lot more coins now, yeah, because Pulse is low in price right now. So, of course, it's going to take so much coins for it. So I think it'll balance itself out along the way, honestly.
Well, that's a change.
And how that kind of actually works is, you know, more validators helps this quite a bit actually. But so like that will grow over time. But it is all gas really is the network saying, basically here's what this should cost. Then there's some other calculations that go into like how full the blocks are, how competitive people are being with gas at the moment, how many validators there are. It's a lot of pieces to it. But how Ethereum handles it is they have a little DAO that just votes on what validators should receive for gas. And PulseChain, I don't think it's a DAO exactly, but they have the same capability. We just do a soft fork if it gets too expensive. It's like, okay, we can do less gas
sweet.
now.
Yeah, that makes me really happy.
I just tweeted that like the developers can just fork it if and when that problem occurs. It's a good problem to have, but it's essentially the problem that was introduced in PulseChain testnet v4. And the reason they did that last minute was because if validators are only getting 3% APY, no one's going to want to do it. So if you want to bootstrap the network early, get them in with 30% APY. And then again, when PLS is 100x the price, those validators can kind of maintain that APY even if you lower their rewards because the price of the token 100x. So you'll scale it as validators scale and price. And that's going to be a decision that essentially Richard and a small group of educated people are going to make.
Why hasn't Ethereum done that yet?
They don't care.
Why they haven't done many things, right?
So here's the problem Ethereum has, is that they're basically at a battle of minimum viable gas. So like if they charge less gas, they make all the transactions cheaper in terms of gas that they consume. They're now in a position where the security of the network's at risk. So they can't reduce the base gas of what all these things consume. And they can't help that their token is worth what it is. The right answer, and I've said this many times, people argue with me on Twitter that are not in this community a lot. The answer is increased supply. Just give everyone more of the thing. The value of each individual thing goes down, but you've maintained your value, right? That's the answer. But no one really wants to like accept that answer on the east side, so everyone kind of just wants to. It's a battle of like people holding ETH versus people wanting to use ETH, and that is a battle where no one is going to be happy. Someone has to be made unhappy, and I think the best person to make unhappy is the people who are holding it, not doing anything with it, because the chain dies if they continue to win that battle.
Well, they're also kind of in a race for sharding, allegedly.
Sure.
We'll see if that comes to fruition. But then guess what? PulseChain inherits that too. Yay.
Yeah, like, sharding's great. That's like you're gonna solve your
sharding with the D.
You solve your simple problem with extremely complicated solutions is kind of like not the answer.
Hey, Alex, can the S load multiplier, can that be solved also with a soft fork?
Yeah, you could reduce it if you wanted to. Like devs at this point, now that PulseChain's out, they can do anything they want. So if they decide they want to reduce S load, they can do that. There's some things they have to consider, like chain security stuff and exploitation, like that.
4,000.
I forget why that went up. I think it was because of gas tokens. You don't remember gas token?
Oh yeah.
It was like a token that exploited
Neo.
S-load to be able. Yeah, I think that was one of them. But it exploited S-load to be able to cost you cheaper gas to do things, and that's why they ended up upping S-load, presumably. But so like there's things like that to consider, whether they will actually do it or not. But theoretically, they can do anything they want at this point.
Maddie, you know who you should speak to regarding your question? So yesterday I was in a Telegram space conversation with Wendy's and with Yash Deep, and my question to them was a long time ago. I asked Richard Hart, what happens when a network gets congested? Like, what's the time frame? And he said usually between 5 to 8 years it usually happens. I was like, all right, so what will you do if PulseChain happens? That happens to PulseChain. He's like, either you move a decimal over, or you could fork the whole system again. So like I got excited. I was like, oh shit, yeah, PulseChain 2.0, right? And then Wendy's was telling me, he's like, well, there's a third option that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. He's saying that there's an upgrade coming for Ethereum that we get that will help reduce the gas fees in a certain way. And he mentioned something, maybe Alex would know the terminology better than me. He mentioned something that you could do something with an L2 with PulseChain, and it changes everything, and you can actually make it much, much cheaper, the gas. You don't actually have to fork it or move the decimal over. But don't take my word for it with the terminology. I would suggest just reach out to him. But the way he was explaining it, everybody in the chat on the voice was getting excited. They're like, "Oh my god, yeah, that sounds like the perfect thing." I think there's a blockchain that does something similar. Is it Atrium? I forgot the name of it. That does something similar. And he was like, "That yeah, PulseChain can end up doing that, and it could literally change gas and everything down the road pretty fast." So just hit him up.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Alex,
it was fascinating too. Yeah.
Alex, curious to get your take on layer 2 as in terms of user experience and viability right now. Do you think it's, what do you think?
I think layer 2 is semi-dumb. I don't think at least the way we're doing it now, like there's no such thing. Like, I know we like to call these things layer 2s, but they're other blockchains.
Right.
They might as well be L1s. They just call it layer 2 because there's a bridge and some interaction. The reality is I can't go on Polygon and interact with the HEX contract on Ethereum from Polygon.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist there.
I cannot do that. Yeah, so like, if I cannot talk to another chain from the chain that I'm on, it's not a layer 2. It's just another blockchain that has a bridge to what they call a layer 1.
And everything needs to settle somewhere too. So I mean, I'm kind of starting to feel that the world is just going to be an interconnected bunch of layer 1s, and we just need interoperability protocols rather than quote unquote layer 2s, right? Because like you said, they're side chains or whatever.
Well, so one thing you can do, and I think this is something that should be explored to its fullest extent, because there's a lot of like complexity involved. If we can get rid of this idea of signing transactions, right? So like when you're using your wallet, what you're doing is you're sending the transaction to the chain to be executed and you get the result back. But if we could remove that, and let's say every single person on chain uses something kind of like a Gnosis safe, right? It's a smart contract that is your wallet and you just have a signing key to it. And maybe you have many signing keys to it, so you have to have like 3 hardware wallets to do anything because you're Papa Boner and that's what you do. Like you could do that. But you have that, and then what you do is you just sign a message. And you sign a message that basically contains the call data for that transaction. So you've created the transaction, but you've not sent it to the blockchain. And instead, that just goes to people, and I don't know what we call them. We call them aggregators. They just collect all these transactions. And then they organize them and they execute them in one block. And so like what you can do in that situation, like let's say a bunch of those transactions are swaps on Uniswap that all needed to happen within that block. If you could take all the ones that were going through the same pair and do them all at the same time, and you massively reduce gas because you save the contract for the first transactions already loaded the data for that pair in memory. So all the subsequent transactions get a gas savings. And then maybe you get the guy who actually ran them through the block. Maybe he gets a little bit of everyone's gas that they would have paid as a reward. But the net result is everyone pays less gas. And you can do that from any chain just by using signed messages correctly. But that requires like everyone in crypto to play together. And like I said earlier, this is a game of everyone playing by themselves out to kill each other, which is dumb. So maybe that's something PulseChain creates. Maybe we have PulseChain 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the future. They're all interconnected. You can execute on either one. Doesn't matter. And maybe we do that, or maybe someone else does it eventually on other chains. I don't know. But I think the people trying to get away from Ethereum and do like, okay, we're going to get rid of the EVM and we're going to make smart contracts this new thing that we created and it's great and fancy. It has a million bugs and dies all the time. Like, I don't think that's the right answer. It's like we have the good enough answer.
Yeah.
The EVM is good.
It works.
Ethereum proves that it's the right answer because it's existed this long. If we could just have many, many Ethereums.
Yeah, that's what PulseChain is doing. I think the horizontal scaling is great from a technical standpoint. Like Richard made a step in the right direction, but eventually when there's 50 layer 1s, I know there's other players out there like layer 0 or multi-chain trying to do these cross-chain swaps and be like node relayers that, like you said, collect transactions. I don't know if that's the same thing as rollups, but I mean, have you heard about like multi-chain or layer 0? Do they look promising to you?
So it's kind of like it's similar to what I'm talking about, but it's not integrated. into like the chains themselves is the problem. It's someone on top of the chain saying, hey, everyone who wants to play the game this way, you can come to us and play the game this way if you want. But it's not like this thing that anyone, if everyone knew about it and everyone used it, it would be great. You could accomplish more or less what I'm talking about. But it isn't that. It isn't a default. It is just, they use it a lot for bridges and stuff. And it works great for what it works for, but it's not a solution for all people. What you need is the solution for all people, or else we have 100 different solutions and none of them win because it's too complicated.
Do we need so there's a CCIP, cross-chain interoperability protocol. Can we make an analogy to like Web 2 at all, or like the internet? Like, do we need file transfer protocol now? Because now we have IP and everything like that, and all that. We have it all now. We just need like SMTP or something, or the email thing. So now we're all
maybe.
Yeah. Maybe it's CCIP. I don't know, because some of these look promising, but then you look behind the hood and it's like, oh, it's run by 5 dudes and they get all the power to do everything. So like you said, it's got to be open source.
Well, it's always the issue is that like very few people build things on blockchain for the net good of blockchain. A lot of people build things on blockchain because they want to make a lot of money. And those two things are at war with each other.
They want that Sequoia
Very rarely
capital.
can you do both.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, man. It's like I don't love when I see Web3 going. I don't even love the term Web3 because that's kind of just been co-opted by Silicon Valley soy boys that just want to give funding and just cash out. You know what I mean? Like you go to these like Web3 conferences and everyone's wearing a suit and tie, and it's like, I thought blockchain was all about hoodies and fucking cypherpunks and like it's come on, guys, like let's not sell ourselves out. Yeah, you up there, yeah, Maddie, you look like what blockchain was supposed to be.
One of those suit guys get mad at us when we actually do something.
But that's it. This is it.
That's actually pretty badass. I like how it says Bitcoin in hex colors. How did it go, by the way? Did we infiltrate the Bitcoin conference?
Oh yeah. So probably my favorite moment, because I was just popping over there from time to time, and I went over for Eric Wall's speech where he lectured the Bitcoiners about
looking like a damn wizard. Hilarious.
They don't even understand like their MEV risks and stuff, and they're like not ready to have pictures of wizards and ERC20s and Zen. Like basically they're having a existential crisis. Yeah. And so he did that on the main stage, which was kind of historic that the organizers even let a debate like that happen. Kind of interesting. But right after his speech, BitBoy had been running around like throwing wizard hats at people. And, I'm over there with KG. And so we went up to the front. I don't know what I was searching for. Maybe a chance to debate Eric Wall. I don't know. But I turned, and one of my favorite, you could say, Bitcoiners currently is Tiffany Fong. She, she's this, I guess, this citizen journalist type where she didn't have any formal training, but she was asking the right questions around Celsius or FTX, and especially known for the FTX collapse. She was DMing with Sam Bankman-Fried and like kind of exposing part of his psychology. And so that was that was, I think, like, a really cool thing to be known for. And so I hopped in a picture with her, and BitBoy hopped in, and then there's this guy behind us who looks super like he looks really confused and scared and like he's being left out. It turns out that was Altcoin Daily.
Oh yes. I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
God damn it, you guys are awesome. Like, I love seeing pictures of even Furu Finance and all these people with mainstream dudes, BitBoy, and you could tell. I mean, a lot of these guys are really, they're not super extreme maximalists, but I mean, when you go there, they can't look away. Like when I went to Puerto Rico and I sat next to some Bitcoin guy, I made him really uncomfortable. Like visibly uncomfortable. I'm like, yo, man, we want the same thing. Except I don't think we actually do. I think you want Bitcoin to be the only thing because you have a lot of it, and you're too, blindsided to admit that maybe there's a better option. That is awesome, dude. That is so awesome.
And look at him. Look at him in the background. That's perfect. But now look at the guy. Look at that guy between you guys. He looks so miserable. The guy on the left.
Altcoin Daily. You
didn't get the invite.
That's a perfect picture, bro. Yeah.
Is that a flute? Are you?
He's like shit.
He looks like the elf in the background.
Look at the guy behind Maddie, all the way in the back. He looks so miserable. Yeah, right in the middle.
It's those scanners over there.
He looks like he got a bad free face painting.
This is hilarious, man.
I got my Hex pants on.
Yeah, it's dope, bro. They must have hated you.
Yeah,
that's dope, man.
Looks like you guys had more fun than all them combined.
Yeah.
I tried hard. I tried hard not to look at Altcoin Daily's calves. They look rather tiny and small.
Oh wow!
Did you skip leg
What
day?
was it?
Yeah,
it was like a couple days ago. Hexo tweeted like Altcoin Daily said something about all this new stuff coming out, and Hexo went on there just replied to this tweet like, "Oh, you're talking about all these things that are down, and not going to talk about PulseChain." And ratioed them. Obviously, what I found funny is that I commented on it. And I was like,
obviously,
yeah, it was like 100 to like 1,000, like 10x ratio within the first hour of the tweet. It was like, so I had to comment on it, and I was like, imagine being ratioed in the first hour of your tweet, and then my comment ratioed Altcoin Daily, and then I commented again, and I was like, imagine getting ratioed again by a comment to the comment to your tweet 7 hours later.
It's like a trend.
And then I don't know if that one ratioed too. And then I had to stop because it was just going to keep going.
Mean.
It's just like, it's this nested ratio. It was crazy.
Yeah, the context there is this is, I believe, somebody who has 1 million followers on Twitter, but their calls have been so bad or corrupt that they don't get any engagement anymore, and it's really a sign of crypto going wrong.
Yeah, people tune it out.
Yeah.
Like
they lose money and they get jaded. Sorry.
Yeah, 12,000 followers versus 1 million, and
yeah,
I think
but yours is organic, organic and authentic. It's a big difference,
And so
you don't shill shit.
Yeah. If Hex has staying power because people are time locked, and if the community is building relationships for many years, more and more other crypto communities are going to take notice. And if they're standing looking like they're left out, maybe they'll join the party someday.
They're invited. Everyone's invited.
Exactly.
All these people forget that like you're supposed to have fun. Like it's really the truth. Like they sit there and they tweet like it's all calculated, and we're gonna talk about these things. So these guys are giving us some free coins to dump later or whatever. Like, and it's like, pretty much every Hexakin on Twitter that I know of is just like out here trying to talk and have fun and interact. And it seems like people appreciate that a lot more than the traditional.
It should be fun
outlet that people take.
That's how it should be. We should always look like Maddie. We should just have fun.
And the wizard hat.
That was great. That picture's fantastic.
What was that thing in your pocket in that picture? It was like a magic flute.
Yeah, well, it was
It looked like the small bats.
Wand.
The small little bats you could walk around with.
Kneecap everybody.
Nobody looks. Just what you said about PulseChain?
Yeah, it was a wizard.
I'm from New York. It looks just like
wizard wand. Yeah, the Harry Potter Leviosa.
Reparo.
Avada Kedavra. Your gas fees are infinitely high.
You guys are funny, man. There's one thing I wanted to answer what DJ said earlier. He was asking a question that if he thinks the gatekeeping is coming down, right? And I think the answer is yes, but there's two theories I have, right? One theory is a lot of the influencers, right, that actually sacrifice, they're not going to talk about it yet until everything runs really smooth, right? Talking about the bridge, the network, everything, right? Because they have a business to run, so they don't want to look like a fool, right? Not only that, they're going to wait for everything to work out fine so they could look like the hero to let their followers know, wow, everything's horrible in Ethereum right now. The gas is super high, but guess what, guys? There's something called PulseChain, and you guys got all free money over there. You don't need to do anything. You're welcome, So they look like the hero, right?
Yeah.
Then you're going to have the other side of the influencers where they didn't get to sacrifice, right? But their money's stuck in their bridge, so they don't want nobody to know, so they could buy it cheap right now, So you have to understand like both sides. So
good point.
Yeah. So
That's
I
a
think
great point.
they're all waiting just to see how everything plans out. One is gonna buy the dip, the other one's waiting for everything to be fixed, and then they're gonna shield the shit out of it. So, and not only that, they have no choice to, because what else is there to talk about, you know? So we win, you know?
Yeah.
I have a third one as well.
Ooh, let's go.
War of attrition. Everyone who's either been outwardly highly negative or gatekeepy, they're not going to survive social media wise.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
and
just
it's already happening. Like you're already seeing them fall out of either altcoin daily, great example, falling out of relevance.
well, there's a thing
You know,
called
they're just going to go away.
sentiment
And we won't.
analysis, and keyword. Every keyword is assigned a certain level of positive or negative emotion. And it's just true that the more positive you are, like the more followers you're going to get, right? So if you use words like PulseChain sucks, or like here's why it's a scam, and if everything's just a scam all the time and you hate everything, like nobody really wants to hear that. They want to hear why something is awesome, right? Not like you going out of your way to call something a scam, especially when you're in the minority now, right? So it's just yeah, the sentiment, it doesn't favor negative sentiment, does not do well with the algorithm, is what I'm saying.
Yep. It's just incredible how far we gone, right? We went from, guys, think about it. We went from Bitcoin HEX, right? To HEX, to all the add-ons to it, right? Still gate kept. Nobody wants to list us. Nobody wants to speak to us, right? We're not even the stepchild. We're like the stepchild, you know? Like nobody wants to be near us. Apparently we all stink, you know? Apparently we're all homeless and trailer guys and all this other stuff. And you know, Richard just did his thing for the past couple of years. Yeah, it took 2 years and we're frustrated, etc. But it was all fucking worth it. Like, look, just 1 week, right? If you go to Deck Screener right now, we're number 3, guys, in Deck Screener. Number 3, right? We're about to pass Binance. Like, how incredible that is in less than a week. Like, what we're doing is amazing. What Alex is about to build in the future, what Maddie's building with, you know, to prevent people from getting hacked, right? That's not only going to be used in our ecosystem, but probably across crypto. So congratulations, Maddie, ahead of time, right?
Thank you.
What Papa B wants to do with the security and stuff like that, that's going to be huge, right? It's funny because I felt like we wanted to fit into crypto, right? And the way I see it now is we're literally flipping crypto inside out, and we're building our own crypto within crypto, our own ecosystem. And it's beautiful because it's part of our communities. Our communities building this. We're building it right because we learned from Richard Hart the right way. It's not like we just do our own thing. And what I love about it is that none of us could get tempted, right? Because a lot of us, we made a lot of money with Richard Hart and the ecosystem that we're in. So you can't fucking buy us. You can't buy our opinion. You can't buy our product from us. You can't persuade me to do wrong to my community because I don't need your fucking money, you know? And it's going to only get better. So like, I was talking to my wife about this yesterday. I'm like, babe, we are going to fucking control crypto. And it's scary to say, but I'm proud of the community. I'm proud of what everybody has built and what we've done. And it's incredible, man. Like, it's just like, I'm afraid to go to sleep. I feel like I'm going to wake up and be like, I know this is actually testnet. Like, you screwed, you know, like it's crazy, man. You know, so congrats.
Absolutely.
Ahead of time.
I always thought RG3 put this best because he kept saying that we're not challenging legacy finance by just putting out another certificate of deposit product just on the blockchain this time. No, we're challenging the rest of crypto, you know, with all these corrupt and crooked games and Bybit links and all that stuff, self-custody, you know, these principles. So that's what we're about. And I think now, having started the PulseChain, that's another huge brick in that whole construction of challenging the rest of crypto. And that's why I think it's so important that you guys are at this conference now, making some noise and taking these pictures and being seen.
We're everywhere, man.
That all adds up. And lastly, everyone that's still after 3 years running with this HEX is a scam narrative, and especially what we've seen the last 7 days, I mean, that's just unbelievable. How can people still do that?
It's ridiculous. Some people refuse to change, man. And it's fine. The world moves on.
They'd rather be right than rich, you know? And that's they're too smart for their own good. You got the Eric Walls of the world. What is his hedge fund down like 90%? But he's gonna take shots at us. Okay, interesting. You know, you can still come over to the
I like
team.
Eric. I like Eric.
Eric is fun as hell. I love he's one of my favorites.
He's got
if I saw him in real life, I'm
opinions that
sure
are
he'd
wrong,
be nice.
But
He plays his role. You know, he has a role and he's playing his role.
Yeah.
Listen, if anybody thinks Eric doesn't have probably some decent or big money in PulseChain, come on. Guy's not that stupid. After Hex, come on. He's not that stupid, you know? So
I think he put like 10 grand in and he's going to sell it at 3x. That seems like something he would do.
That could be. It could very well be. That's fine.
Yeah.
Pump our bags. It's cool.
Yeah, whatever.
Appreciate it. There's one little comment I want to make, one more, all right? And it's my favorite tweet of all time of Richard Hart, right? He goes, you know, what is 10 cents when we're on the way to $100, right? And I look at the bridge, I'm like, and people are getting excited for, 100 million. We just hit 100 million in the bridge. What's 100 million? We'll probably get 10 billion in the next couple of months coming through, right? Like,
yeah. I also want to point out
it's beautiful, man.
This mentality that people like, and I'm not calling this person out in the chat, but it's, you know, someone is just joking, like scam us to the upside like Hex did. It's like Hex is doing, okay? You can't be using past tense. You are still early in Hex, all right? If you think Hex is over, like you missed out on Hex and all you care about is PulseChain,
just
you couldn't be more wrong. I mean, look at the liquidity bonded in this perfect trifecta with INC feeding into it from all angles. If you really think Hex had its run and now it's over, you're going to miss the beginning of what's quite possibly going to be the next largest gainer in the next bull run, okay?
Yep.
Hex could do 1,000x just like PulseChain can and just like PulseX can. But you got to realize the actual inherent value in Hex, the innovation itself. It's time locking with consequences, right? It monetizes time. It replaces a $7 trillion market. Don't lose the plot and just say, oh, it's all about PulseChain now, because you're going to miss out. I'm really, I mean, you do you. I don't give financial advice, but if you're sleeping on Hex still, when there's a copy now and they're doubled and everyone that bought the copy now has twice their value.
Exactly.
You might be a little jealous, right? But you might buy the top. Who knows?
And Coffee, I want to ask you a question. So when it comes to like Hex, right? Like you just, and it's perfect thing you just brought up right now. Like everybody thinks it's over for Hex, right? Like, oh, we'll probably do 2 more X and that's it. It's done, right? I think.
Sorry, hold on. I didn't want to like go. Sorry, quantifiably correct. I wasn't trying to be rude to you specifically. I was just saying. I know you were joking. There's just like this mentality of other people, not you. You just reminded me with your joke about this mentality of other people that, you know, I don't want to call people out by name, but I'm thinking of one guy in particular, and it's not you. So sorry, dude. Anyway, go on.
No, man. So it's like everybody thinks it's over for Hex, right?
No,
and the way I see it is, you know, PulseChain right now and PulseX and the Census and all these other coins, they're the new shiny kid on the block, right? So of course they're gonna get all the attention. But I always say, what happens when they're not the shiny thing anymore, right? And they've done all the thousands X or whatever they did. One thing about the Hex, and people tend to forget, and the TShares, is that the code never changes. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or $1,000. The code is always going to be faithful to what it does. So when people are done doing all the X's in PulseChain and PulseX, where people are going to want to park their money to get consistent yield, right? Trustlessly, flawlessly, and that will be back into Hex. So I think, you know, all the money's going to go to this side, and when it's done building up over here, it's going to go right back into Hex to a safe place where they get consistent yield along the way. So,
but the cool thing is even if nobody touches Hex, but it's highly liquidity bonded to Pulse and PulseX, it gets a free ride. It goes up. They all go up together, assuming that people just keep locking and staking their Hex.
Yep.
I mean, it's a coin with pretty low volume, but that's because there's pretty low sell pressure. You know, it's not a trader's coin; it's a store of value coin. So this liquidity locking thing is hard to describe, right? Like I wish there was a better analogy of how to like describe it. I'll try to work on that, you know, but Hart's law, Hart's law is a real thing.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's showing right now, right? When PLS goes up, everything gets dragged up. You know, if somebody sells it, it gets dragged down. It's working. It's showing us live. It is actually doing it. Another little comment I want to make, and you know, you guys are really good at dissecting this. Is I think people tend to forget like how fast the T-share rate is going to move up on, especially on PHEX, right? Because in Hex side, in EHEX side, you know, before if you want to, you know, spend $1,000 and you know to buy Hex and stake it, $200 is eaten up in profits instantly, right? So some people are they really don't want to make that move. Well, PHEX now you could buy $50 worth if you want and stake it, right? Do I recommend it? No, but you could. It only costs you a few cents to stake it, unstake it, you know. So I think you're gonna see so many people, whether it's rich folks, new people, not new people, etc., doing all kinds of stakes, 30-day stakes, 20-day stakes, 3-month stakes, etc. And the T-share rate is gonna get eaten up so fast because there's nothing stopping these people from doing it anymore. You know, to unstake it and to stake it is going to be extremely cheap still. So guys, I think the T-share rate is gonna go crazy and Hex is gonna chase it. So be prepared. It's gonna happen. It's gonna go
be
really
interesting to
fast.
see if the Ethereum T-share rate keeps up in parity also with the PulseChain. Like the prices is one thing, but the T-share rate, are more people going to be opening stakes on PulseChain just because it's cheaper? I mean, that seems kind of likely.
That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah.
But then again, it's like if it gets away too much, then you could realize that, oh my God, it's such a better APY to stake on Ethereum. So then they're going to rush over it. And it's like a self auto-correcting system.
My theory too was EHEX is going to end up being the rich man hex, and PHEX is going to be for the people, right? Why? Because everybody else could play with PHEX all the time, and EHEX, I think personally, whales don't care if gas fees is $500 or $1,000, right? Excuse my language. They're rich as hell, like rich as fuck. They're rich. They don't care for that type of stuff, you know.
Well, for now, eventually,
for now,
I hope that they will fix that problem.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully they do, right? But I think
sense.
that's one thing. So you might get, I like to say it where you could get higher APY over here, but higher price appreciation here, right? And once in a while, it's like a seesaw effect. Once in a while, you're gonna see it go like this, you know. Once in a while. So me, like Richard Hart said in the past, love both children equally. And you know, I had a conversation with a lot of big players in Hex, and some of them feel like maybe we should focus on one hex. Why split the how you say the economic energy between two hexes and not put it on one, especially one that everybody else could play with? So there's a lot of theory out there, right? But at the end of the day, like, just don't give up on Hex, because you never know what it could do in the future, right?
Yeah,
that's just the way I think about it.
Yeah. Hey Alex, what's your favorite coin right now?
Expensive.
Oh man.
You don't have to answer that. I could maybe here's a better question. What's a service that you see kind of lacking right now on PulseChain that you haven't seen anybody build a solution for yet?
Well, actually, I will tell you an answer that's not exactly what you want to hear.
Okay.
Because it's a service that doesn't exist at all.
Okay.
It's never existed before. We need a service that takes stats from both Ethereum and PulseChain and puts them together. So I want a hex chart that says that is both hexes added together versus the dollar. So I know what the entire stack is doing. You know, like maybe one's 3 cents and one's 2. I want to see a chart that says 5 cents.
Somebody get Guardo on. He needs to work on that.
Yeah, whoever the PLS burn guy is, I hope you're listening.
Yeah, but not just that, the T-share rate, all the stuff, like all the stats that are important. I want them compared back and forth between chains in one like easy to use place. I think that would be incredibly useful.
Yeah, the problem with stats sites is that they don't make money. But like, we have such awesome people that they don't even care. They just do it out of the goodness of their heart. Like the PLS burn guy, I don't know who he is, but my God, that was really nice.
Nobody knows, right? Yeah, like who made that? Like I don't know.
He looked it up so quick too. I'm
That
like,
site
wow.
is amazing. I live on that website at the moment.
Simple,
Like,
it's
I'm there
precise.
all the time.
Yeah, it's clean.
Yeah, maybe we need a Hexagon like advertising network. Maybe that's like not in the bad sense, but in the sense of like kind of like AdSense that Google has, right? Like if we had our own AdSense where it's like, hey, all you guys who do this free stuff and do your streams or whatever, other Hexagon streamers can, you know, maybe they pay a little bit, or maybe CoinGecko does it. Who knows? Someone pays a little bit and they end up there. Not coins. We shouldn't do coins. Coins, bad idea. But anything isn't a coin, a service or whatever, or a streamer.
We had a prototype of that. It was like somebody made a jobs listing site that was all like pay somebody in Hex for this XYZ job. I forgot the URL, but I don't think it got much traction.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, that would take a lot of time to build, but the benefit of it would be is that someone could build a website and then maybe they get enough income out of it from displaying those ads that it keeps the lights on. We've had a lot of sites die just because, you know, it's like, oh, I don't want to keep paying AWS $30 a month, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to even keep up hexobituaries.com because it's like, you guys, if you guys want to send me articles, keep sending me articles. I don't have time to look for hater articles all day. But
yeah, exactly.
Give me something to do.
But Crypto Coffee, you were running Google ads in the beginning, right? In that first year, campaigns on Hex. Is that not something you were doing in that very first year after launch? No.
Yeah, the tooling is
Thought that
great.
was
I like to see tools.
that was a project. Yeah. I mean, there's this website Pulse Hot List, and I think
Oh yeah, I think Victor did that.
Yes, and I think their idea going forward was to finance it with some kind of advertisements running on their sites and banners.
Yeah,
and I don't think necessarily that's bad.
There's some crypto-friendly ad networks out there. I forgot what they were, but I mean, Google Ads is not conducive to anything crypto. They're going to ban you for
They stop you
almost
right
anything.
away.
Yeah.
And Richard hates it. He always tweets about it here and there.
Yeah, there just should be some kind of advertising network that, you know, streamers can use, that all these other things can use. It's just getting something like that off the ground is like really hard, a lot of work.
Yeah.
And then you need people to consume it. It's probably even harder, especially when, you know, maybe it won't be this way forever, as we've been talking about, but, you know, typically we're like the redheaded stepchildren of the crypto world. So, but I think in the future that won't be the case. So who knows? I think there's a door open.
Yeah, I think if somebody makes something similar, we bring it up to the community. I think, you know, and it does well and it looks well and it operates well, I think the community would be willing to support it big time. We've seen that time and time again. Especially if it's, like I said, if it's definitely useful, you know? I don't see why not.
Yeah. Yeah, Crispy Man built Hex Fire. Someone asked in chat. Yeah, you can get around Google Ads as long as you're funneling in less than $500. I wouldn't know, but that's how people do it. And you also have to not use crypto keywords either. So it's also minimally effective because you can't use the keywords. You can't target the right people. They don't even have, like, you know, because the only people they really let on are the people that are licensed, and the only people that are licensed are exchanges that scam you. So you see just a bunch of scam ads because they had enough money to pay for the licensing. And then you're able to target, you know, the cryptocurrency sectors that Google has built in. They have audiences that are pre-made, but they don't really go anywhere, and it's hard to get them through. But if your account does get banned, you can always make another Gmail account. That is possible. Again, I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
RFK Jr. Yay. How do we feel about that guy? He's still a politician, but he's saying all the right things, isn't he?
No, he's saying all the right things. I just well, not to get any arguments for anybody in the chat, all that stuff, but he's running, I think, was a Democrat himself. I think if he ran Republican, I think he'll easily sweep everybody. That's just my opinion. I think he'll just sweep everybody.
He spoke at the Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, he accepted somebody put in the chat. He accepted Bitcoin as for his campaign to be paid in it. That's pretty. Hey, man, that's cool, man. Pro crypto is always good. It's always
you guys
good.
think Richard will ever do a live stream ever again?
Well, apparently he's supposed to do it. I think. Well, people said between Friday to Monday, so most likely it'll be Monday on the crypto. Was it Banter show?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
That's what.
Yeah.
So that's what Sheldon the Sniper told me.
Yeah. Oh, Maddie, you would know more than anybody. Yeah.
So yeah, I leaked that rumor on Twitter because that's what he told me. Right. And like, I don't know why they would lie to me.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like a weird thing to lie about, but yeah, I guess we'll see. You know, it's like it's super exciting. There, everybody's waiting with bated breath to find out. You know, is Richard gonna go live with them? Is he going to stream on his own? Is he going to wear diamond encrusted wizard outfits, or is he going to wear a black V-neck? Who knows? But
you know, I would love, Maddie.
Speculate. You should definitely gamble on it.
Remember Richard's one of his first videos where he's just looking at the camera and it's right here. He has a top hat. And he's just talking to the screen, to the camera. The one that mostly everybody loves, that particular. What if he just comes on stream and all you see is Richard again with his top hat, reintroducing himself to the crypto world, right? Like, hi guys, I'm Richard Hart, blah blah. I think everybody would lose their shit, right? Everybody like, he's back.
How funny would that be?
Table. You know, like, it'll be freaking dope, right?
Like
regardless which Richard we see, you know, but It would be
like he
freaking
just
cool.
rinse repeat, does the same cycle.
Right? If I saw the top hat, that's for sure.
Or he just with the color panel, like, hey guys, I'm Richard Hart, Oh, just be a funny troll, like just like, oh my god, this guy's back,
But that's why I'm so bullish about keyboards.
This. Yeah, right. Keyboard.
Yeah, tell me about keyboard, Richard. That's it.
I think that's why PulseChain just do extremely well, right? Because we're dying to see Richard stream again, right? Like people are foaming out their mouth just to see him. I think the first word he just says on stream, I think everybody's gonna go crazy and ballistic, and it's just like,
and we're live,
it's right. It's gonna be freaking crazy, and everybody's gonna lose their shit. PulseChain is probably gonna explode, and everybody's gonna get excited again, and then everybody in the industry is gonna want to interview him, especially people who cock block him the whole time. They have no choice to do it this time, right? Like. Man, this guy's gonna win so hard, man, and the community's gonna be right behind him, cheering on, and other people that never came into community is gonna fall in love with him and cheer him on, and they're gonna be fighting the people who still talk shit. So, oh my god, guys, it's gonna be incredible, man. Like, and the documentary didn't release yet, so think about that, right? Like, oh man, it's gonna be just so cool. It really is. Yeah. If it doesn't, it's gonna be depressing.
Just you talking. I can't wait for you guys to see the documentary.
Oh yeah. Man. Tell me about it.
I'm gonna do a watch party whenever it's like publicly available. I'm gonna do.
You really enjoyed it that much, man?
Oh yeah, like I want to watch it again. Like
wow.
I was saying earlier, there's very few movies I want to watch where it's like I got enough enjoyment out of it that I want to see it a second time. That one I do.
Wow.
But you were the first one that saw the real final cut, right? With all the music and everything in it. So that's special.
Yeah, and I don't think they confirmed that what I saw will be the actuality thing. I'm sure they're probably still tweaking it, but
okay.
What I saw was awesome.
They said that they're gonna edit the end because I think they want to add the launch of PulseChain to the documentary. So I think that's what they're gonna do. They said
they just sent me like another release saying, "Hey, can we use your video that I made at 4 a.m. in London?" Because I was like all time zone difference. I'm like, "Hey guys, I'm pretty tired right now, but I can't believe this is happening." But yeah, so did the movie make him look like the Willy Wonka of crypto? Like, did it make him look?
No, I mean, somewhere in the middle, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
I think it just it's less about. It is not a movie about Richard.
Okay.
It is a movie of everything. It has.
Awesome.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of Richard in it, but it's just it captures the meaning of what it means to be a Hexagon in a video form. And I don't think there's any Hexagon, no matter where you are on the fence of being a Hexagon, that isn't going to enjoy it. I think there's plenty of content in it for people who hate Hexagons, and they're going to enjoy some of those parts too.
Good.
It is everything, and it is going to be awesome. I can't wait to see it again.
No, that's great to hear, Alex. I'm just laughing at Marco's background.
It's one of those movies. My kids are like crawling. I'm like, what are you doing?
Like a CIA mission. So someone just got done watching what's Mission Impossible.
That's great that you said that, man. I'm excited for it. I think everybody's excited for it. So I think he just has so much going for him now, and it's just like I think the final year of us reaching PulseChain, a lot of people gave him shit, right? And even some Hexagons that I was surprised of gave him a lot of shit. And yeah, maybe some of it was valid, because of people felt like, oh my god, this guy's losing his mind, whatever. But I think he knew what he was doing the whole time, right? Could he have done things differently at times? Yeah, sure, why not, right? But I think the most important thing, what are you doing? I think the most important thing, right, is that he released PulseChain, right? And
there's a method to the madness.
There's
a method to the madness. And people discredit him as not being a smart guy. He's really just like a tech savvy billionaire nerd. I mean, at the end of the day, who happens to know a lot about everything, right? NLP, PUA, things that might be considered a little, email spam. He knows about everything. Hey, what's up, buddy? He knows about everything because he was a successful internet entrepreneur. People don't realize that he turned over $60 million at a company with 100 plus people by the age of 23, 24. I mean, he retired younger than I did. So props to you, Richard. I don't know if that's just brains or passion or like what. It's probably both, right? Like he's got this weird energy where like he just wants to build stuff all the time and or apply. I mean, smart people need to apply their talents somewhere, and that could be StarCraft for 10 years, or that could be building a world-changing crypto, or that could be building internet businesses and basically inventing email spam and pay-per-click. Like he was there at the cutting edge of that, which now it seems scammy 20 years later, but at the beginning, it was a brand new thing. It was kind of like crypto in a way, you know, where he was in the early internet days. It was the Wild West, you know, and now it's the Wild
Dude's
West.
crazy smart, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a little intense for sure.
So we have RH's fashion going forward. We have the RH Museum and Nightclub. We have RH Wallet.
I'll be there.
He did tease that he has a solution to stablecoins once upon a time, but he couldn't tell us the details because it was too good. And then, you know, people say nation state. I think presidential campaign, but yeah, nation state, whatever.
We'll fund the shit out of that shit so hard. It'll be like a $1 trillion campaign, man.
I mean, I'll move to Hexaco, so it makes it happen.
And, you know, if he does do the wallet, right, and if he does decide to do like a sacrifice for it, it's smart as hell, because think about people get to use their Pulse and Pulse X for it, you know, so that's even more supply out of the market too. So
the first $1 trillion sacrifice, if Pulse 100Xs,
yeah, that would be
everybody apes
insane.
into wallet coin.
Oh, that would be insane, like insane. Oh my god, guys, I wouldn't sleep tonight, you know, like yeah, I'm just gonna be like this, just staring at my screen. Oh man, it's incredible, you know. It's been a journey. Think about it, man. Like 3 years ago, and you know, of course, for some people who follow Richard way before then, it could be 5 years, 6 years, right? Like, you know, everybody told us, like, whether they're friends or family or strangers, you guys are idiots, you guys are wrong, you guys are fools, you're gonna get scammed, you're gonna get this. And here we are celebrating fucking PulseChain and everything, and we're gonna be celebrating much more. Like, we literally bet against the world, and especially crypto, and we freaking won. And it's just the beginning. How insane is that? It's cool, man. You know, it's really
I
cool.
dig it. I'm getting early Hex conference vibes.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be insane. Like,
I think there's a difference though between people like all of us here who've been around for the launch of Hex, and now for the new people that only joined for the Pulse during the PulseChain time where that was being built, and it was crazy fun at that time. And I believe I remember I was on a stream as an interview guest. I can't remember now where it was, but they asked me, like, this was where it was again 2 more weeks and 2 more weeks and 2 more weeks, and everybody was going crazy. And they asked me what must happen that I'm losing my faith in Richard to actually come out with PulseChain. And for me, having had that experience of waiting for Hex so long, like, I'm not losing faith, and like this is how that goes, and he will launch it when it launched. But I can totally understand that people who haven't had that experience, that they like fudded the way they did during those 2 years. And I'm just happy that this is over and it is now launched, and I hope that everybody can come back together on the same page and build the future.
oh yeah. Another thing that I laugh at, that you know, people are like, aha, is when PulseChain, you know, in the beginning, it tanked, right? Temporarily it tanked. And everybody's like, oh, you guys are down on your sacrifice, stuff like that.
Down on sack, yeah.
But the thing is this, they don't understand something, right? I still think it's a blessing. Why? Because at the end of the day, we're inside the club while they're waiting outside the line. So we're dancing with the women inside the club. We're getting the numbers. We're getting the dates. We get everything, right? We get to buy anything we want. We get to trade anything we want. We get to set ourselves up beautifully, right? So I don't care if I'm down 50, 40, 50, 60, 70% of my sack, while I'm able to buy literally everything in the ecosystem inside the market. And when these people finally, you know, clear the bridge to come up, what's a few X's when we can make hundreds of X's down the road where everything we cleared? Guys, we won. Like, you got to think bigger, right? We were inside the club when it was popping, while everybody else is trying to, you know, give $100 to the bouncer to come in. Like, we're in, you know. So congratulations, like we won.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And that window of opportunity closed very
Exactly.
quick. It was only a few hours where you could actually get
Exactly.
that juicy deal there. Yeah.
And then the funniest thing is when the people outside are like, I'm gonna get a better deal than your sacrifice. Like, no, buddy. By the time you clear that bridge, the price is gone.
You can't
like,
come in.
like, sorry, buddy. By the time you come in, you're pumping us back up. So thank you. They don't get it, man. They don't get it. And the little disputes I have on Twitter, I just laugh. I'm like, guys, you don't get it yet. You're not getting that price. There's no way in hell you're getting that price. It's just funny, man.
What's all this about women in the club?
No, I was just saying before, like how
the
people were making
merengue.
fun of us, like, because we sacrificed, right? And they're like, oh, you guys are down, a certain percentage of your sacrifice. I'm like, doesn't matter, we're down or not. We're in the club.
You're
We're
almost not
partying.
even anymore. You're
Yeah.
almost break even in PulseX. You're 20% off, and like, what did you think was going to happen? There's always a dip.
And not everybody sacrifices the same, rate too. So, they don't understand that too. So
yeah.
So how do people get unstuck with Pulse? Because are we predicting that the price of a swap is going to drop below 1 PLS, and then the 80,000 people who didn't sacrifice for Pulse but they did sacrifice for PulseX, then they're magically able to play the game? And then, I mean, other than that, I bought a little bit of WPLS on Ethereum. If I was a brand new person, I could bridge that over, but then how do I unwrap it? Without a centralized exchange, how do people really get to use PulseChain in this scenario that we're in?
Well, what
Bridge
first
to
thing?
Binance.
Yeah.
Sweet.
That's your site.
That's what we need. We need the bridge to Binance Smart Chain or BNB.
So PortalXSwap.io is going to be good too. Because
that's going to solve a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah, it really will. It's a multi-chain bridging, any coin, any chain, any coin to any chain, any coin. And when PulseChain's integrated, people will finally be able to buy their Pulse, whether that's just 10,000 Pulse or whatever, and then they'll be able to do all their gas from there.
And then Richard mentioned that there was a certain CX that probably is going to have. He kept us saying that multiple times that they're going to use PulseChain or list PulseChain. So maybe he's waiting for the bridge to clear, like to use that as an opportunity. And then once the bridge clears, maybe tell them, all right, guys, let's go. Like you could host, PulseChain on your centralized exchange and all that stuff. So
well, yeah, I don't think he'll ever promote a centralized exchange just out of principle, but that will be a pretty popular method once OKX lists it and Huobi. I'm like 90% sure OKX has been very interested in actually signal that they were going to. I also do think once a certain coin is done spamming up the blockchain, and once those locusts move to the next thing, that should probably decrease fees by maybe 50%. I mean, what do you guys think about? Do you think, because we know what I'm talking about? I'm not going to mention it by name, but there's a certain number of kind of kind of like termites that come from chain to chain, and they drive up the gas fees, and then they move on to the next one because they've all got the attention span of a termite. So it's like, do you guys think that that's significantly adding to the load?
Yeah, maybe it was like day one.
Not anymore.
I mean, these guys like they have a benefit on PulseChain simply because a lot of them came from our community or are still somewhat in our community, and they have a lot of Pulse. It's the only reason they can do it. They got to run out though. You know what I mean? Like you don't burn thousands of Pulse like all the time constantly and not have a problem. Like you're going to end up in the same problem the WPLS bridge guys have where they can't unwrap it. So like I think it's a short-term issue, if any. Like I would not be mindlessly burning my Pulse right now, especially in the current condition of the market.
Yeah, I agree. Can you explain a little more about the bridge and the wrapped Pulse issue? Because I mean, I need to fully understand.
Yeah. So if you have no Pulse at all, right, and you buy WPLS on ETH and you bridge it over, you'll get the WPLS out on the other side, but you have no Pulse to do the unwrap.
Gotcha.
So you can't do anything with it. So there needs to be a way for either be a centralized exchange, which might be on the horizon. I know nothing in that regard. But the other thing is like whether the PortalX guys do it or whether someone else does it, a bridge to Binance chain would be just perfect, and you could steal all their liquidity. Like, it would make me so happy.
Steal the liquidity and siphon off some PLS fees to the Power City guys, holders, not the Power City, like the Watt token holders. So that's a nice little touch.
They'll have to sell CoinMarketCap just to keep the lights on over at Binance, you know?
I mean, I think they bought it for a couple, like 100 million or something back. They bought it in a bull market.
It was, I think, more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone else not find that a conflict of interest?
Yeah.
No. What do you mean?
I'm just saying.
I mean,
crypto exchange buys a coin ranking site. Like, come on.
I guess you have to consider
it's like 800 mil deal.
If Binance is doing an FTX thing, that could lead to a major meltdown if we steal all their value. That'd
They're
be
legitimately
interesting.
concerned.
Well, that would be why you only send Pulse there. Why you don't do like a full-on Pulse ramp, do all the tokens too. You only use it so people can like get into a stable. Because like if you use Binance, which a lot of people do, you can go right natively into their chain with their stables, right? And do things there, and 90% of that stuff scams. But if you go right into their chain with their stables and then just shoot across the Pulse chain immediately, you know, like the worst that would happen is maybe there's some PLS that's left over there if they had a huge meltdown. But you know, like don't let them have everything, you know. In that case,
I mean, there's
that's the way
one
you can do
centralized.
it without being
There's one centralized exchange that already went live. It's called Safe Trade. Yeah. That's the first one who listed it, and they already.
Anyone know anything about it?
It looks a bit illiquid, to be honest, but they did 700, like close to $1 million on that first day. You can see that on CoinGecko. That's where you can see the trading pair. It's against Tether, so no financial advice. I've never heard of them. I don't know if that's a big one or a safe one, but it's a centralized exchange. So if that's your only option,
Johnny K had a funny tweet where he was like, "I don't trust anything that has the word trust or safe in its name."
That's kind of where I'm at. Like anything that's ever used the word safe,
just for reporting sake.
No, I mean that sounds cool though. I'm not saying it like because Trust Wallet works fine.
Yeah, but the guy from Trust Swap, he's known to be a big pump and dumper in the past, and a lot of projects he had, there's a lot of issues, a lot of excuses, and a lot of things. So I think that's why people are that way with him. But Alex, I think what you should do, it's just a suggestion, is exactly what you just told us regarding trying to, you know, basically leech off of Binance in a certain way. Tweet about it, man, because when you tweet, I know a lot of the smart people, and especially in our community, that probably could do something like that. They'll listen to what you say. Maybe it'll trigger something, you know. So tweet about it, man, and you never know. Somebody just 2 days later, like, yeah, I'm gonna start working on that, you know. So
yeah, I mean, it's quite possibly that Power City's got the bridge part done. I know they have the bridge aggregator and the DEX aggregator. But I've also been told it's only going to use Pulse Ramp at first. So I think we need the pathway. I think someone's got to build the bridge for Power City to use the bridge.
Yeah.
And they could do that, right? But yeah, just bridge Pulse to all the chains we want to steal value from. But that's a very small list, unfortunately, because only a handful of them have value. But the Binance is a special case because you can go in and out of Binance chain from the centralized exchange. So if you can't get listed there, you can get pseudo listed there by just having a bridge to their chain.
Right.
Man, CZ's gonna hate us. I can't stop these guys. They just keep on building.
Well, they could roll the chain back. You know, I don't think they would do it for that.
And then we just do it again. And we do it again.
Yeah,
we'll do it again.
That's true.
We'll be the vampires this time.
So Binance really thinks that they're gonna have more money going that way. They got another thing coming, I think.
I just think it's a good idea. You just gotta accept the risk of putting a little bit of Pulse. You're not even putting it on their chain, really. It would get stuck in a bridge somewhere at some point. But yeah, and maybe there's a solution to that. Maybe you have admin keys for that. You know, maybe we all have to trust someone for that particular use case.
Well, don't bridges all kind of have admin keys run by the node, the processors themselves? Yeah. Except for apparently multi-chain. Apparently multi-chain found a way to just get around that.
So they democratize it.
Oh.
Yeah, basically. So it's like they have the admin key, but the admin key is not like a person or potentially a person. It is a group of people all running software. So it's kind of like running a node. So it's better as like a generic thing. Like if you have this network that's wide and far reaching where it affects lots of people, what they're doing is pretty good. But it's less efficient also. You know, like it gets pros and cons versus like PulseRamp has one purpose to get in and out of Ethereum. It works fine with the admin key we have, and we don't know who owns it, but we can presume we can trust them, you know, at least enough. So
yeah,
it is what it is. But
we're opening up the floodgates from Binance, and then when Power City releases or integrates PortalXSwap.io, we're opening the floodgates from every other chain. Everyone. I don't know. Sounds pretty good. Dipcatcher did something cool. On Tuesday, he's got another round of the gas bridge. So that'll probably be before we get to 100% bridge synchronization. So anybody that's watching right now that might need a little PLS for gas, a well-known community member that's trusted made a trustless smart contract that already worked perfectly once, where people were able to put in their Ethereum and their PulseChain and do a trustless swap between the two at whatever ratio you put in. And people ended up getting PLS at about 0.00019, so not a terrible price. And then people that wanted to cash out their PLS got Ethereum in return. This was all handled by a smart contract. And if you go to gasbridge.anvil.app, that's gasbridge.anvil.app, you can participate on Tuesday in another round. It's a 24-hour round of a bunch of people put in Pulse, a bunch of people put in ETH. 24 hours is over, and then just swaps everybody. So for those that need gas, pay attention. Bookmark that.
Nice.
Maddie, have you stayed awake this whole time?
No, I just got a stem cell treatment, so I can't really do that. But I am am training to break the world record for the longest interview. So right now this is just a practice run, right? Once I heal a little bit more, then I'm gonna try to go for 38 hours. But I'm gonna get like the Guinness Book involved, of course.
Of course, that's awesome, man. How do the stem cells feel?
So far so good.
Okay. I was always curious about that.
Yeah, I'll report back.
Yeah,
Lots of people are curious.
Rogan's a fan.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's kind of funny because like I was hearing independently and I wasn't like thinking with my crypto brain. I wasn't thinking, and everybody kept saying, "Oh, you just have to wait 2 weeks, and then you instantly feel better with a stem cell injection."
2 more weeks.
And then I was saying that on the crypto live stream here, and I was hearing it like, "Oh, 2 weeks." Yeah, I've waited that long before.
I've heard this one.
That's nothing. I'm a pro, man. I'm a pro in 2 weeks.
You're like bullshit.
But we had Tangent and Brisology host during the hours that I was sleeping, and so it's been pretty incredible. We are now, I believe, in the last 15 minutes of the stream, when the clock in our live stream gets to 8 hours and 5 minutes, then we've cleared the 48-hour mark.
That's dope, man.
Let's finish strong, boys.
Back, man.
Yeah.
I'm here, man.
Good. Hey, Toby1, thanks for the tip. Hey, Anthony Rivas, thanks for the tip. Stem cells are awesome, says Sandy Beach. Yeah. Turns out they don't have to come from babies, guys. Stem cells are actually awesome. It's a great advancement in medical technology. Are we really going to pay Guinness $10,000? Is that what they charge?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Scam.
Shit, you better stay up.
Yeah. Because you have to fly them in and stuff. They have to verify it.
Yeah, I get it. So.
That's cool though. That'll be a cool thing to do.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe in about 4 months, because it takes about 12 weeks to set up, and then I can have you all back one-on-one and do 15 to 30 minute interviews there would be really, really cool.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll help you out with that. Maybe I'll actually build something live for you guys too, or something, you know, just keep it entertaining.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Cool.
Make a Guinness World Record half of you or something, you know.
Yeah, I was you know, the origin is I was streaming with Adam Stokes maybe like a week or two ago, and I was telling him like, yeah, we got this thing coming up. It's a 48-hour live stream. We're going to be handing it off to different people and streaming at the Bitcoin conference. And he was like, did you know that the world record for the longest interview is only 38 hours or something? And sure enough, I looked it up. So yeah.
Wow. And you were like, psh.
The idea was born.
But it's okay to have it with different interviews.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to ask, right? Like, it's fine just to have different people as long as you keep it going.
The format, so the record was broken in 2021 or 2022, I believe. And basically the way that it worked was the guy who did it got to take 5-minute breaks every hour. And I believe he interviewed somebody different every hour. He ended up saving some of his 5-minute breaks to take like a half an hour break because of the mental stress he was going through after so long. So yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see.
Nice.
You got this, bro. You had 2 years of training, bro. You got this.
Yeah, we've done a couple other
man.
24. I've never done more than like 8 hours at a time, but yeah. Cheers to you guys.
Yeah,
I don't know if I've done longer than one.
Now, that's cool, man. That would be cool to have.
Yeah.
If somebody could do it, Maddie, it's definitely you.
Well, maybe we could get a mainstream article, you know?
Right. That's almost like buying the diamond, you know? Breaking the record.
And like invite just really big channels and try to get the word out that way. Who knows?
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely have the community to help you out with that. Like, everybody would definitely volunteer to come in and do that, you know? So
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what's on the horizon. And then I know it's going to be really fun seeing how this PulseChain, you know, how the airdrop goes down, how the price performs. I think that we all have like pretty high expectations. We're kind of spoiled, but that's part of the game theory, I think, too, is like the people who did really well in HEX, they're still doing pretty well. And those are a lot of the people who sacrificed for PulseChain and PulseX. And so if you have overlapping holders, then there's like this amount of offline liquidity that's there. And if people don't have to sell their favorite things because they're getting airdrops, shout out to anybody who airdropped Hexicans, things of value that may or may not be on the screen right now. Thank you. Yeah, there's like so many cool things in crypto to keep us excited. I think the future is bright.
Me too.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's another thing too, right? I think we show the crypto world of how good we are at, you know, staking and diamond handing certain things and doing all that stuff. So when more and more people join PulseChain to you know, with the projects or coins or whatever it is, and you know, when they try to follow suit with Richard Hart with the airdrops and all that stuff, most likely what if they decide, you know what, let's keep on rewarding all the sacrificers, right? Like, these guys believed in something, they waited 2 years, all that stuff. It looks like they're not really dumping all that stuff after 2 years. Let's keep on rewarding these guys, right? So, or hex stakers or 555ers or whatever it is, right? So, man, guys, you might have a lot more money coming your way just for the hell of it, right? So it's cool. It's a really cool thing, man. Really cool
If
thing.
you're just, this caught my attention because you guys were talking earlier about a website to like check the price of things on Pulse, and I of course sorted by the biggest gainer of the day, and what that website was showing was that your PulseChain copy of wrapped Bitcoin was up like over 100% today. Trading at
the WT something B or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
WTC, yeah.
It's like a worthless meme token, but somehow it's going for $50. So if you're a Bitcoiner out there and you know you've already turned to the dark side because you wrapped your Bitcoin and you have all kinds of counterparty risk, like I don't know
Imagine
how
that
many
shit does like
how many
thousands
there
in
are.
the future. Imagine it becomes like the new Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That'd be ridiculous. And we're like, oh my god, we were there. We just bought it for the hell of it.
Can't they, like, I forget who runs WBTC, but can't they be like just minted at free will, basically? Not by
that's a good
you,
point.
but by
Yeah.
whoever has the keys.
Yeah. That's a great point. All right, don't get wrecked.
Don't do it, guys. Forget it.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from the fact that it's not redeemable,
Yeah.
They can shut it down, I guess.
Yeah, it's a meme coin though, and we're at the Bitcoin conference. So.
One thing I picked up a couple of coins of was a link. I think it might be a sleeper. I think if the community itself presses the link team mode, etc., to actually activate on PulseChain, it could be something, right? So that's something I picked up on, just a bag of just in case type of thing.
Yeah. Well, we've already seen some of the top meme coins with a lot of activity. I'm not saying Link actually does something, but we've seen Pepe. We've seen Pepe. We've seen Sheeb, and then we've also
there's like
seen
1,000 Sheebs in PulseChain. Be careful, guys.
Oh, okay.
And
we've also
Pepe is
seen
under that.
Ape,
Yeah.
right? Ape is another one with a strong community, but doesn't kind of really, as far as I know, do anything. So I think they can be examples after Hex leads the way for liquidity bonding, and seeing what happens when you pair one coin to another, and how you can lock the prices together somewhat.
Yep.
Question
cool.
for, I guess, everybody. I want to hear Alex's take first, but like all you guys, do you really think that we're going to get to 1-to-1 parity price wise, or do you think we'll become locked at like a 1.2 to 1 or something?
In what coin?
In Hex to EHEX, sorry.
Okay.
I don't think there will ever be a lock. I think it will always move, between, like, maybe one day it's 0.8, maybe one day it's 1.2. Like, I think there will be a median that it seems like we're always hovering around, but I don't think liquidity will ever get thick enough that they're just plain locked. I don't think that will happen.
Maddie?
Well, yeah, so I think that they probably will get locked at separate price. Are we talking about Hex or are we talking about anything?
We're just talking about EHEX Hex more so specifically.
All right. Well, here's my observation. It's not a direct answer to your question, but I don't know. I'm kind of thinking, like, why would the OA set a huge liquidity pair right away? It just seems like it would be more likely that whales and everybody else that they would take their time setting that up. And I really like some of the game theory that Johnny has said about why that might be advantageous to some people. But yeah, I really don't know how it's going to play out. I think that part of it depends on the value of the ink token, and how many ink tattoos people get inked on them.
Lol.
So yeah. Final answer, like when ink tattoos.
All right. Cryptomatic?
I'm not quite sure. I was surprised to see that both already, just 2-3 days in, already want to be at parity. Like, I really see those, looking at the PLS Burn website, I really see them come together very close. And Richard was talking about parity in a couple of his streams. So I'm thinking we get parity at first, but I'm really not sure for how long, because in other streams he also said that the market will then decide which coin will have more value. So I don't know if that's a forever thing, but I can definitely see maybe for a month or so them locking in that parity. I can definitely see that. So it's a vague answer, but that's all I have.
No, I'm glad that I went right after you, because it's perfect what you said, right? I think in the beginning, probably for maybe a month, 2 months, even 3, a few months, we will be at parity or very close to it, because I think a lot of people are still going to still decide which one they're going to end up loving more of, right? And people are going to be bridging over. Not only that, a lot of people are going to want to farm both of them, so they'll keep them at bay together, right? And then I think it's going to be, I call it the battle of the ocean, right? Where you're going to have the whales some whales are gonna be like they prefer maybe HEX to play with for the APY and all that stuff. I think you have other whales fighting where they want the whole economic energy to shift over just to PHEX alone. And that's, I think, where we're going to see the seesaw effect going forward. And just, I don't think after that it will ever be balanced unless the OA does something. I think, you know, you're going to have some whales one time just push this one down and this one goes up for a while and then this one does it. And I think it's just going to be just tidal waves in the ocean just going forward. So I think just in the beginning it will happen. And after that, it's just going to be chaotic and back and forth will happen. Unless unless the OA comes in and smacks all the wheels, like get the hell out, I'm controlling this, you know.
Yeah.
That's a different story, you know. So.
Well, I personally, I even think that the whales alone might be enough.
Oh yeah.
If enough whales get together, I mean, I think we might be able to stabilize this thing. I'm very interested in providing HEX liquidity. I just want to see, because, you know, as a liquidity provider, right, you want low volatility, you want
sideways, basically.
You want low volatility and high volume, right? So you want a lot of people swapping in and out. I want HEX and PHEX to become like a stablecoin pair, but that's just what I want, and that doesn't mean it's a guarantee. But if enough of us do this, and we can see right now, if we go on dexscreener.com, we take a look at the top liquidity pairs. Let's sort by liquidity. HEX is the number 2, right? It's already got $17 million of liquidity right after PulseX.
Yep.
And so that's good. I like that. Right now, HEX is 0.033. HEX is still 0.028. So a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity there.
Yep.
But once the prices get a little bit closer, and if I look at the actual ratio and I see the ratio stagnating, the ratio has been at about, in HEX terms, about 1.15 to 1.2 for a while now, for at least a couple of days. But so I need to see that, and then I need to see the actual prices come together, whether that's like, but they're both at 3 cents or whatever, and then I'll move in with mine, and hopefully you guys are wrong and it actually works out for me. But hopefully, it doesn't get too far away from me, right? Because I don't want to be stuck with the one that everybody decides to love, or that everyone decides to give up on, right? And then everybody rushes into, but easily possible. Like I just don't know.
But that happens. You're still earning. You could earn a big, chunk of APY, but
there's a reason. There's a reason that one was chosen in the liquidity farms, right? Like those are very specifically there, so that people provide the most liquidity on those pairs. There's a reason that they're all self-referential pairs, right? HEX PulseX, PulseX Pulse, HEX Pulse, that triangle, and then you've got INC Pulse, INC PulseX. Be nice to see INC HEX, but we haven't seen that yet. They're rewarding stablecoin.
I would love that one.
Yeah. And it's basically just everything that you would kind of expect, a real hexakin, an RH maximalist to want to provide liquidity for. So kind of cool.
Don't sleep on HEX. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, don't give up on it, guys.
Despite all this PulseChain madness, don't sleep on HEX.
Yeah.
And judging by what Alex said earlier, guys, don't sleep on Hedron, don't sleep on Icosa, man. Something's cooking, man. I know it.
The sacred six.
Alex is not lazy, man. Something's cooking. So grab your damn bags.
Can you guys give your final thoughts here as we wrap up?
Sure. Guys, congratulations. It's been one hell of a journey. Knowing all of you guys, knowing everybody in the chat, the ups and downs, the fur from government, numbers and letters, and from outsiders making fun of us, to 97% dips, to conferences, to everything we've been through, right? We're here. PulseChain's live. It's not testnet 5, it's mainnet, and it's just the beginning, right? Like this is just the start of our journey, man. So congratulations, guys. I hope next year when we have another conference, we get to tell the amazing stories we did and done the past, upcoming months and stuff like that. And we got 15 plus years of this. So, don't go. And last thing, one thing, guys, memes are going to be something we want to look at. Sometimes throw something in there. But don't give these outsiders all your PulseChain that you waited 2 years for, because all you're going to do is give them all your pulse, and then hours later, they're going to dump on your heads, right? So be safe, protect your security, and have fun. And congratulations.
Cool. I'm just going to wrap up quick.
You stole the words from me.
Go ahead.
So.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna let you go.
Yeah, it's hard to add to that.
You're probably need to get some rest. So don't get scammed. Thanks for coming. I love all you guys. Happy to be on. Happy to be here.
Amen.
Thanks for having me, Matty.
Yeah, thanks for being here. DJ,
yeah, thanks for putting on this conference. It's been amazing. 48-hour stream. Put so much work in. Also, everybody who came through contributed and spent some time on the stream for the guys. I think you constantly had between 400 and 700 viewers on YouTube all this time. So,
consistently, yeah.
That's big, you know. That's really big. So yeah, and everything that Marco said, hold on to your pulse, guys. This is gonna be amazing. And thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've had incredible watch numbers here. It shows how sticky Hex is in terms of people being engaged in the community and wanting to pay it forward. Really quick in 30 seconds, I'm going to shout out everybody who came on the stream. If I can, it's Westcott Crypto, Axis Alive, Dollar Cost, Johnny Chaos, David Feeder, Corey Costa, Mike the Investor, Randy Hilarski, Ben Dubard, Rags to Riches, Cabana Crypto, Top Gun, Hexadian, Papa Boehner, Abit_Hex, Adam Stokes, Crypto7, Mango Junkie, Mark Wild, Magic Carpet Ride, Sticker Guy Win, KG, Corey Geary, and Dane, Joe Paris, Awilda SJ, ATX Crypto, Famous, Whales Only, Black Hexakin, Lion of KSB TV, Crispy Man, Crypto Stylist, My Life is Awesome, Ben Cage, KDP Crypto, Hot Pro. Then we had Freddy Quotes, Hexy B, Gen Hex, Crypto Class, Hex Machina. Then I went to sleep, so I don't know. Then it was 0x Coast, RH Max, Fashion Coder, Crypto Heartbeat, Johnny Chaos, Dollar Cost Crypto, Awilda SJ. We had Alex from Hedron, Papa, DJ Cryptomatic, Crypto Coffee, and Marco the Hexakin. And then the co-hosts of Tangent holding it down for about 14 hours, and Brisology had several hours where he was hosting. Make sure to get your hardware wallet. There's a link in the description below. Make sure to check out my Telegram, t.me/smartvaultme. And then finally, in the tradition of Hexologist, Discord Syndicate, Crypto Coffee, and all the early Hex streamers, I would please encourage everybody to go raid the next live stream that is going on right now. If you can't get enough, head over to Gen Hex's channel. He lost his channel and all of his subscribers due to a problem that's been partially resolved, but he could use a subscription if nothing else. And he's live with It's Now. And both these guys are great Hexicans and people who, are really good at creating commentary. So thanks everybody for visiting. Let's see. Stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username because don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket. Don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.